Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Richard Widmark, Paul Douglas, and Joyce Mackenzie in Panic in the Streets. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeler.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You know, a chief source of civic pride is the federal public health service in our American cities. Combined with the police forces and local governments, they wage a relentless battle against disease. In tonight's play, Panic in the Streets, we combine the vigilance of these men with a thrilling manhunt, a search for the murderers of a man who has brought a plague to one of our waterfront cities, a plague that, if not immediately controlled, would bring terror and disaster to the entire country. As our players from the original 20th Century Fox cast, we have two of their most luminous stars, Richard Widmark and Paul Douglas. And as their co-star, charming and talented Joyce Mackenzie. You know, so often we find that health and beauty go hand in hand, such as daily complexion care with gentle Lux toilet soap. The lovely ladies find themselves glowing with a fresh, natural beauty when they are loyal to their Lux soap facials. Now the curtain rises on Panic in the Streets, starring Richard Widmark as Dr. Clinton Reed, Paul Douglas as Captain Warren, and Joyce Mackenzie as Nancy. It's late at night, the deserted waterfront of a large southern city.
He went down there, Blackie. Down there, next to the warehouse.
What's the rush? You can't get away.
Blackie, he didn't mean nothing, honest. He
Didn't
was
mean
just...
nothing. They were his cards, Foley. He takes $180 from me.
Yeah. Then he says he don't want to play no more. Well, Blackie don't like that, see?
You told us he was your cousin, Foley. What kind of a guy is this?
I don't know, Blackie. He just got into the country today. Besides, he's sick. You could see how sick he was.
Not too sick to win my $190.
Blackie. There he is. He just stuck behind them trucks there.
I want my money, Foley.
All right. Come on, let's get it.
Hello. Yeah. Oh, now look, Paul, I thought I told you I was going to take the whole day off. Cleaver? Who's Cleaver? Oh, yeah. What do you mean there's something funny about it? Yeah. Well, all right, I'll come down. And, look, you better hold everybody there that had any contact with the body, just in case. No, I'm glad you called. Okay.
Serious?
Oh, it's always serious when they can't diagnose something. It's a police case, Nancy, homicide. Cleaner, bring back my uniform?
Go ahead and change. I'll bring it in.
Hey, Mom, is lunch ready yet? I'm hungry.
You and your father. What's the rush?
Gotta meet the kids. We're going to the movies.
And what are you using for money?
It's okay, Mom. Pop gave it to me.
Oh, Clint.
First day I've had off in 6 weeks. Wasn't even going to shave. Just slop around, relax.
Did you give Tommy a quarter for the movies?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Clint, look. He may be an only child, but I'm not going to have him acting like one.
I gave you the answer to that one 2 years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, since you're being so free with your money, what about this bill?
What bill's that? Oh, from Whitfield's, huh? $42.
Uh-huh, the same one, Clint. It's getting embarrassing, really.
What, for $42? Now, listen, honey, one of these days we'll walk into that store and we'll pay cash.
One of what days?
Well, one of these days.
Mm-hmm. When one of those oil companies decides that they can't lay a pipeline in Arabia without the services of Dr. Clinton Reed.
All right.
The man with the high forehead and the disposition of an old... Oh, Clint, I don't mean that. I like high foreheads.
Yeah, I'll bet you do. Well, they've taken a lot of guys from the public health service.
I know they have, honey.
You do, huh? Well, I've got to get out of here.
Clint. Try and get home early.
Yeah, sure. And, look, honey, why don't you let Tommy keep that quarter, huh?
You just handle your business and I'll take care of mine.
Okay.
Tommy.
So long, Tommy. And don't sit through it more than twice, you hear?
Okay, Pop. You call me, Mom?
Yes, but I wasn't fast enough. Skip it.
Well, Doc, you and Gaffney make up your minds yet?
When did they bring the body here to the morgue, Cleaver?
Oh, about 2 hours ago. I did the autopsy right away.
How many men might have handled it? You and how many others?
I guess about a dozen, Doc. They're down the hall now, waiting.
Good. Who are they?
Oh, a couple of assistants, the boys from the ambulance police. But what about it, Doc?
The microscope doesn't lie, Cleaver. Those slides show practically pure culture.
Holy smoke.
And keep away from the body. Can you have it cremated?
I suppose so.
I don't want any supposing. I want him cremated right away.
Okay.
And I want everything that's touched him buried or sterilized. Everything, you understand?
Sure, Doc, sure.
And get those slides into a sterilizer right away, will you, Paul?
Right. Oh, they sent over the serum and the streptomycin just before you got here.
Good. We'll all take a shot, then get to work on the men down the hall. 2 cc's.
Right.
Thanks for calling us, Cleaver. You did just the right thing.
You sure never know, do you?
No, you don't.
What do we say to those guys out there?
Well, just that the dead man may have had some communicable disease. That we're giving him shots just to play it safe.
I'd better warn you. Some of them won't like the idea.
Well, maybe they'd like 10 days in quarantine better. But whatever you say, Cleaver, not a word about what it really is.
Okay, Doc.
Roll up your sleep, friend.
No, take Cleaver first.
Cleaver?
I'm going to call the mayor. Let's hope he can see me right away.
I'll get right down to cases, gentlemen. This is Dr. Reed of the United States Public Health Service. Doctor, I believe you know our city health commissioner.
I'm glad you could get here, Dr. Mackey.
Not at all, Reed, not at all.
This police commissioner Quinn, Captain Warren of the homicide detail, Mr. Wynant, my assistant. There should have been more of us, Doctor, but 20 minutes isn't much notice.
Notice of what, Mr. Mayor? This is all very mysterious.
Dr. Reed phoned me from the city morgue. He has something to tell us about pneumonic plague.
Plague? What plague?
Pneumonic plague, Mr. Quinn. The pulmonary form of bubonic plague, the Black Death of the Middle Ages. Its death incidence is practically 100%.
Who did he say he was?
I'm Dr. Reed of the United States Public Health Service, and one of our jobs is to keep plague out of this country. You see, gentlemen, bubonic plague is spread by the rat flea, which is why we watch all ships and ports. Pneumonic, on the other hand, can be spread like a common cold, on the breath, the sneezes, or sputum of its victims.
But I still don't know why we were called into this.
Because this morning, Mr. Wynant, right here in your city, your police found the body of a man infected with this disease.
Well, Dan?
Our reports show the man died with 2 bullet wounds. Right, Captain?
That's right, sir. Heart and lungs. The police surgeon...
Regardless of what the police surgeon said, he would have died within 12 hours, bullet wounds or not.
But what he did die of was 2 .38 caliber slugs.
He had pneumonic plague.
But he died of...
Drop it, Tom.
Dr. Mackey?
As you know, Henry, I've not been to the morgue, but I see no reason why my department can't make a thorough analysis.
There's a very good reason why you can't, sir. I had the body destroyed, cremated.
Had it destroyed?
It was a prime source of contamination. Now, we've inoculated everybody who might have had contact with the body except one man. The man or men who committed the murder.
Now, the killer wasn't within 10 feet of him. I can prove it.
Was he shot on that riverbank, Captain?
Of course not. He was dumped off the Canal Street Pier sometime between 5 and 5:30 a.m.
How did he get to the Canal Street Pier?
How do I know? Somebody must have...
Exactly.
Yeah.
The point is that whoever dumped him there might very well be walking around with incipient plague.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Sorry, Dan, but we've got to work on the supposition that the doctor is right.
But after all, we don't know the identity of the dead man. We have no possible idea of motivation.
You still don't know who he is?
That's right, Doctor. We still don't know. There was nothing in his clothes that could identify him.
What about fingerprints?
Not on file in our records, sir. We sent them on to the FBI, but we've had no answer yet. He was maybe 42 years old, 5'9", and weighed 151 pounds.
Well, but surely there's something.
There was a label in his suit. It came from Haifa. That's Palestine or Arabia. His shoes were bought in Buenos Aires. Maybe he was a sailor. We don't know yet. Some of the boys who saw him said he looked kind of, well, like an Armenian or maybe a Czech. You see, these things take a little time, Doctor.
Only we don't have time.
Also, we don't have the body.
Now, look, If the killer is incubating pneumonic plague, he could start spreading it within 48 hours.
48 hours?
Yes, Captain Warren. We have 48 hours. Shortly after that, you'll have the makings of an epidemic.
Oh, Commissioner, what's the use of kidding ourselves? We can't turn up an unknown killer in 2 days.
Warren's absolutely right. Now, if you want to believe the doctor here, I'm sorry, Doctor, but frankly, I honestly don't. But if you want to believe him, there's only one way to handle this. Give the story to the newspapers. Get it on the radio.
And have everybody who was in contact with the dead man leave town? No, you can't give it to the press. Now, I might be an alarmist. I may be entirely wrong. I don't know. But I've seen this disease work. And I'm telling you that if it ever gets loose, the result will be more horrible than any of you can imagine. And the key to the whole thing lies right here now in the next 48 hours. You can take me at my word or whatever you like.
Well, what can we do?
Find the man who killed him.
Warren, put your best men on it.
Yes, sir.
And you can work with the doctor personally.
If that's an order, sure.
It's an order. And I know you can count on our health department.
Of course. All the assistance possible.
All right, Tom. Make your arrangements with the doctor here. Take any emergency action you feel necessary. I think the only way to...
Hope I wasn't too rough just now.
On me? No.
No. I meant the rest of them. Still have a feeling they don't believe me. But I know how serious this can be.
Yeah. Now, if I were you, I'd start worrying about what you're going to do when we don't turn up with your boy.
Well, if that's your attitude, we're not going to get very far.
Mr. Reed, I was assigned to this. I'll do the best I can, but let's not get the idea that I'm a sailor in your Navy. And if you think that you're...
Warren. Been looking for you.
You found me, Neff, and you're interrupting me.
Heard you just had a meeting.
Little pitchers.
Well, maybe my paper's interested. What's the score?
Some complaints about your newspaper. We figure we ought to fumigate it.
Oh, no. You know you can't hide anything. When it breaks, I'll spell your name wrong.
Yeah, that's what I told them. We just ought to fumigate you.
You boys worry me when you take off on your own.
No sense in our both worrying. Goodbye, Neff.
Now, just a second.
I said goodbye.
Well, that's right, you did. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Oh, where are you going, Mr. Reed?
I don't know. Depends on you.
Now, listen, Doc, I got a job to do. Just a routine sort of a job like rounding up every suspect in town. I'm supposed to be pretty good at it, so why don't I call you if I need you?
You mean you'd like to get rid of me, Captain?
No.
Okay, then I'll go with you.
All right. Come on. Well, you can't say you're not getting action, Doc. See that mob? We got half the two-bit criminals in town out there.
I wish you sounded more confident at getting information.
We'll get plenty of information about pickpockets, sneak thieves, and wife-beaters. But about your murderer, not a chance.
Yeah.
All right, Scott, come on in. Dr. Reed, Lieutenant Scott.
How are you?
Good evening, sir.
Captain, that reporter, Neff, is looking for
Well,
you.
get rid of him.
Yes, sir.
Well, that all you got to tell me?
No, sir. We checked Mobile and Tampa.
Yeah.
No record of the dead man. Nothing on file with the FBI. The lab found traces of fish in his clothes. Also, rust-resistant paint and salt. The fish traces could be shrimp.
Well, it's obvious he came off a boat, so we ought to go
Unless
ahead.
he walked through a fish market, bought 4 pounds of shrimp, and brushed against a freshly painted fire escape.
Yeah.
Scott, I suppose these are all the photographs we got?
Yeah, that's all, sir.
Okay.
Captain, the boys are sort of wondering why they have to take these shots.
They've been wondering, have they? Where do they think they are, in a summer camp? Because the commissioner says so, that's why.
Oh, that's what I told them. Yes, sir.
Roll up your sleeve.
What do you mean? What do you think you're going to do?
Roll up your sleeve.
Well, why should I take one of those things?
Because the commissioner says so. And I told the commissioner. Roll it up.
Anything funny, Scott?
No, sir. No, sir.
What's the matter? You guys ain't got enough work to do?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, get on it! Well, you satisfied?
No, I'm not. Those suspects you're bringing in, if there's not a chance of getting anywhere, what are you doing it for?
I'm doing it because the commissioner told me to, and I'm doing it this way because it's the only way you left me. But why I'm doing it, I don't know.
Now, look, how can I make you believe that what we're doing...
Believe? Why shouldn't I believe you, Doctor? You're a smart fellow, a college man. You probably wouldn't make something out of nothing just to be important.
You know, my mother always told me that if you look deep enough in anybody, you'd always find some good. But I don't know.
With apologies to your mother, that's the second mistake she made.
I should have seen that one coming. Come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
I'm busy.
I want to buy you a cup.
I'm busy.
Come on, let's see if you can drag that load across the street. Look, Captain, do you have a family? Are you married?
No. My wife died 8 years ago.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be personal.
The doc I got said she had neuralgia, but she didn't. It was a brain tumor.
You don't think much of me as a doctor either, do you?
Keep asking questions, Doc. You finally get answers. No.
Mind if I ask why?
Government job, civil service, 30 years, a pension. What do you make?
I think it runs about the same as a police captain. Now, look, Warren, the reason I asked if you had a family was that, well, I thought if you had some children, you might realize the seriousness of this.
I haven't got any kids.
Well, thousands of people do. And think what could happen to them.
I'll think anything you like, but I'll still say I'm doing everything I can.
Look, the man who was killed came off a boat. Probably he was smuggled into the country.
Now, we've checked every boat. We're combing the waterfront, and we're hauling in every man that could possibly know anything about it.
Well, from what I've seen, they're not too anxious to talk to.
Well, maybe they ain't. Maybe they want to talk to the mothers. Maybe they want to talk to you. What can I do about it?
Offer a reward. Promise immunity for information.
And get a couple more experts from Washington to help me out?
Well, you could use them.
You'll never see the day.
All right, do you mind if I do something on my own?
Yes, I do.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and watch?
Listen, Doc, I'm taking a chance you may be right. You can take a chance. I know what I'm doing, and let me do it. As a matter of fact, you'd help us both out if you went home and went to bed.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. And I'm not going to wait until the facts penetrate that thick skull of yours. There just isn't that much time. There's for the coffee.
Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Panic in the Street, starring Richard Widmark as Dr. Clinton Reed, Paul Douglas as Captain Warren, and Joyce Mackenzie as Nancy. 20 hours ago, a man was murdered. A man carrying germs even more deadly than the bullets that killed him. In every corner of the city, the search goes on. Who was he? Who killed him? In the seamiest part of town, not far from the docks, there's a shabby store. It's lined with washing machines, a laundry service. It's long past closing time, but in the back of the store...
I got here, Blackie. I'm all packed just like you told me.
You're nervous, Fitch. What are you nervous for? Where's Poldy?
Poldy?
I told you to come back here with Poldy.
Yeah, I know you did, Blackie. I went right over and told him, but he don't want to go.
Why don't he want to go?
I don't know, Blackie. He just don't want to go.
He don't want to go. Sure, I knew it, Fitch. All day now I got a hunch about Poldy.
Oh, Blackie, please, I tell you, the cops are picking everybody up, everybody.
Why? Why are they picking everybody up?
Blackie, you know, the guy last night, Poldy's cousin, Kochak, he's dead.
So they turned the whole town upside down for a crumb? Every cop in town huffing and puffing to find out who he is? Why are they doing it?
Blackie, I don't know.
He brought something in, see, off the boat. Drugs, maybe, a jewelry. He brought in something, and they're looking for it. Only they ain't found it. You know why? Because friend Poldy's got it.
Poldy? Oh, but Poldy's a nice guy. He wouldn't do nothing.
He's trying to put something over on me, Fitch. I'm his friend, and that's how he repays me. You find Poldy. I want to see him.
Hello?
I wake you up, honey?
Oh, Clint. Well, good evening.
Haven't had a chance to call you till now. You all right?
Oh, sure, I'm fine. Well, can I put on a pot of coffee?
No, you better not, honey. I'll tell you all about it later. Oh, did anybody call me? Captain Warren from the police?
No messages, Clint. Where are you?
Well, it's a seaman's hiring hall, place where they hire sailors.
Oh, looking for a new job, huh?
Yeah, I'm deserting you. Shipping out on the first boat.
Well, as long as you're back by morning.
I'll do my best, honey. Take it easy. Could I have your attention, please? Could I have your attention for just a minute, please? The man in charge here just gave me permission to talk to you. I'm a government doctor. I have some photographs here of a man, and it's extremely important that I find out who this man is. I think he's a sailor. So would you please take a careful look at these photographs? I'll pay $50 to anybody who can tell me anything at all about this man, anything. I'm not from the police, so you can't get into any trouble. Now, if you just step up here, please. That's it, thank you. Thanks very much.
I never seen him before.
Any information at all, please. Even if you just think you've seen him. Any information at all. Well, look, let me leave one of these pictures here. I'll be at that lunch counter next door. I'll stay there till 7 o'clock. You can ask me any questions you want to, and you can give me the information if you want to do that. And please try to remember. Is that clock right, mister?
It's right. 10 minutes to 6.
Thanks. Charge me rent if you want to. Here, drop this in the jukebox, will you?
Excuse me. You're the man who's looking for someone?
That's right.
Someone looking for $50?
Well?
He said for you to come with me. Will you?
He said. Who's he?
Well, you coming?
Yeah. Yeah, sure I'm coming.
It's cold down here with the water, huh?
Yeah, it is. Which boat did you say?
The shrimp boat. The second one, right over there. What was it you wanted to find out?
This picture. I want to know if your friend has ever seen this man.
Did he do something wrong?
No, he did nothing wrong.
Well, this is it. You can come aboard.
Who are you, cop?
I'm with the Public Health Service. I'm a doctor.
Get in here.
A doctor? That's right, I'm a doctor. This picture. I want to know who this man is, what ship he was smuggled off. Did you bring him in?
Get out, blow.
If you did bring him in, there's a good chance you're going to die in about 3 days.
Who are you trying to kid?
I'm not trying to kid anybody. You're a sailor. Did you ever hear of plague?
Plague?
This man died of it yesterday morning.
Charlie.
He's making it up. I never seen this guy, mister. I ain't been out of port in 10 days.
Okay. Then you've got nothing to worry about. Sorry I bothered you.
No, wait.
Let him go.
I won't let him go. You told me yourself the man was sick when you brought him in.
Stupid fool. Look, teach her.
Charlie, please, he's a doctor. Gotta know what he's doing.
This is $50. This here in this case is anti-plague serum.
Charlie.
Now roll up your sleeve and start talking.
I got him off a freighter out in the Gulf. I don't know his name, and I don't know nothing about him. I swung the whole deal with one of the crew.
What ship?
I don't know. It was night. I couldn't see.
Doc, please give him a shot.
What's the name of that ship?
I said I don't know.
Now, look, this is the only hypodermic needle I've got, and it breaks very easily. Now start talking, or you're going to get into trouble.
The Nile Queen. A freighter. The Nile Queen.
All right, now hold still. Give me your arm and hold still.
Hello.
Warren?
Yeah, this is Warren. That you, Reed?
Yeah.
Where are you?
The government wharf, Coast Guard Pier. I've got a lead, Warren. The ship, a few miles out at sea.
Well?
All right, maybe you've got a better lead.
I've got nothing.
They're warming up a plane. We'll wait here 20 minutes. Can you make it out here?
I can make it.
Thanks.
The captain's coming out, Commissioner. He just got back from the ship. I thought I'd better come down, Tom. Any luck?
Well, our dead man came off that ship, all right, sir.
Well, who was he? What's his name?
We don't know. Half the crew can't even speak English. 2 men stowed aboard at Oran. They hid in the chain locker. They got their food from a Chinese cabin boy. Then about a week ago, one of them died, and they tossed him overboard.
Didn't anyone ever talk to them? They must have said something.
Well, according to the cabin boy, all they did was complain about the food. They wanted the cook to make shish kebab. He remembered that much because he thought it was a big joke.
Shish kebab?
Yeah, it's lamb on a skewer. Armenian, I guess, or Greek, maybe. I kind of liked it myself, Commissioner, up till now.
Where's Dr. Reed?
He found rats on the ship and 2 of the crew sick with fever, so he scared the captain into turning back. They're in quarantine now, and I told them I'd meet them. All we got to do is cover every restaurant in town that serves shish kebab.
Well, it's the first break we've had. Good work, Tom.
Yeah, only it was Reed who got the lead. I just went along for the ride.
Yes, sir. You like a table, mister?
You serve Greek food, huh?
Anything you like, gentlemen.
We're from the Public Health Service.
Public health? Was I run a clean place? I passed inspection last month.
No, it's all right. We're just trying to identify a man, that's all.
Here's his picture. You know him? Has he ever been in here?
No.
You won't get into any trouble. We just want some information.
He was sick, see? Contagious. We want to find out who he was and where he went.
But I don't know. Maybe my wife knows. I go inside and ask her.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You know this is hopeless, don't you, Doc? This is the 11th joint we've been in.
Any suggestions?
Yes, we run the whole story in the newspapers. His picture, everything. I'll block every road leaving town, cover the bus stations, the railroad. No, huh?
You're getting it, Warren. Slowly.
They sure make 'em stubborn where you come from.
But they're from the Board of Health. They say he was sick, Rita. Contagious.
Oh, you know I don't feel good. You know I'm sick. So you come in and bother me.
But he was here. That fellow Poldy brought him in. Rita, Poldy is here now. He's in the restaurant now.
Alone?
Alone? No. That man they call Blackie and the Fitch.
You want us to get in trouble?
But Rita, the law. Kochak, he called him. Poldy called him Kochak.
Oh, will you please stop it? I got a headache fit to kill me. I'm sick.
Rita, maybe you should go home.
Oh, stop fussing. Go on and tell them to mind you.
Well, what'd your wife say?
Well, I'm sorry. She doesn't know anything either. You leave the picture, maybe sometime he comes in here, eh?
I don't think he'll be around for quite a while. Okay, Doc. Let's try Market Street. What's the matter, Poldy? We invite you in here and you don't eat a thing.
I told you, Blackie, I don't feel good. I'm cold, honest, in my head.
You felt good enough to make me chase you all over town.
You sure you're sick, Poldy? Maybe just worried, huh? Look, Poldy, your cousin Kochak. Who was he? Who was Kochak?
He was nothing, honest.
Nothing, huh? Just enough to have every cop in town looking for us. Every guy they're grabbing, whether he's got a record or not.
Why do you suppose they're doing that, Poldy? And what about the stuff he brought in?
He didn't bring nothing in. How should I know, Blackie?
All you tell me is lies, Poldy. I treat you like a friend, you tell me lies.
I ain't lying, honest, I ain't.
Shiv and shiv alike, we said. Only Poldy's just out for Poldy.
No, it ain't true. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
Sit down, Fitch. Let him go.
But he's getting away again, Blackie.
Is he? Where's Poldy gonna go where we can't find him? Huh? Tell me that. Where's he gonna go?
Car 12, Captain Warren. Car 12, Captain Warren. Acknowledge, please.
This is Warren. What is it?
Commissioner Quinn, sir. He's anxious to know if you found anything in the restaurants.
Yeah, a lot of greasy menus. We got about a dozen more joints to check. Tell the boss I'll call him later.
Yes, sir. I have a message for Dr. Reed. Do you know where we could reach him?
He's right here. Reed.
This is Reed.
Your office reports the city hospital has just received a call for the ambulance. Fever case, emergency. A woman.
Where? What address?
124 Nichols Avenue. Any reply, Doctor?
Yes. Tell Gaffney at my office to get over there right away. I'll meet him there. Thanks a lot.
Over.
Okay with you, Warren?
A lot I got to say about this case.
Then let's get going.
Well, Doc?
She's dead. No sign of the husband yet. Huh?
I called the patrol car. They're getting him now.
Where'd Gaffney go?
He's upstairs starting inoculations. Hey, Doc. No chance of a mistake?
No. You couldn't miss it.
What about a death certificate? It's got to be filed, and if the
The
newspaper's
doctor
got
put down a tentative diagnosis of pneumonia with complications. That'll do for now.
What happened? What do you do here?
It's the husband, Captain.
Let him up! My wife, where is she? Where's my wife?
She's in the bedroom, but we can't let you go in there.
Who are you? What did you do to her?
Your wife is dead.
No. No, you lied. Rita!
Easy,
Rita!
mister, easy. She's dead.
But the doctor, he telephones me. He says not to worry. She's going to be all right.
I'm sorry. Remember us, Ferris? We showed you a picture of a man a few hours ago. We asked if you knew him.
Maybe now you'll tell us who he was.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Stop lying to us. He had the sickness that killed your wife. Now, who was he?
His sickness killed my wife?
Yes. Now, who was he? Who was he?
Kochak. His name was Kochak. I don't know him. Poldy brings him to the restaurant the overnight.
Poldy? Who's Poldy?
She waited on him. My wife, she brings him
Who's
dinner.
Poldy? Poldy? Where does Poldy live?
I don't know. The Glory Hotel, I think. The Glory Hotel.
Come on, Doc. There's nothing you can do for him that Gaffney can't do. Scott! Yes? Call in. I want a dozen men right away. Code 6, Gloria Hotel.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 3 of Panic in the Street. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Panic in the Street, starring Richard Widmark as Dr. Clinton Reed, Paul Douglas as Captain Warren, and Joyce Mackenzie as Nancy. It's a few minutes later, the Gloria Hotel. But the man named Poldy is not to be found. And now, in the lobby...
Well, there's no point in us waiting, Doc. If he shows up, I got a half a dozen men who can...
Warren. Still with Dr. Reed, huh? Well, I'm ready for your statement, Doctor.
What statement is that, Mr. Neff?
Oh, stop it, will you? You think I've been walking around with my head in a bag? A murdered hoodlum, a ship in quarantine, now a dead woman on Nichols Avenue? An idiot could figure it out.
You qualify. What do you figure?
Well, I figured the guy had smallpox or cholera or something. And I want to know why you haven't...
It isn't smallpox, and it isn't cholera. It's plague. Pneumonic plague.
Plague?
That's why we can't let you have the story.
You can't let me have it.
That's right.
With the chance of an epidemic?
That's right. You can't print it.
The public's got a right to know what's going on, and no two-bit civil servant...
Regardless of your opinion, I've got to do what I think is best.
Did you do what you thought was best for that woman who just died? If the doctor had known what was going on, couldn't he have saved her, couldn't he?
I don't know.
You don't know. And because you don't know, you don't want anybody else to know.
All right, drop it, Neff. If your editor's got a story, let him go ahead and print it.
The editor doesn't have it. But he's going to get it right now.
Oh, he doesn't have it, huh? What do you know? Scott.
Yes?
This man's under arrest.
What do you think you're trying to pull?
Incommunicado, Scott. He speaks to nobody.
What's the charge, big shot?
Loitering, public nuisance, anything you can spell.
Come on, let's go, Mr. Neff.
Warren, you're crazy. I can have your badge for this. You know I can.
If I'd have been busted by every newspaper man that tried to get my bars, I'd be mopping floors in the Hall of Justice years ago. Now out!
Thanks, Warren.
Wait for me in the car.
Officer,
Yes, sir?
that reporter, can he really make trouble?
Trouble? His newspaper wanted to put the pressure on Warren. He'd be lucky if he could get a job mopping floors. He's a right guy, Doc. I hope he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, so do I.
Clint, is that you?
In the garage, honey. Oh, don't come any closer. Just stay where you are.
Contagion case, huh?
Yep. Just changed clothes. Another uniform to be decontaminated.
You didn't catch it yourself, did you? You look a little beat.
Yeah, I look so good normally.
Clint, did you just drop something?
Whitfield's bill. I didn't pay it.
You can pay it tomorrow.
No, I can't pay it tomorrow, and I can't pay it the next day. I spent the money. Now, look, when I get the dough, I'll pay it. Just stop pestering me about it.
Clint, I didn't say anything. What happened?
I'm sorry, honey. I'm awful sorry. I gave $50 to somebody.
No, I don't mean about the money.
Well, anyway, I spent it on something for the department. Look, be a good kid and make me some coffee, will you? I got to go right out again.
Go right out?
Yeah.
What's don't need more than coffee.
Just coffee, Nancy.
But, Clint, if you haven't had any...
Coffee.
I'll put it right on.
I'll wait on the porch. Tommy okay?
He's fine, Clint. Did you get any sleep last night?
I don't know. Guess I must have. It's plague, Nancy. Pneumonic plague.
Plague?
Yep.
Here?
Whoever's carrying it's still wandering around.
Oh, Clint, why don't you lie down just for an hour or so?
No, I can't. Gaffney's waiting for me. He hasn't slept either.
Gaffney's younger than you are.
Honey, Methuselah is younger than I am tonight.
Clint.
Hmm?
What is it? What's wrong?
Oh, I'm just out of gas, Nancy. I'm tired and fed up.
I'll go make the coffee.
Okay. You know, today I took a perfectly nice guy. A cop. Not the smartest guy in the world, but who is? So what do? I push him around, make a lot of smart cracks about him, tell him off all day long. And he winds up proving he's 4 times the man I'll ever be.
I don't believe it.
Why do I do that, huh? Well, I do the same thing to you, too, don't I?
Yes. Yes, you do. Every once in a while you get a guilty feeling that you've been missing out, that you owe something to me or to Tommy or somebody or other, and then you take it out on whoever happens to be around. Mostly I'm around.
So?
So stop feeling sorry for yourself, because you're a pretty lucky guy.
Lucky? Holy smoke.
You're doing exactly the sort of work you planned on doing when you entered medical school. How many people can say that?
I don't know. All I do know is that I've got exactly $38 in the savings account.
And if there's a plague here, you're the most important man in town. And not only to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And Clint, not only that, I love you, Clint. I love you. Hello? Yes. Yes, he's here, Captain Warren. Right away? Yes. I'll tell him.
Doc, over here.
What's up, Warren?
I don't know, but it ain't good.
Did you find Poldy?
No. The mayor called. Get hold of you, he says. Come over here to the park. Wait under the statue. What am I, a bookie?
Somebody's coming.
What? Oh, yeah, that's him. The other guy with him's his secretary.
Sorry I had to call you here, but my office and my home are crawling with reporters. Now I find you've arrested one. What's the matter with you, Captain? You lost your mind. Now, just what imbecility...
He did it on my authority, Mr. Mayor.
Your authority?
Yes, sir.
You're an advisor here, Dr. Reed. You can oblige me by confining your authority to your own duties.
We got a line on one of the dead man's friends, Mayor, a fellow named Poldy, and
Have you made an arrest yet?
Oh, no, sir. But...
I'm sorry, Captain, but we can't wait any longer.
May I ask what that means?
It means that I'm giving the facts to Neff as soon as I leave here. Believe me, our only chance now for full cooperation is to inform the public.
Inform the public, and the men we're looking for will leave the city. Now, I've told you once, and I'll tell you again. Anybody leaving here with plague endangers the entire country.
The entire country hasn't got it. We have. This problem lies right here in our own community.
What community? Anybody that leaves here can be in any city in the country within 10 hours. And whatever disease he has goes right with him.
I know that.
And think of it when you're talking about communities. We're all in a community, the same one.
In any event, there are about 4 more hours before the morning edition hits the streets.
Then I'm wasting my time here.
Do what you can, Tom. I couldn't hold Neff, Doctor. Strangely enough, I agree with you, but I couldn't hold him.
Mayor, beg your pardon?
Well, why not?
Mind if I take off now, sir?
Go ahead, but I want to be on the radio in the morning at 9 o'clock.
I'm taking the kids upriver to their grandmother's.
Oh?
I'll be back by 8:30, but I've got to do it.
Well, here we go.
He'll be back in the morning and he'll stay.
Yeah, sure he will. And kids are kids. Nevertheless, here we go.
It's us, Baldy. See? Just Blackie and me. We come to see how you're feeling.
Blackie. We'd have come sooner if we know you're here at your old lady's place.
You don't feel so good, huh, Poldy?
The nurse. Where's the nurse?
What nurse do you mean, Poldy?
The old lady told me, a nurse from the social service, Blackie.
Don't worry about the nurse, Poldy. I sent your kid brother for my doctor. He's going to get you well.
I ain't going to get well. I'm going to die.
Nah, Poldy, you won't die. We're going to help you. So, now maybe you tell me, huh? What did Poldy bring in, huh? What did Kochak bring in off that ship, huh, Poldy?
I don't know. Nothing. I don't know.
It must be lying around someplace and worth a fortune, huh? The way the cops are looking for it.
My mother. Tell my mother.
She went to church to pray for you. But we won't leave you, Poldy. We're your friends, so talk. Talk! Cut it out, Poldy. I've been real patient, haven't I? So where's the stuff? Where is it?
Blackie, please, he's too sick.
The doc will be here soon, Poldy. The best to care for my friend. So you just tell me what...
How did you people get in this room?
Blackie the nurse.
Are you members of the family?
But, we're his friends.
Well, clear out of here. This man's got to be taken to a hospital.
He ain't gone.
I just reported the case. An ambulance is on the way over.
Then send the doc, because he ain't gone.
I brought the doctor, Blackie.
Good morning, all. My goodness, 3 flights of stairs. Well, the nurse. How is he, miss?
He's a very sick man. I phoned for an ambulance.
I see.
He's going to stay here. Tell her to get out, Doc.
But if the nurse says...
Now, Vince, you don't want your brother in a charity ward, do you? Some intern working on him?
Doc, please.
Oh, we'll take good care of him, son. Probably just a touch of malarial fever.
Doctor, his respiration. He can hardly breathe.
Well, there's no need for excitement, nurse.
Yes, sir, I understand, but...
And if you take the patient without permission...
You're his brother.
Yes, ma'am?
I can't force treatment on you, but if you take my advice, you'll get him to a hospital just as fast as you can.
I better find my mother.
That's right, son. You run along and look for your mother. This man's in bad shape, Blackie.
Just fix him up so he can talk some sense. He's got to talk. Give him a shot or something.
It's going to take more than a shot. He'd be better off in a hospital. Now, there's a little private place I have access to. It's rather expensive, however.
Never mind that. How do we get him out of here? Now, I mean, fast.
Well, if you and your friend here could lift that mattress and get him down to my car...
Your car, huh? Okay. The back way, Fitch. The fire escape.
Nurse, wait a minute, please. Did you just come out of that tenement?
Well?
I'm Dr. Reed, Government Health Service.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
The city hospital just notified my office that they were sending an ambulance to this address. It is a fever case?
Yes, Doctor, the 3rd floor. The name's Poldy.
Poldy?
And if you ask me, there's something that... Doctor, look, the fire escape. They're taking him down the fire escape.
Wait for the ambulance, nurse. Don't leave here.
Oh, really, Doctor? I think this is something for the police.
So do I. They're on the way right now.
Get out of the way, mister. We got a sick man.
I'm a doctor. I want to take a look at him.
We got our own doctor. Get out of the way.
Stay where you are. I want to see it.
Get out of the way. Blackie, look, police.
You want to see him, do you? All right, here he comes.
Go ahead, Warren. This is Quinn. What happened?
Poldy's dead. There are 2 other men, and we're after them now. They took off from the tenement, headed for the waterfront. Scott just radioed they're in the coffee warehouse. I've got Reed with me. Commissioner, this is Signal 50. Coffee warehouse, Signal 50.
Watchmen, then they went for the roof.
Okay, start at opposite ends of the building. Cover every skylight, every window, every door.
Yes, sir. Get rifles, submachine guns.
Wait a minute. We can't have those men shot. They're no good to us dead.
What are we supposed to do? Play tag with them? These are armed hoodlums. They killed 1 man already.
I know. Now keep your shirt on, will you? Doc, where do you think you're going, Doc? Get back here, Doc. Get back.
Blackie, I can't go no further. We gotta quit. We'll never get out of here.
You ain't quitting, Fitch. I got you off the roof, didn't I?
Yeah, but where are we? I don't even know where we are.
We're under the wharf.
I can't see where I'm going.
Just keep crawling. We got maybe 100 feet more to go. There's a rowboat over there. I seen it from the roof.
A lot of good that'll do us.
There's a ship at the next dock. It's getting ready to shove off. Well, I'm getting aboard.
Two men. Let them through me.
Get down.
You shouldn't have shot, Blackie. Now they know we're under here.
Keep going, you hear?
Poldy had slaves.
had plague.
I can't, Blackie. I can't go any.
Hear me? Told he had plague. I'm a doctor. I can cure you.
Blackie, he had plague. I touched him, Blackie. I touched him.
It's your only chance. Give yourselves up.
Gotta be here, the rowboat. I saw it.
Stay where you are.
There it is. Get in the boat. Get in it and shut up.
Blackie, what are you going to do?
That guy, I'm waiting for him behind the pylon. Just let him.
Blackie.
You there. You in the boat. Where's that other man? If he's with you, tell him to stand up.
All right, come on. Get out of that rock.
Doc! Doc! Where are you, Doc? Come to the wharf. I know he's down here.
I give up!
No, right down here!
Give up, tell him I killed Kochak, huh?
No,
you don't.
There were two of them, Warren.
Yeah, we know. Now take it easy, Doc. You got a lump on your head.
Get him.
Yeah, we got the fat boy. The other guy shot him. It's all right. He's going to live at least long enough to talk.
What about the other one?
He jumped in the drink and started swimming. There's 50 cops looking for him right now. Now, come on, take it easy, will you? Here, I'll give you a hand. There we go. Up on the water. Come on.
You've got to find him, Warren. He's a carrier. If he gets away, we might...
Swimming toward that dock. Turn back or I'll fire. Turn back or I'll fire.
Put down your rifle.
What?
You heard me. Just put it down. He ain't going no place.
But if he reaches the dock, Captain, that man's still armed.
Look at him, will you? He's reached the dock, all right.
He's climbing up the rope to that ship.
Yeah, there's just one hitch. He's got to get past that rat guard, that metal shield around the rope. Tell him what it's for, Doc.
To keep rats off ships.
Rats. All sorts of rats.
You're right, Captain. He can't pass it. He's letting go. He's fallen.
Okay, Scott. Take a couple of men and fish him out of the water.
Yes,
Come on, Doc. I'll drive you home.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and I almost forgot to tell you, they found a case of perfume under the sink in Polly's tenement. Smuggled, no customs stamps.
Perfume? Is it worth anything?
Oh, $200-300. You want a bottle? It's right there in the back seat, huh?
No, thanks. Not today.
Car 17. Car 17. 37. 23rd and Katina. A dog barking. Check with residents.
Well, back to the old grind again. Huh?
A dog barking. They got a lot to worry about sending a
what
SWAT
are you getting
car out.
so tough about?
I don't know. Well, so long, Doc. Keep me in mind, won't you?
Yeah, right, Cap. So long.
So long.
Well, hello there, neighbor.
Oh, hello, Mr. Green. How are you?
Oh, fine. You know, Dr. Tommy tells me you haven't been around in a couple of days. It's none of my business, but you ought to spend some time with that boy. He's a great kid.
Yeah, well, I've been kind of busy.
Your own son comes first, you know. Nice seeing you, Doctor.
Thanks.
As a result, Dr. Mackey of the Board of Health has been able to issue a most reassuring bulletin. All contacts have been found and inoculated. The danger is over.
Hi,
I will
honey.
repeat.
Hi.
There's no cause for alarm. All
Sounds like
contacts have been
Mackey's
found
got
and
things
inoculated.
under control.
The search was
He's a
started
good
on
man.
Thursday following the
Turn it
finding of
off.
the body.
Oh, anything new around here?
Not a thing. Oh, some mail for you.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
No, it's just a bill from the cleaners. Uniforms. A little dirty. Well, what are you smiling about? What's the big joke?
You come here.
What a mushy day.
In just a moment, we want you to meet our stars in person, and Mr. Keeley will tell you all about next week's show. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And now you can all sit back and relax and join me in well-earned applause for Richard Widmark, Paul Douglas, and Joyce Mackenzie. Well, Dick, you've made quite a change in character since your last appearance on our stage.
Well, I guess so, Bill. For a while there, I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life as a villain or a moron.
Well, you certainly have been the hero lately, Dick, particularly in Halls of Montezuma, where you played Marine Lieutenant.
You know, I started out as sort of a comedy villain, but I'm a hero now, too, playing policeman yet.
Joyce, you know, you seem to have changed, too. You started out to be a pretty girl, and you've gone right on getting prettier.
Oh, it's nice of you to say so, Bill. And that would be credit to Lux Toilet Soap. It's always been my favorite complexion care.
Say, Dad,
Yes, Junior.
don't you continue on the police force in your next picture for 20th Century Fox, 14 hours?
Yes, I do. And if they think tonight's play was exciting, wait till they see me spend 14 hours trying to talk a guy out of jumping off a building.
Yeah, there you go again, always bragging about the police force. Why don't you join the Marines and live dangerously?
For the same reason they put me on the police force, flat feet. And furthermore, Junior, don't...
No, hold it, boys. You know, I think 20th Century Fox is going to have to cast you two in the same branch of the government to sort of end the argument.
The Internal Revenue Department?
In the meantime, what about your cast for next week? And what's the play to be?
Well, Joyce, next week we'll take you back to the days of our western frontier by presenting She Wore a Yellow Ribbon. And as the stars of this historic RKO drama, we'll have the man recently voted the most popular actor of the year, John Wayne. And co-starring will be glamorous Mala Power.
That'll be great entertainment, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and come back soon.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe. Occupation, private detective. You know, somebody says, follow that guy, so I follow him. Or, find that female, so I find her. And what do I get out of it? $10 a day in expenses. Right now, you're hearing a lot about a murder. They call it The Case of the Lady in the Lake. That's a good title. It fits. But what you've heard about is one thing, and the real thing is something else again. There's only one guy who knows that. I know it. I started finding out about it a few days before Christmas. I was tired of being pushed around for nickels and dimes, so I decided I'd write about murder. I pounded out a story and sent it to the Kingsby Publications Incorporated, specialists in literary gore.
Oh, come in, Mr. Marlowe, and hear about the story you wrote.
Yeah, I got a letter from a guy named A. Fromsett.
I'm Fromsett. Adrian Fromsett, to be precise. Tell me something, Mr. Marlowe. Have you done much writing?
No?
You do very well for a beginner.
Well, it's based on an authentic case. You run this publishing business all by yourself, Miss Fromsett?
No, Mr. Kingsby runs it. Tell me, are there really detectives like the one in your story who never lie, cheat, or double-cross a client?
Yeah, there are a couple of dopes like that.
Good. Then you were writing about yourself.
Look, you don't really want to buy my story, do you?
I was about to offer you $200.
Oh, no, you won't. Why don't you quit being cute? The real reason I'm here is because you want a smooth operator who keeps his mouth shut. When you read my story, you said, that's my boy. He's dumb, he's brave, and he's cheap. Am I right?
Partly. I want you to find Mr. Kingsby's wife without his knowing you're looking for her. She's a vicious woman, a liar.
I don't want to be nosy, Miss Fromsett, but what makes that any of your business?
I handle all of Mr. Kingsby's affairs. He wants to divorce her. And I don't like your manners.
I'm not selling my manners. I'm not selling my story either. I don't like getting mixed up with a tricky female, even one as good-looking as you, who wants to dispose of the boss's wife just so she can marry him herself.
People don't talk to me like that, Mr. Marlowe.
Maybe somebody should talk to you like that more often.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, come in, Jerry. This is Philip Marlowe. He submitted a story. Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Kingsby.
Hi.
Always nice to see one of our writers, Mr. Marlowe.
But he isn't one of our writers. He just turned down an offer of $200. Rather indignantly, too. But maybe he's right, Jerry. This story has part of Mr. Marlowe's soul in it. I would say it's worth $500 as souls go these days.
Congratulations, Mr. Marlowe. A businessman as well as a writer, eh?
And a private detective.
Detective?
That's what makes the story so authentic. It's so full of, what would you say it's full of, Mr. Marlowe?
Short sentences. Adrian, if there's anything you want before I leave.
I don't believe so, dearie.
Oh, good night, darling.
Good night.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Marlowe. Yeah. $500, eh?
$200 for your story, $300 for your services in finding Mrs. Kingsby.
You don't need any help there, darling. Not you.
Please don't be too difficult. I do need help.
Like I need 4 thumbs.
I wonder how it would be to discuss this over a couple of ice cubes. Would you care to try?
Imagine you needing ice cubes. Sure, Miss Fromson. Let's try. She had a very cozy apartment, Miss Fromson did. She left me alone while she fixed a drink. I couldn't help spotting the telegram. It lay there staring at me on top of the piano. It was addressed to Darris Kingsby. Going to Juarez, it said, to get a divorce and marrying Chris Lavery in Mexico. Your loving ex-wife-to-be, Crystal.
If you're going to take this case, Mr. Marlowe, the first person you should see is Chris Lavery.
Oh, who's he?
Crystal Kingsby ran away with him a month ago. Or so we thought.
A month ago, eh? Taken that long to get to El Paso?
Who said anything about El Paso?
A telegram on the piano. Why didn't you tie it on my ear? I might have found it quicker.
Oh.
What's the mystery if Kingsby's wife is in Mexico?
The mystery is that Chris Lavery's here in town, and she isn't. She's vanished.
And the telegram's a phony.
Must be.
If she's missing, why isn't Kingsby looking for her?
I don't know. Maybe thinks she's off on a toot. But a Mexican divorce? With no property settlement? Oh, no, that's not Crystal. Besides, she'd never marry Chris Lavery.
Why not?
You don't marry the Chris Laverys of this world. You just lend them all the money they need and forget to ask for it back.
You seem to know all about him. Where does he live?
Bay City. 676 Altair Street.
One more question, Miss Fromson. What would happen if I kissed you?
Why don't you try and see?
Do you always close your eyes when you think somebody's going to kiss you?
What stopped you?
Did you close your eyes when Lavery kissed you?
Get out.
You want to marry Kingsby because Lavery jilted you, huh?
Get out.
Sure, and I'll see Lavery. But don't try to be cute anymore. Just edit my manuscript.
Yes. I plan to smash the emotion right out of it.
That's the manuscript. This is me. Good night, sweetheart.
Yes, I'm Lavery, Mr. Marlowe. Come right on in, sir. Well, I declare, business must be bad if you have to go from door to door soliciting clients.
Look, Uncle Tom, I don't need a job. I've got one. And if you tell me where Mrs. Kingsby is, I'll stop bothering you.
I haven't seen Crystal in 2 months. And I've never been to El Paso, if that's what you're about to ask.
Oh, you know about the telegram, huh?
Why, yes. Miss Adrian told me.
Miss Adrian did she? Well, I guess there's nothing to do then but go to the cops.
For some reason, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think Mr. Kingsby would allow that, sir.
He might have to protect himself in case anything's happened to his wife.
Happened, sir?
Crystal Kingsby has money. Once in a while, boys like you have to make it the hard way.
You offend me, Mr. Marlowe.
Loosen up, Lavery. You'll save yourself a lot of trouble.
I'll never speak disrespectfully of a lady. Not even one as fascinating as Mrs. Kingsby was.
Was?
Sir? Oh, just a slip of the tongue, Mr. Marlowe. No, I don't hanker for any part of Mrs. Kingsby. The little lady must have sent that telegram just to embrangle me.
Embrangle you?
Oh, yes. You're a Yankee. You wouldn't understand. But pardon me, sir. Do you have the time?
What's the matter? Your clock embrangled, too? Shorten and Bread had let me have it when I looked at my watch. Brass knuckles, Southern pride. When things came back in focus, I was in the Bay City jail. A detective opened the cell and walked me down the corridor. What's the matter? Eye hurt? Oh, no, it's fine. When you came out of your blackout, you started slugging. I had to put you to sleep again. Oh, fine. All right, wise guy, in here. Captain Kane wants to see you. Come in, Governor. This is Marlowe, Captain. He likes our jail. Everything is fine. What's the charge, Captain?
Drunk in your car, ran up over the curb and found you were out cold. This empty bottle was in your hand.
Oh, fine.
We don't think it's fine at all. The only reason I'm talking to you instead of the judge is that your papers say you're a private detective.
You're on some kind of a case, aren't you? Sure, and my client slugged me, dumped me in my car, ran it up over a curb and poured whiskey on me. Then he phoned for you boys.
Maybe it wasn't a client.
You're right. There's a Southern gentleman named Chris Lavery.
Who is your client?
I don't reveal my client's name.
You're talking to the police.
The names of my clients are confidential. If they want, I wouldn't have any clients.
Okay. But that private license doesn't give you the right to start trouble in Bay City without letting me in on what you're after.
I don't like private dicks, Captain. I never met one yet that wasn't a crook. I've heard of people that don't like cops. That seems impossible, doesn't it?
Your car's in back of the jail. Get in it, Marlowe, and get out of this town.
Good morning, Miss Fromsett.
How did you get in here without being announced?
I told the receptionist it was an emergency.
You looked like an emergency.
Well, it's an old sickness. Reoccurring black eyes.
Mr. Lavery impressed you?
His brass knuckles did.
Well?
Well, nothing. I woke up in the Bay City jail.
We're right back where we started.
Yeah, maybe this is a good place for me to get off. What do you want for $300? A funeral?
You were hired to find Crystal Kingsby. Would it be asking too much to start working as a detective? Crystal Kingsby was last seen at Little Fawn Lake. That's a place in the mountains beyond Arrowhead. A few cabins in a private lake owned by Mr. Kingsby. Drive up there and talk to the caretaker.
Excuse me, Miss Fromsett.
Yes?
There's a man here to see Mr. Kingsby, Mr. Floyd Greer.
Greer?
He's a newspaper man. He says it's about something that's happened at the lake, Miss Fromsett.
I'll find Mr. Kingsby. Show Mr. Greer in. You'd better sit down, too, Mr. Marlowe.
So you're a reporter, Mr. Greer. What can I do for you?
We just got word about tragedy at Little Fawn Lake, Miss Kingsby.
Tragedy?
Do you have a caretaker named William Chess?
Well, yes, I do.
He's suspected of murder. His wife was found drowned in the lake.
Muriel?
That's right, Muriel Chess. How long since you've been up there, Miss Kingsby?
Oh, not since last month.
How about your wife? Would she know anything about Muriel Chess?
Of course not. Nothing more than I would.
Mr. Marlowe, would you mind stepping out in the hall with me? Excuse us, please. You'd better get right up to the lake.
You think Crystal Kingsby shoved this lady in the lake, eh?
It's quite possible she hated Mrs. Chess.
You like the idea.
Yes, I do. Find out what happened and report to no one about it at me.
Little Fawn Lake. It reminded me of Adrian Fromsett. So beautiful and so cold. First she wants me to find Mrs. Kingsby, then she wants me to prove she's a murderer. She's a sweetheart, Adrian is. Well, I'm back in town at 4 in the morning, and I go straight to Adrian's apartment. If I can tramp through the mountains, she can get waked up.
I have to come here for the phones, you know.
I didn't have a nickel. You know something, Miss Fromsett? You look good in this light.
What did you find at the lake?
Snow.
Who's being cute now?
You are? There'll be an item on your bill for the bribes I spent finding out that Muriel Chess had another name.
What name?
Mildred Haviland. Ever hear of her? She married your boss's caretaker because she wanted a place to hide. It seems that a cop was after her.
What's this got to do with Crystal Kingsby?
Crystal Kingsby and Muriel, or shall I call her Mildred, had a fight over a man.
What man?
The guy I was slipping the $20 bills to kept claiming he didn't know.
But I suppose you do.
Yeah. Look. Look what I found.
An ankle bracelet.
Engraved to Mildred. From Chris. It was hidden in Kingsby's cabin.
There could be any number of Chris's.
Oh, come on now, Miss Fromsett. Lavery's our boy. That ties him up with 2 women. Crystal Kingsby and Muriel.
You think he drowned Muriel Chess?
He would have drowned me if there'd been any water handy.
Oh, no. Crystal did it. Maybe you could find something else. A gun, maybe.
Oh, look. Just give me the dough I put out for expenses and I'll go on home.
Without finding Mrs. Kingsby?
Why don't you concentrate on just looking beautiful? Start being a woman. Quiet down long enough to hear your heart beat. You might wake up and find it's a different world.
I'm paying you to wake up and find Crystal Kingsby.
Okay. I'll go back and see Lavery.
No. No, you stay away from Lavery. Go back to the lake. You did fine there.
All right. But only because you're so full of persuasion. So full of, what would you say you were full of, Miss Fromsett?
My, you're being backward for a detective?
No. It's just that I'm tired playing around. As far as the next woman in my life is concerned, it's everything or nothing.
Then it better be nothing. You'd be crazy to fall in love with me. Phone me from the lake.
Let me see now. I'm not to fall in love with you, and I'm not to see Lavery.
That's it exactly. Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
I got a little sleep, and then I went straight to Lavery's house. I rang the bell. No answer. So I just walked in. He'd forgotten to lock his front door. A woman was coming down the stairs. She had a gun in her hand and for some reason didn't seem at all concerned about my presence there.
It's a disgrace. Just a disgrace. I rent this house to him and look at the way he abuses it. Well, just look at
Well, I'd be glad if you wouldn't keep pointing that thing at me.
this. Well, if you're one of Mr. Lavery's wild friends, you can get right out
I'm
of here.
not even one of Mr. Lavery's tame friends.
Cigarette
Don't-
burns on the furniture, carpet's all stained.
Look, lady, look.
All I want is my rent.
I own this house. I'm Mrs. Holbrook.
Well, I'm truly enchanted, Mrs.
And who
Holbrook.
are you, may I ask?
Finance company, about his car.
Behind in his car payments, too. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Well, we don't like it either.
If he was going away, you'd think he'd leave a check under the door or something. But, oh, no. All I found was this gun. I found it on the stairs. Here, you take it. I wonder why he'd leave it on the stairs.
He probably had a hole in his pocket. So you've been looking for him upstairs, huh? You're a naughty girl.
Why, I only wanted my money. I think I should call the police.
On the other hand, maybe we should stop and consider. Finding a gun doesn't mean anything. Everybody keeps guns.
Oh? Oh, do they really?
And I'm sure the Bay City Police would frown upon us disturbing them over such a trifle.
Oh, you think so?
Just let the Ajax Finance Company take care of this. We'll see that you get your money.
Well, if you think that
I'm sure I can, Mrs. Holbrook. You be a good girl now and run along.
Silly man. You know, you're sweet.
Thank you, Mrs. Holbrook.
Well, goodbye now.
Oh, brother. As soon as she left, I went upstairs. It looked at first as if Lavery had packed a bag and blown town. On his dresser was a woman's handkerchief. I thought of Mrs. Holbrook, but the initials on the handkerchief were A.F. Then I became aware of a muffled sound, and I knew that I'd heard it vaguely ever since I'd come up the stairs. It was the trickle of water running in the bathroom shower. But I didn't bother to turn it off. Not when I saw the 5 bullet holes neatly drilled through the glass shower door. And behind the door, crumpled on the tiles, the body of that fine Southern gentleman, Chris Lavery. I didn't waste any time getting out of Lavery's house. I went straight to Kingsby Publications. They were having a Christmas party, but I managed to convince Adrian Fromsett that I wanted to see her alone.
Are you trying to be funny, Mr. Marlowe? Where did you get that gun?
At Lavery's house. Lavery's dead. This gun killed him. You hinted that sooner or later I'd find a gun. Were you afraid he'd talk, Miss Fromsett?
You didn't go to the lake then?
No, and here's another little item for you. A handkerchief. Do you recognize it? The initials are A.F.
I don't have to ask the obvious question, do I?
No. And so far, nobody knows about it but me.
And whoever killed Lavery.
Yeah, whoever killed him. Or was he the type of guy who kept this sort of souvenir?
If I say no, that makes me a murderer or a good suspect. If I say yes, what does that make me?
Human, maybe. What are you trying to do? Play the bright, hard lady? You're afraid of life, Miss Fromsett, and people. You don't give yourself a real chance. You never... Come in, Mr. Kingsby. Come in.
What's going on?
Relax, Mr. Kingsby. You've seen guns before.
Maybe I lack a sense of humor, but
Chris Lavery didn't think it was funny either. He's dead.
Dead?
Did your wife own a gun, Mr. Kingsby?
What does my wife have to do with this?
Break it to him gently, Miss Fromsett.
Derry, I hired Mr. Marlowe to look for crystals.
I've told you, crystals to be left alone.
Oh, no, Derry. No, you didn't. What you said was you were tired to death of them.
Well, I did.
Oh, then you're not. Well, why didn't you say so?
I won't have you prying into my private
The
affairs.
police may be prying into your private affairs, Mr. Kingsby. Your wife was mixed up with Lavery. He's dead. The evidence points to a woman. Now, does she own a gun or doesn't she?
I don't know. Just what do you propose to do, Mr. Marlowe?
Call the police. What else can I do?
Will $1,000 make you change your mind?
So your wife did have a gun, huh?
Yes, but $1,000.
I don't think I'm too proud to take it. I'm just too smart to get stuck with it.
Very well. I'll tell the authorities anything they want to know. As for you, Adrian, if you think you're going to harm Crystal, you're very much mistaken.
Derry.
And understand this clearly. If I ever said anything endearing to you, it was because I was lonely. I don't intend to make the same mistake again.
Did he say that for my benefit or yours, Miss Fromsett?
Mine. All mine. So you lost me my $1 million. Aren't you smart? You deliberately forced a showdown with him.
Yeah.
You thought you'd make me lose Kingsby, and then I'd come flying straight to your arms. Tell me, Mr. Marlowe, do you always fall in love with your clients?
Only the ones in skirts.
Well, there's more than one Kingsby on the Christmas tree, Mr. Marlowe, and I'll shake one loose yet. Don't you worry. And as for you, you just haul yourself out of here and send me a bill for your failure.
Merry Christmas.
What?
I said Merry Christmas. I'm glad to have met you, and have a good cry.
Marlowe, wait.
Why?
Please, step into this other room. I want to talk to you. I don't know what your arrangement is with Adrian, but
there isn't any anymore.
Oh. Well, then I'd like to make one with you. Now, I know my wife has made mistakes, but no matter how things look, Crystal couldn't have killed anyone. She must be found and kept out of this.
That'll be tough.
You can name your own price. I'm imploring you to help me.
And if we keep your wife in the clear, who do we pin the murder on, huh?
Well, what do either of us really know about Adrian?
Don't you know anything about it?
Actually, very little. Oh, I was aware she knew Lavery, just how well I don't
know. Just when I was beginning to like you.
You want the facts, don't you?
Sure I want the facts. She fires me, you hire me. Happy Phil Marlowe, the boy detective.
Where are you going?
Back to Lavery's house.
Oh?
A little Yuletide celebration for the Bay City cops.
Say you've been handling this gun? How stupid are you, Marlowe?
I'm giving you the gun, DeGamo. Maybe I should have tossed it down a sewer.
You got an alibi, Marlowe?
I told you about Mrs. Holbrook, Captain. She was here ahead of me. It could have been her.
And it could have been you. You said you'd come back and get Lavery?
Not in those words.
But in that tone. I told you not to start trouble in this town. Now, who's your client? This time you better tell me.
His name is Darris Kingsby. He runs a string of magazines.
Keep talking.
His wife ran out on him about a month ago from a place he has up in the mountains, Little Fawn Lake.
How did she run off with?
Well, a good guess would be Lavery. I came here the day before yesterday to ask Lavery if he knew where she was, and for my pains, I landed in the can. In case you've forgotten.
We remember, people. What was Lavery's story about Kingsby's wife?
He said he hadn't seen her in 2 months. After you turned me loose, I went up to Little Fawn Lake.
Why?
Because something peculiar happened up there. They found a woman in the lake. A dame named Muriel Chess.
Just stick to what happened here.
I am. This Muriel Chess had an ankle bracelet. It was given to her by somebody named Chris.
Oh, what?
So she's dead, and upstairs is a corpse named Chris.
I see. So you go through this joint, take the gun, collect or steal anything you can, and finally get around to calling us. Well, I don't buy it. What do I care about a drowned dame in a lake? Man's been murdered here, and that's enough for me. Who are you trying to cover, Marlowe?
I told you all I know.
Okay, big shot. I'm going upstairs, DeGarmo. I'll see how the coroner's doing.
You ever been to Little Fawn Lake, DeGarmo? You look kind of interested.
We ask the questions, people.
And when I mentioned the lady in the lake, you look still more interested.
You heard me.
Ever hear of a girl named Mildred Haviland? There was a fella up there a few weeks ago looking for Mildred Haviland. They tell me he acted like a cop. A tough cop with bad manners. Like you.
What's Mildred Haviland got to do with it?
She and Muriel Chess were the same girl. She changed her name because she was trying to hide from this tough cop. Does it add up?
No.
I think it does. They gave me a pretty good description of that cop. They said she... I was about to say that this female had a shady past, and I think you know something about her. That sort of confirms it, doesn't it, DeGarmo? Now we're getting somewhere.
You stick your nose in my business and you'll wake up in an alley with a cat's looking at you.
What did she do, this Mildred dame? Bump somebody off down here? Is that what you had on her?
All right, Marlowe. Cut it out. What's going on here, DeGarmo?
He got cute.
Put your gun away. You keep on acting smart, Marlowe, and you'll see what happens. The only reason I'm giving you another chance to talk is because of what the coroner says. He claims Lavery was killed last night. That doesn't let you out, though. I'll say it doesn't, Peter. Come on, talk up. You better take a walk, DeGarmo. If you let me work him over just a little while. Come on. Take the night off. Yes, sir. Now, if the coroner's right, how can you prove where you were last night?
I didn't leave Little Fawn Lake till after midnight. I stopped at Red Service Station halfway down the mountain and got gas. In San Bernardino, I got a cup of coffee at the Dinner Bell Diner. The waitress with the big eyes will remember me because it was 2 a.m. and I was the only customer in the place.
What about Mrs. Holbrook?
Oh, you'll love Mrs. Holbrook. She's charming. But I don't know where she is.
Well, my boys upstairs just checked. She's gone to Las Vegas. We'll have her back here tomorrow.
That about winds up everything, doesn't it? Do you mind if I go now?
There's still a charge of striking an officer. You funny guys kill me.
Captain, before you toss me in a cell, did you ever hear of a dame named Mildred Haviland?
No.
That's the real name of that woman drowned in the lake. Ask DeGarmo about her.
Why should I?
Because DeGarmo knew Lavery and he knew Mildred Haviland. Well, they're both dead.
That's a big statement, Marlowe.
Why do you think DeGarmo slapped me around? Look, you turn me loose and I'll do some finding out tonight. You can, too, by talking to DeGarmo.
You know what you're doing, don't you? You're practically forcing on me the rottenest job a police official can have, investigating one of his own men.
I'll work with you in any way you want.
All right. Here's what you do. Call the desk sergeant and get him to give you a nice, quiet cell.
Oh. For a minute, I thought you were on the level. But you want me out of the way, don't you? So you and DeGamo can fix this up any way that suits you.
Why, you... This wasn't Christmas Eve, and if my kids weren't waiting for me to... All right, you didn't murder Lavery. The charge of taking a swing at DeGarmo is dismissed. Just do me a great big favor and get out of here.
I made a phone call as soon as I left. I have a friend downtown on one of the newspapers. I asked him to dig up anything he could for me on Mildred Haviland. He said he'd call me at my hotel in an hour. Come in.
Good evening.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Miss Ramsey.
I had to see you.
Why?
I didn't leave that handkerchief in Lavery's house.
You still worrying about that?
I read a story once about a killer who left clues around to point at somebody else.
That was a story.
Oh, I wouldn't kill anyone. I wouldn't.
Oh, of course not. Just a nice, sweet campfire girl.
I'm all mixed up tonight.
If it turns out that you're the little girl who held the hot and smoking pistol, you're going to be really mixed up.
You think I could do a thing like that?
Yes.
I thought you liked me.
The girl I like won't be looking for $1 million marriage or trying to hang a murder on another woman.
What will this girl do?
Take care of me. Unglamorous, isn't it?
Would you consider buying me a drink?
No. I'm expecting a call.
But there's a time and place for everything. This is Christmas Eve.
See, I wasn't kidding. Hello?
Dugan.
Go ahead, Dugan.
Here's what we have on Mildred Haviland. She was mixed up in a suicide about a year and a half ago.
Just a minute, will you? Hey, Miss Thompson, would you mind leaving?
I thought you were off the case. Who's your client now?
I never reveal a client's name.
It's Kingsby, isn't it?
I have to eat, don't I? Blow me a kiss and close the door gently as you leave. I'll call you if I need you.
Drexel 33391.
I'm sorry, Dugan.
Well, this Mildred Haviland was a nurse for a doctor named Almore in Bay City.
Almore, eh?
So one night, Lawrence Almore, that's the doctor's wife, was found dead. A cop named DeGarmo investigated. Verdict suicide.
What happened to Mildred Haviland?
She disappeared right after that.
Anybody figure Florence Almore was murdered?
Just the folks. Mr. and Mrs. Grayson. Raised a big fuss at first. Since then, they've clammed up. Somebody scared them silly.
Somebody has he? Where do the Graysons live?
Bay City. Eugene Grayson. Name's in the phone book.
I'm much obliged to you, Dugan.
What names did you say?
Marlowe. I'm a private detective, Mr. Grayson. I want to talk to you about your daughter.
You leave us alone. We told the police everything.
I only want to help you, Mrs.
My daughter's dead. Can you bring her back?
We've had just about enough, Mr. Marlowe. He was here before for 1 solid hour. We don't want to talk anymore.
He was here, eh? That cop. He thinks she committed suicide, doesn't he? Well, I don't. I think your daughter was murdered. I think Mildred Haviland murdered her.
Get out.
He covered up for her. That's why he wants to keep you quiet.
My wife told you to get out, and we had trouble enough.
Leaving Grayson's house, I saw this other car down the block. 2 miles later, it was still on my tail. I stepped on the gas and cut across town, but I couldn't shake it. All right, then I'd stop. As I started to slow down, he pulled up alongside of me and turned a spotlight full in my eyes. At 40 miles an hour, you hit a ditch pretty hard. In the split second before I passed out, I saw who it was. DeGarmo. I don't really know if DeGarmo had figured on killing me in that crash or not. I don't think it much mattered. In any event, I'd be taken care of. When I came to, there I was, soaked in whiskey and an empty bottle on the floorboards. But I got one break. I didn't sleep quite as long as DeGarmo figured. I must have looked real cute crawling out of what was left of my car. I was dizzy and sick, my face all bloody and my legs so numb I couldn't walk. Across the highway was a gas station. It was closed for the night. But outside was a public telephone booth.
Hello.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, so you've changed your mind.
I'm in a phone booth in a gas station. On the South Road.
Where?
The South Road. 2 miles out. Supposed gas station.
Why are you talking like that?
Come and get me. Come and get...
Hello? 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 So you're awake. How do you feel?
The way I look.
You look a lot better than you did in spite of the iodine. I'm working over you for an hour.
How did I get here?
I brought you here in my car. From then on, the doorman helped me.
Does the doorman think anything of dumping bruised, unconscious men on your living room sofa?
I told him you were drunk and had fallen down. Afraid you'll call the police?
No, I love policemen. Especially one named DeGarmo.
Who's DeGarmo?
Just a hard-working cop who figured to frame me the same way Lavery did. He pulls this little stunt and then calls headquarters saying he's a public-spirited citizen reporting a drunk driver. Only you got to me first. Much obliged.
What's DeGarmo got to do with all that?
That's what I keep asking myself. How did he know I was going to visit Florence Almore's folks?
Who?
A girl who committed suicide, maybe. About a year and a half ago.
Well, why wonder? Just get off the case. Why be a private detective at all?
Why eat? You only get hungry again.
Oh, you don't have to make a living that way. You can write, remember? And I can help you. Oh, we'd be fine together. In everything, we'd be fine together. If only you'd...
If only I'd what?
Oh, you don't think you can trust me. I want you to know that you can. It's true, I've been a long time wanting things. Thinking I wanted things.
What do you want now?
I want to take care of you. Maybe it isn't glamorous, but I want to be your girl. That's what I want for Christmas, and don't you laugh at me.
I'm not laughing. Come here.
You close your eyes, too, don't you, darling? Why are you frowning? You're still not convinced I didn't kill Lavery.
Yeah.
How can you think that?
I have to think of everything.
Oh, don't. Just think of me. Quit being a detective, please.
I can't. Till this is over.
Oh, I wish I could tell you how I feel.
You mean you've got that, I'm scared, but it's wonderful feeling?
Yes. Scared, but it's...
Yeah. Scared.
Well, you're not scared of me.
I don't know.
I'm glad. It proves how you feel. You see, I'm glad about everything. I've never felt this way before. You go to sleep now. I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. We were eating breakfast the next morning in the kitchen. She was like a little girl. I don't know, maybe it was because it was Christmas Day. Anyway, she had our future together all figured out.
The first thing we'll do is leave here and go to New York.
Yeah, New York, sure. What'll we use for money?
Oh, we can start with the store you wrote and go on from there. We'll make lots of money. Together we'll own the world.
Sure, and if you're the guilty girl, where does that leave me? Besides, I got another worry this morning.
Oh, what other worry, darling?
DeGarmo. By now he knows I'm on the loose. He'll start on the prowl for me with a cold, howling heart of hate and a gun full of bullets to stop me from talking about what I don't know.
Oh, but you're safe here, at least for... I won't answer it.
You better answer it.
No.
Adrian, open the door.
Kingsby.
Let him in.
Just a minute, Darris.
What's the idea? I've been phoning you for an hour.
I've had the receiver off.
Well, I thought you might know where I could find Marlowe.
He knows.
Oh, Marlowe, I've been searching everywhere for you.
Yeah?
I even went to the police.
Oh, fine.
They're looking for you, too.
They happen to follow you here?
Yes. 2 detectives have been following me all morning.
Why didn't you invite them up?
I don't know what your troubles are, but I have my own.
All right, let's hear yours.
Well, I've been trying to find you because... Well, my wife's in Bay City.
How do you know?
Well, Crystal phoned me. She's in trouble. The police are after her. She needs money.
She wants money, take it to her.
With 2 detectives following me? Oh, no. You're going to take her the money.
Oh, I am I?
Look, there's $500 in this envelope. It's all I could raise on a holiday. It's worth anything to me to get it to her.
You've used that word anything a couple of times. How much is anything?
You'll get $5,000, Marlowe.
That's a deal, Santa Claus.
What's the deal? I don't want you near her. She's trouble. 2 people have been killed already.
Maybe she has some answers. Well, what else can I do? Stay here and let the cops come after me?
Oh, we'll figure out a way for both of us.
And end up where? In a gutter with my teeth kicked in, smelling of whiskey I never drank, running down alleys? The only way out of this is to see Crystal herself.
No, let someone else
And
solve
there's
it.
the money. $5,000, just in case my typewriter breaks down and I can't write stories. It's enough to start
And
on.
more than enough to bury you with. No, I won't let you go.
If I run away and never find the answers, I'll never know for sure about you, will I?
All right, then. Go.
Where do I meet your wife, Mr. Kingsby?
In front of a cocktail bar called the Peacock Cafe. It's on the main boulevard near 14th Street. Here, take my scarf. Wear it. She'll recognize
You leave first, Kingsby. Take those detectives on a tour of Chinatown. Keep them following you while I go down to Bay City.
Good luck, Marlowe.
Thanks.
You realize, of course, maybe a trap that Kingsby set for you himself?
Yeah.
Oh, please don't go.
I told you once it's everything or nothing. I'm going to trust you. Get hold of Captain Kane and come after me.
Well, how will we know where to find
I'll make
you?
Crystal take me to wherever she's hiding out.
You'll phone me from there?
Maybe I won't be able to.
Well, then how will we...
There's a box of rice in your kitchen. Quoting a girl named Fromset, I read a story once how a detective carried rice around in his pocket. It left a very nice trail. Maybe it'll work again. Are the keys in your car?
Yes.
I'll go down the back stairs to the garage. Goodbye, Miss Fromset. You've been charming company.
Wait.
This is the payoff, isn't it?
Say that again about the... I'm scared, but it's a wonderful feeling.
I'm scared, but it's wonderful.
Goodbye.
I didn't have to wait long in front of the Peacock Cafe. The girl hardly glanced at me as she walked over to a shop window next door and stood there waiting. I tried being casual as I sauntered up.
Give me the money.
You get right to the point, don't you, Mrs. Kingsby?
Just hand it over.
Where are you staying?
What makes it your business?
An envelope in my pocket with $500.
$500.
Do you want it, or would you rather just crab about it?
Give it to me.
I will, but not here.
Come on.
How far is it?
Not far.
I promised I'd phone your husband as soon as I found
He
you.
can wait another 2 minutes. You can phone from my room.
You, Mrs. Kingsby.
Close the door.
Yeah. It's kind of hot in here, isn't it?
I wouldn't think of my guest being uncomfortable.
What's out there beyond that window?
The roof? You must come again sometime. We'll take a sun bath. Now quit stalling.
It's convenient having a pair of them, isn't it?
Pair of them?
A pair of little guns that kill just the same as big guns. Why don't you take it out of your coat pocket?
Yes, I will. It is nice, isn't it? Now, if you'll hand over that envelope.
That was a good act you put on as Mrs. Holbrook, the landlady.
You weren't so bad yourself as the finance company.
The cops say Lavery was killed the night before we met. What I can't figure is what you came back for the next morning.
I was looking for money, and I still am.
I'd be crazy to carry any money with me. Think of my trading position.
Where is it? If you haven't got that money,
You of what? Shoot me?
Don't you think I will?
Sure I do. Mildred.
What?
I said, sure I do, Mildred. You don't think I really believe you're Crystal Kingsby, do you? Although Kingsby believed it when you talked to him on the phone, didn't he? No, you're Mildred Haviland. You murdered the Elmore woman.
I didn't. She was asphyxiated in the car. It was an accident.
And the lady in the lake, instead of being you, is Crystal Kingsby. Was that an accident?
Yes. Yes, it was. Crystal and I, we traded clothes one night, and she had on my things, and I had on hers. And we went across the lake to see if we could fool Bill Chess, my husband.
And Crystal fell in the lake and sank to the bottom.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, she did. I didn't know what to do.
So you ran away to El Paso. You met Lavery there. His death was an accident, too, I suppose. He took a gun into the shower bath.
I don't know. I don't know.
Lavery was the only man who knew the real identity of the lady in the lake, wasn't he, Mildred?
I'm through talking. And you'd better have that money on you.
You can't shoot, Mildred, not with a safety catch on. Here, let me fix it.
I'll tell you what.
Get this gun out of your head. Come on. Let me give you a tip, Mildred. Never try to shoot a man when he's looking at you.
I'm frightened. Oh, I'm so frightened. Get me out of here. Please take me with you.
I'll bet that act went over big with Lavery.
Please.
It went over big with DeGarmo, too, didn't it?
DeGarmo?
He covered up for you on the Elmore case. Every time you look at a man, he falls over, doesn't he, Mildred?
I'm a nice girl. You don't understand me. I'm a nice girl.
Yeah, you're a lovely girl. I'd like to play dolls with you.
What's that?
The cops, Mildred. I invited them here to meet Crystal Kingsby. They're going to be quite surprised to see you.
No. Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Come in, Adrian, and bring the gallant Captain Kane with you. Get him up, Marlowe.
DeGarmo, honey. Hit him with that gun, honey. Kill him.
Stay just where you are, Millie.
Don't talk to me like that, sweetheart.
DeGarmo doesn't like you anymore, Mildred.
Yes, he does, don't you, honey? You weren't expecting DeGarmo, were you? He was expecting the other cops, honey, not you.
It's been a long time since he's seen you, Mildred. Ever since you double-crossed him. You ran away and changed your name from Mildred to Muriel and married that poor little guy named Chess. DeGarmo's been looking for you.
Have you, honey?
Why don't you laugh, Mildred? Like he's laughing.
Take care of him, William. Let's get out of here.
You're not going anyplace. I thought you were dead. I wish you were. Because you're a murderer. And this time, dead's the way I'm going to leave you.
Oh, that's crazy. You're talking crazy.
I went crazy the night Florence Almore died, and you made a clown out of me. Even after you ran away, I still loved you. You made a bad cop out of me, Millie. But this is the end of it.
Don't do it, DeGamo. She's the killer. Don't get yourself in any more trouble. Take her in if you're a good cop.
Lay off, people.
The Almore case won't come up. They'll convict her for Crystal Kingsby's murder or Lavery's. You'll be clear.
I'll be clear. This is her gun. If she dies by it and you die by it, I'll be clear. Because I'll be the officer who investigates.
You're a fool, DeGamo.
I'm no fool. And I'll be a good cop. I'll be the best cop in the world. But she isn't going to hurt anybody again.
No. No, please. I'm done, honey. I love you. I'm your girl. I would never.
First you cover up a murder for her, and then you kill her. It doesn't make any sense, does it, DeGamo?
Some things don't.
Petticoat fever, eh?
Yeah. We all get it, people. We all get it.
I once had petticoat fever myself. I took a chance and lost. When you walked in that door instead of Kane, a lot of things suddenly ended for me. I'm scared, but it isn't wonderful anymore.
I'll say you lost. My drunk driving frame didn't stick with this one, Will. How does it feel dying in the dirty middle of somebody else's love affair?
I don't want to seem selfish, but I'm thinking of my own.
I followed your ice here, Marlowe. Thanks a lot. I followed it and I kicked it into the street so nobody else would follow it. So don't be expecting any friends or relations.
How did you know about it?
How do you suppose? Your girl, Adrian.
That's a lie.
How else do you think I know? That was a cheap gag, that Rice. But that's the way all private dicks end up. A last cheap trick. A cheap double-cross. You're in the same boat I am. But you're going to be in it dead.
Kane! I never thought you'd get here.
Gags. Still thinking of gags. You want me to turn around, huh? There's nobody out on that roof. How crazy do you think I am?
Be careful, Kane. That gun of his is pointed right at me.
Cut it out, Marlowe.
Get him with the first slug, Kane, or he'll get me.
I'm getting you right now. Gags. Nothing but gags.
Marlowe, you all right?
Yeah. I'm all right.
What about him?
Take a look. For his sake, I hope he's dead. I'd have been here a lot sooner, but he messed up your trail of rice. You get the story on all this?
Yeah, I got the story.
All right, let's have it.
I'll write it. I'll see that you get the first copy, fresh out of the typewriter.
What about her, this dame?
Mildred Haviland. She murdered the Almore woman, Crystal Kingsby, and Chris Lavery.
Huh? DeGamo killed her?
Yeah. He had a wonderful motive. He was in love with her. Well, I had promised Kane the first copy, and there it is. The grammar may not be so hot, but I'll let Oh, yeah. You're wondering about her, aren't you? About Adrian. DeGamo had said she tipped him off. What had happened was that DeGamo had overheard Adrian's phone call to Kane. That's how DeGamo got to me first. Those things happen sometimes. But Adrian...
May I come in?
Come in. Have you got the ticket?
Yes, to New York. One way.
Are you scared?
Mm-hmm. But it's wonderful.
Whitehall, 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most celebrated cases. These are accurate records drawn from these files by special permission of Sir Harold Scott, Commissioner of Scotland Yard. They're true in every respect, except for the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research has been done by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
New Scotland Yard, the London headquarters of the Metropolitan Police, is situate near the embankment on Whitehall, hard by 10 Downing Street and almost in the shadow of Big Ben. Here also is the headquarters of the CID, the Criminal Investigation Department, the body of men whose exploits for more than 100 years have made the name Scotland Yard synonymous with the brilliant detection of crime and unrelenting pursuit of the criminal, and the presentation of the painstakingly acquired evidence that assures his eventual punishment. On the lower ground floor of New Scotland Yard is the famous Black Museum, whose present custodian is Chief Superintendent James Davidson, a Scotland Yard veteran. Behind this door...
Good afternoon. This Black Museum of ours is rather unique. Everything in it was at one time connected with the successful solution of a crime, or was closely involved in the crime itself. We possess an imposing collection of lethal weapons here, each carefully docketed to indicate its origin. Here are half-empty bottles of almost every poison known to man, together with a statement of particulars concerning its use. Here are the blood-stained garments on which the solution of a crime of violence depended. Among the Black Museum's relics are disguises used by famous criminals, death masks of notorious men and women whose ends Scotland Yard encompassed, and a great many other more gruesome mementos of man's inhumanity to man. Among the exhibits are others seemingly incongruous objects that in their time served well in the undoing of desperate criminals. Such an exhibit is this one, the fragments of a set of teacups. This collection of shards was the first step in the solution of a frightful crime which occurred during the Blitz of July 1940.
Yes, sir?
Will you please bring me file number 302 MR 651, Constable?
302 MR 651, sir? Yes, sir. One, sir.
In July 1940, the Battle of Britain was at its height. The Luftwaffe hits us at all hours, and from advanced defense fields of the RAF, the weary Spitfires rose day and night to do battle. Thousands of British people died in Britain as a result of enemy action. But in the midst of the very present war, murder went on as usual. Chief Superintendent Peter Carruth received a telephone call at Scotland Yard on the morning of the 3rd of July, a Wednesday.
File 302 MR 651, sir.
Thank you. The call was from Chief Constable at Matfield, a Kentish village near Tunbridge. The Chief Constable reported the finding of the bodies of 3 women shot to death and requested the assistance of the CID. The services of Scotland Yard are available to the provincial police at all times if requested, the Home Office assuming all expenses if the request is made within 24 hours of the discovery of the crime, at their own expense if we're called in after that. Chief Superintendent Carruth was gratified that the request came at the very beginning of the case, and he drove to Matfield at once with a medical examiner from the Home Office and Detective Sergeant Small, also Scotland Yard. They were met at the scene of the crime by Matfield Chief Constable Thomas Bennett.
It's good of you to come so quickly, all of you. It's all quite beyond us here, sir. What with the Blitz and all?
I'm sure. I had a bad time.
Having it, sir.
Yes, I've no doubt.
Those ours, Mr. Bennett. Spitfires. Jerry must be up again.
Well, here's what happened. In the house, there's Miss Evans, the servant.
Is she dead?
2 holes in her head. Place all ransacked. All tore up.
Where are the others?
Mrs. Ames and her daughter Jessica's lying down there in the orchard. Also shot.
Yes, I see.
Where do you want to start, sir?
A house, I think, first.
Well, come in then, sir. Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
They've lived here in Matfield a long time. Have they, Bennett?
Miss Evans, the servant, has always lived here. Mrs. Ames and her daughter moved here a year ago.
Mrs. Ames a widow?
No. Estranged from her husband, though they're quite friendly. He lives at Piddington.
Oh, yes, I know. I've been there.
Owns a farm.
Does he know about this?
My station sergeant telephoned him this morning, sir. He was in London, but he'll be home this evening. Shall I go first, sir? She's lying right by the door, and you might trip over her.
By all means.
You mind your eye there.
These is the gentleman from Scotland Yard, Constable.
Yes, sir.
This is her. Miss Margaret Evans, sir. Age 61. Servant. Living in.
Oh. See what you can find out, Bernard.
Right, you are.
Small, get started looking for fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Place has really been ransacked, hasn't it?
Uh-huh.
What's missing?
Haven't checked yet, sir. Haven't touched anything.
Good.
Well, not much chance of finding out if anything is gone, though. Everybody that lived here is dead.
I'd like to see the others.
Right, sir. If you'll come with me.
What's that over there? Tea things?
Yes, sir. Looks as if she dropped the tray when she saw the murderer.
Have a look at them, too, Small.
All right, sir.
Down this part, sir. The orchard, that's where they are.
Mrs. Ames?
And her daughter, Jessica.
They have many visitors?
Very few, sir. And the place is back from the road, isn't a bit by the roses. Or to tell they do have. Here she is.
This is the daughter, I suppose.
Right, sir. Her mother's over there, off the path.
Daughter was running away toward the house. Mother was facing the other way. Shot in the back, too.
Aye.
Found anything here in the grass? Cartridge cases, anything?
Well, no, sir. We did find this glove, though, sir. Sorry, I had it in my pocket. Almost forgot it.
Oh, woman's glove. Size 6, I'd say. Hogskin. Shops sell thousands a week. Left hand. Whose is it?
Isn't Mrs. Ames, sir. Too small. Or Miss Jessica's either. Too large, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yes, I think so.
Maybe the murderer, sir.
We'll see. All you found?
Oh, so far, sir.
Where was the glove?
Oh, over there, sir. I marked the spot with those 2 sticks.
Alongside the mother's body?
Yes, sir.
Well, as soon as Bernard's examined the bodies, I think you'd better have all this grass scythed down and see if you can find anything else. Cartridge case or anything.
Right, sir.
Shall we walk back to the house?
Yes, sir. Good hunting, lad.
Beg your pardon?
Talking to the fighter chap up there. Hope he shoots some Jerry's bloody ears off.
He probably will.
Got a son in the RAF. Flight sergeant in the Coastal Command.
Good man.
19 years old. When I was 19, I was a farm man for good old Uncle Tom Cobley. I wonder if they've found anything yet in there, sir.
We'll see. Oh, here's Bernard. Anything yet?
Well, I want to see the other bodies first. Discovered a little so far. Where are the,
Down the path back there, sir. We've touched nothing.
Except this glove.
Oh, is this one of theirs?
Wrong size.
All right. You can remove the bodies as soon as I finish, Chief Constable.
Yes, sir. I'll have the van here at once. See to it, please.
Yes, sir. What are you doing, Small?
I'm trying to fit these cups together, sir.
Well, what about fingerprints? I wanted you to...
I found a good many, sir. They all check with hers.
How did you know they were hers?
Oh, I took hers. I wish live people's were as easy to take.
No others?
Well, I'm not sure yet, sir. As soon as I get the others down there, I'll make a very thorough check. These cups and saucers.
She dropped them when she saw the murderer, probably.
Yes, quite. But why should there be 4 cups, sir?
4?
One for the mother, one for the daughter, one for the maid, for her.
Miss Evans was more a companion than a servant, sir. Here in Matfield, we...
Yes. And one for the murderer.
Why, then, they must have known the murderer.
People don't usually offer a cup of tea to a perfect stranger.
You could make up a list of their friends, Chief Constable,
They
and
had
then...
very few friends, sir. Kind of standoffish like they was, and The parson, the grocer, postmistress. Martin, a real close friend, so to speak.
Make up a list and check where they all were yesterday.
Yes, sir.
What about this estranged husband of Mrs. Ames? Would he have a motive?
Oh, I don't think so, sir. He used to come visit her, I know, but...
Oh, he did, eh? And he's in London now, you said?
I went down yesterday morning, they said, sir.
Where does he live, did you say?
Piddington, sir, near Oxford.
You take over, Sergeant Small, you and Mr. Bernard. I'll call you from Piddington.
Piddington, sir? Do you think...
I think I'd like to know whether our friendly ex-husband was really in London yesterday or elsewhere.
At Piddington that afternoon, 70 miles away from Matfield, Jem Davies, the man of all work, explained to Chief Superintendent Carruth that John Ames had not yet returned from London. Miss Viola Masterson, the manager of the Ames farm, however, was at home, recovering from an accident. Carruth spoke to her in her sitting room. Her left arm was in bandages, and she was obviously in slight pain. Carruth sympathized with her.
I'm so sorry to disturb you, Miss Masterson.
It's quite all right. I'll be up and about in a day or so. It pains a little, though, now.
I suppose you've heard about the former Mrs. Ames and her daughter?
I'm so dreadfully sorry. I knew them slightly, you know.
Oh, did you?
I'd have gone over to Matfield if I hadn't been so stupid as to fall off my bicycle and injure my arm. I'm afraid I'm not a very good cyclist. Oh, do you have any clues as to the...
Murderer? Very few at the moment. Very few, I'm afraid.
Oh, what a pity.
Mr. Ames went to London yesterday.
Yes. He was probably in London while his former wife and daughter were murdered. He often stops in to see them on his way. If he'd stopped there yesterday, he might have prevented it.
Yes, yes. I suppose he can account for his movements yesterday.
I'm quite sure he can, Superintendent. I expect him at any moment.
You were here at the farm all day.
I rode about the farm all day on my bicycle until I had the accident.
Ah.
I'm sure Jemmy Davis can confirm that. And the bicycle is still where I left it, where I fell off, unless Jemmy's brought it back.
I see. By the way, have you ever seen this glove before?
Let me see it. No, I'm afraid not. Did it belong to...
We're not quite sure.
Well, it's not mine. But it's too big for me, I'm sure, Superintendent.
You've never seen it before?
Never.
Thank you, Miss Masterson.
Is that all you wanted? Aren't you going to wait for Mr. Ames?
Oh, I don't like to disturb you, Miss Masterson. I'll wait out there with Jemmy. It is Jemmy, isn't it?
By all means, talk to Jemmy. I'm sure he'll confirm everything I've said.
Good day, Miss Masterson.
You know where to find Jemmy?
He was sitting alongside the stable door cleaning a shotgun when I last saw him.
Jemmy Davis was a simple-minded man. He didn't realize that he was talking much too freely to the friendly Scotland Yard man.
Well, it'd be a terrible thing, I expect, but I don't shed no tears for him. I didn't like her nor her daughter neither.
Hated them?
It been none of my business, sir. But now, Mr. Ames, he be a real fine man. And she treated him awful bad.
How?
Dog in the manger. Kicks him out, she does. And then when he finally meets a woman he loves, and that woman loving him, she won't give him no divorce.
You seem to know a lot about Mr. Ames' affairs, Jemmy.
Him and me, we be just like that. I'd do anything for that man. Her, too, for that matter.
Who?
Miss Masterson. There. Well, that's pretty clean, ain't it?
Let's see. Clean as I'd ever want a gun to be.
Had it for years. Old-fashioned, like me. But she be a good shotgun. He uses it all the time for rabbits.
Mr. Ames?
Well, buys his own shells, too. Miss Masterson, she's scared of it. Tried to teach her how to shoot it. But she was scared. You couldn't kill a person with this here gun, I says to her. Not unless you got up real close. Funny thing, though. She shot a rabbit with it yesterday. You know, it made her so sick at her stomach when she shot the poor little feller. Never again, she says to me.
Did you see the rabbit, Jemmy?
Well, what were left of it, she were too close. Well, not worth bringing back to cook.
You know, I think that's why she fell off her bicycle thinking about it.
Where did she fall?
Well, it was in the meadow yonder. The wheel slipped on the grass.
Jimmy, did you ever see this glove before?
Huh? No, sir. Oh, can't say as how I have.
Sure?
No, sir. Whose is it?
I found it.
Well, finders keepers.
That's what they say. So you don't think Mr. Ames and Miss Masterson will be upset by Mrs. Ames' death?
Lord bless you, no, sir. Now they can get married. Well, that dog-in-the-manger wife of his. Oh, he must have been the last one to see her alive.
Oh? How's that?
When he stopped to see her on the way to London yesterday. Why, I thought you was going to wait for him to come back, sir.
Chief Superintendent Caruth hurried to the local police station, where he put through a trunk telephone call to Matfield. Detective Sergeant Small, the Scotland Yard man, answered the telephone at the murder house.
Small here.
Small, I want you to check at once on something.
Yes, sir.
I want you to make the most diligent inquiries. Get that chief constable there to inquire of every person in Matfield, if necessary, at once, to discover if this man Ames was seen in Matfield yesterday. You got that?
He was seen, sir.
He was?
The postman, sir. We've been making inquiries all over the village of Mrs. Ames' known friends, and we've come across several curious things, sir.
Well?
Well, the postman observed Mr. Ames walking toward this house yesterday afternoon.
He's sure?
Positively identified him, sir. Known him for years. Spoke to him, called him by name, and Ames replied.
What else?
He was carrying a shotgun, sir.
Oh. I discovered here that he intended to visit them. But the gun...
Well, looks as if he's our man, doesn't it?
What else did you discover?
Well, there's a bicycle belonging to Mrs. Ames is missing.
Oh?
And the porter at the railway station reports a strange woman carrying a parcel arrived in town yesterday, but so far we have been unable to trace her. Now, the local police have picked up a deserter from an army camp near here. He's being questioned now. Then a lorry driver for the gas company at Oxford reports picking up a woman on the highway near here yesterday afternoon. She was wearing one glove.
Oh?
Now, he thinks her bare hand was scratched and bleeding.
Yes?
She explained she'd fallen off her bicycle and was trying to catch a train. He took her to the railway station. And then... Oh, what did you say, sir?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I was speaking to Dr. Bernard, sir. I'll put him on. He wants to speak to you. Thank you. You there, Caruth?
Yes, Bernard.
I've discovered why you didn't find any spent cartridges, Superintendent.
Yes?
The women were killed with a shotgun, probably a .410 shotgun.
Yes, I know.
The murderer had to pick the discharged shells out of the breech of the gun by hand.
Yes, but...
Probably carried them away and disposed of them elsewhere.
Did you recover any of the shot from the bodies?
Yes, quite small pellets. Bird shot.
Mark it in evidence and hold it for me. I think those little lead pellets are going to hang someone, Bernard.
Back at the Piddington farm, Chief Inspector Caruth found that Ames had returned in his absence. Jemmy, the garrulous man of all work, was just leaving. He was going to fetch Miss Masterston's abandoned bicycle, he
I'll
said.
be going out to fetch Miss Masterson's bicycle, sir.
Look here, Jemmy. Would you like a £0.50?
What for?
That rabbit Miss Masterson shot. Is it near where she left the bicycle?
Oh, furlong or two, sir.
Fetch it back for me.
What for, sir? Well, it ain't fit to eat. She were too close.
Oh. I've a fancy to see how that gun of yours works, Jim.
Oh, that old gun of mine? She be a very good gun, sir.
Show me. Here.
Well...
Good man. Now, is Mr. Ames in the house?
Aye, sir. No, I'll fetch the rabbit and show you. But the poor thing will be all full of bird shot, sir.
That'll be all right, Jemmy. I'm very interested in bird shot.
Yes?
I'm Chief Superintendent Caruth of Scotland Yard. You're John Ames, hmm?
Yes. Now, you're the gentleman who was here this afternoon.
Yes. May I come in?
Do. You've come about the murder of my wife and daughter.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carruth, you said?
Yes.
I cannot pretend any great grief, although I am shocked at the tragic.
May I sit down? I spoke to Miss Masterson, your manager, this afternoon.
She said you were here.
Perhaps if Miss Masterson is strong enough...
Here I am.
Oh, sit down, my dear. Please, sit down.
Don't hurt my hand, John. I'm all right. Well, sir?
Am I correct in assuming that with the death of Mr. Ames' estranged wife, you and he...
We can be married, yes.
Mr. Ames?
That is true. My wife has consistently refused to give me a divorce. Although we were on fairly good terms.
She and I weren't. I'm glad she's dead.
Violet,
and
yes.
that horrid daughter of hers, too. Now we're rid of them once and for all.
Violet.
Do you share Miss Masterson's views, Mr. Ames?
I'm afraid.
Well, perhaps he's not as ferocious as I am, but he shares my views all right. Don't you, John?
Yes.
And what were you doing with a shotgun on the way to her home yesterday, Mr. Ames?
John, you didn't. You didn't.
Mr. Ames.
You didn't tell me. Oh, John. John, now you've spoiled everything.
Your wife and your daughter were murdered with a shotgun, Mr. Ames.
I didn't do it.
He didn't, I say.
What gauge is your shotgun, Mr. Ames?
This is absurd, Mr.
Yes, of course it's
Why do you think it's absurd?
My dear sir, my gun, which incidentally is an American-made Remington over and under 12 gauge, has been broken for 4 weeks.
You see?
Broken?
The sear spring is broken. It's quite impossible to fire the gun. You can examine the gun at your leisure at Henry McGovern's The Gunsmiths on High Holborn in London, where I took it yesterday.
We'll check that. Why did you visit your wife yesterday, carrying your broken gun?
I dropped off in Matfield on my way to London to have the gun repaired. I begged her again to give me a divorce.
She refused?
She refused again.
For the last time. And we're going to be married now at last. Don't expect us to weep for her. Whoever killed her should be given a medal.
Violet.
Oh, stop it. You're just as glad as I am. Aren't you?
Excuse me. The telephone. Yes? Yes, he's here. One moment. It's for you, Mr. Carruth.
Thank you. Chief Superintendent Carruth here.
Small here, sir. We found Mrs. Ames' missing bicycle.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Discovered in a ditch close to the place where the lorry driver picked up the woman with one glove.
Oh, good.
And there are numerous fingerprints on the handlebar, sir, but of the right hand only.
Most interesting.
And the strange woman whom the railway reporter observed was carrying a parcel, you remember?
Yes, of course.
It was a long parcel about the length of a gun, he says, wrapped in brown paper.
I see. Have you taken the things you spoke about?
Things, sir?
Yes.
Oh, the fingerprints on the bicycle?
Yes, quite.
Yes, sir, I've taken them.
How soon could I see them and the people you spoke of?
Up there, sir?
Yes.
Well, there's enough train that we can have stop at Pittington, leaving here in half an hour, sir.
I think you'd better come then if you can find the others you mentioned. I'll meet you at the Pittington station.
Right, sir.
Goodbye. I'm very sorry.
Could I ask? You have uncovered some other evidence, sir?
You're not going to arrest John, then? He won't be charged with murder?
I think I can almost assure you that you will not be charged with murder, Mr. Ames. I'm sorry, I must go and meet my colleagues. This is quite important.
Will you be coming back?
I probably shall. I shall want to be able to assure Mr. Ames that he will not be held.
Oh, John.
Is the Scotland Yard man still here, Mr. Ames?
Why,
I'm here, Jemmy.
Well, I fetched you the dead rabbit, sir, with your half-crown's worth of birdshot.
They met him at the railway station 2 hours later. Detective Sergeant Small, Chief Constable Bennett, the lorry driver who had picked up the woman with the bloody hand and the one glove, and the railway porter who had observed the woman carrying the brown paper parcel the size of a gun. Leaving Chief Constable Bennett at the station to make a telephone call, the party proceeded to the Ames farm.
Good evening, Mr. Carruth.
May we come in, please?
Why, this is quite a delegation.
May we come in, please?
Why, I suppose. Do come in, although...
Thank you. Where's Miss Masterson?
Viola?
Yes, dear. Why, what...
Miss Masterson, do you recognize any of these people?
Why, no, of course not.
Patterson, do you recognize this woman?
Hey, she's the lady in blue slacks I picked up my lorry on the road to Matfield yesterday. The lady that said she fell off her bike. Her hand was all bloody and she had one glove on.
Like this one?
Yes, sir. Exactly like that.
O'Connor.
Yes, sir?
Have you ever seen this lady before?
I seen her yesterday, sir. Getting off the 1206 train that passes through Piddington before it gets to Batfield. She was wearing blue slacks and carried a brown paper parcel about the size of a gun, sir.
Now, look here, what's the meaning of all this?
Come in. Well, Bennett.
Just like you thought, sir. I telephoned the doctor who treated Miss Masterson, and he informs me that he treated her left hand for multiple lacerations, removing particles of road gravel and stains of tarvia from the palm. Miss Masterson, there is no gravel or tarvia at the meadow.
Thank you. Mr. Ames, I'm extremely sorry for you.
John, now we won't get married.
Viola Masterson, I arrest you on the charge of willful
I
murder.
wanted to get married, and she stood in our
And I
way,
must
John.
warn you that anything you say will be taken down and may be used in evidence against you.
John, what have I done?
The evidence adduced by Chief Superintendent Carruth, the identifications by the lorry driver and the railway porter, the shotgun pellets which proved identical with those Miss Masterson had fired into the unfortunate rabbit, the glove which was identified as hers by the store which had sold it to her, the gravel from the road in her wounded hand, and the motive, which was all too plain, proved sufficient evidence to convict Viola Masterson of the murders of Mrs. Ames and her daughter, and of the servant, Margaret Evans, who provided the first clue, the fourth cup. Miss Masterson had determined to murder the servant to eliminate the only witness to the murder of the others. In a trial marked with frequent air raid alarms caused by an enemy whose depredations could not prevent murder from going on as usual, she was found criminally insane and is now imprisoned in the asylum at Broadmoor. John Ames was tried as an accomplice, but acquitted. He joined the 1st Battalion of the Buffs and was reported missing in action in the Italian campaign. Constable, you may turn the file 302 MR651, the Blitz murder case, to the records room. Good afternoon.
You've just heard the first case in the series Whitehall 1212, drawn from the official files of Scotland Yard by permission of Commissioner Sir Harold Scott. All names were changed in this story for obvious reasons, but everything else is true. It occurred. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed for radio by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Don't worry. You'll find it. Here he is. Well?
I'm taking the tarpaulin from the boot. You better go on to the station.
He was dead, wasn't he?
Yes, Mrs. Stacy. The back of his head smashed in.
We present Murder Locked Out by R.D. Wingfield, with Hector Roth as Detective Sergeant Day.
All right.
come in.
Sergeant Day, I'm Detective Constable Hodges.
Yes, well, don't just stand there. Come in.
All right.
Do you mind dripping onto that mat there?
I'm sorry to drag you out of bed, sir.
It's all right. I wasn't asleep. Just lying there coughing my heart out. You're new, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Transferred from Y Division last week.
You don't have to call me Sir, Hodges. I'm only a sergeant.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Sarge, it's just that...
It's just that I look so old, I know. Yes, sir. I feel a lot older. Now, tell me, what's this all about so I can crawl back to my sickbed?
Well, you wanted down at the station, Sarge.
I'm on sick leave, so you can go back and tell Inspector Adams...
Well, Inspector Adams didn't send me, Sarge. He's not there.
Hey?
He collapsed at his desk earlier today. Appendicitis. They're operating tonight.
Appendicitis? A little tip for you, my son. Always give me good news like that first. Appendicitis? I hear that can be very painful. Who sent for me, then?
Well, Superintendent Lawrence.
Right, hold on. I'll get my trousers and my cough medicine. Do you know what it's all about?
Yes, Sarge. They found a body. A man with his head bashed in.
Money for police. Nothing yet, sir. I should have some news tomorrow. Good night, sir.
You're another activity there, Hodges.
Yes. Sergeant Day. You want the infirmary, don't you? Second on the right.
I reckon I want the morgue before the night's out. The super wants me.
Yeah, so I heard. He's got a body for you.
Anything's better than the one I've got. Let him know the walking wounded here, would you?
Right. Superintendent Lawrence, please. Oh, well, you've got the sad news about Inspector Adams.
Sad news? Don't tell me he's got better.
Sergeant Day is here, sir? Yes, sir. You want you to go in, Sergeant?
Right. You wait here, Hodges.
Right, Sergeant. Why doesn't he like Inspector Adams?
Let me put it this way, Constable. Inspector Adams can't tolerate slackness, laziness, or inefficiency. And nor, for that matter, can Superintendent Lawrence.
Come in, Dave.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down, sit down. Sorry to drag you back, but we're in one hell of a state with staff. Still, you only had a cold, didn't you?
Bronchitis, sir. And I still got it. But not as serious as appendicitis, of course. Cigarette, sir?
No. Should you be smoking with that cough?
No, sir, but then I shouldn't go out in the pouring rain either.
I don't control the weather, Dave. You retire next year, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I've been looking through your personal file. Not a particularly distinguished career, is it?
You haven't dragged me out in the rain to tell me my shortcomings, I hope so.
You know your shortcomings, Dave. If there was anyone else to send, I'd leave you in your sickbed, but with Adams away, I'm forced to send you. Get over to 17 Priestley Gardens. You'll find Foxtrot Tango 3 waiting for you. They've got a man's body with head injuries. They'll fill you in.
Right, sir.
Take D.C. Hodges with you. He's new, but he's keen. And try not to let him pick up all your bad habits.
Yes, sir.
You haven't got long to go, Dave. Don't mess this one up.
Take it easy, son. Slow down. I want to die of bronchitis in my bed, not in a car smash.
Sorry, Sarge. This is my first murder case.
That's better. The body's got no place to go. It'll wait for us. It may not be murder, not even to oblige you, Hodges. But it's murder sending a sick man out in weather like this. Oh, roll on retirement.
You've been in the force some time, haven't you, Sarge?
32 years.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes, why haven't I got any higher than a sergeant?
Oh, yeah.
I'm flattered you need to ask, son. People are usually surprised that I managed to make sergeant. Actually, I'm not a very good policeman. Oh, I'm a nice fellow. Everyone's pal, but not a good copper. I was good a long time ago, just like you, salivating at the thought of a nice, juicy murder case. They all thought I was going places, but I couldn't keep it up. I lacked dedication, I suppose. Everything seemed too much bother. Well, you've got to be a swine like Inspector Adams to get on in the force. Well, that's not me. Why are you slowing down?
Oh, there, Sarge. By that supermarket. Those two men, they're acting suspiciously.
Now, don't be greedy. You've got a murder. What more do you want? Drive on.
Oh, should we take a look?
In the pouring rain? No. Give someone else a chance. Turn left here. That must be it. Over there. Yeah, that's Foxtrot Tango 3. Hold on. He's coming over to us. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Sarge. I thought you were off duty with bronchitis.
No, I'm on duty with bronchitis. Oh, this is D.C. Hodges. I don't know his first name.
John.
This is Joe Turner. We're on his patch.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Oh, we saw a couple of men acting suspiciously outside that supermarket in the high street.
Oh, nice, Sarge.
No, he's new. He's keen. They were sheltering from the rain. Now, what's the score? Where's your mate?
He's with the body, round the back there.
Oh, rather him and me in this weather. Well, what have we got?
Dead man is James Edward Lakin, aged about 36, 37.
You taking this down, Hodges?
Yes, sir.
Good. Go on, Joe.
Well, he's a research chemist. He works at the Agricultural Research Centre over at Timberley.
Research Centre?
Yeah.
What, where that girl was murdered last month?
Yeah, that's the place. A woman called...
Hold on. Where does he live?
Here. 17, Priestley Gardens.
What do you mean, he lives in that house?
Yes, Sarge. The body was found around the back.
Why are we all sitting out here in the cold? Why aren't we in the house where it's dry and where there's more than light to the makings of a cup of tea?
Yeah, well, we can't get into the house, Sarge. There's no one in. He lived alone.
Well, didn't he have a key on him?
Yeah, plenty of keys, but none that fitted the front door.
Who found the body?
I was telling you. Mrs. Stacy. She lives around the corner, took a shortcut round the back of the house because it was raining, and nearly fell over.
What time would that be?
Just after 10:30. We got a call at 10:37. I said you'd be along to question her.
Good. I reckon we ought to get a cup of tea out of her. But I suppose we better take a look at the body first, just to show willing. You'd better hang on here, Joe. The doctor been yet?
No, he's on his way.
Yes, they don't hide themselves when it's raining, do they? Come on, Hodges. Let's give my cold the shock of its life.
Right, Sarge.
There he is.
Hello, George. Who's that?
Oh, it was you, Sergeant Day.
Of course it's me. You didn't think they'd send anyone important when it's raining, did you? Oh, this is Detective Constable Johnny Hodges. Hodges, Georgie Grover.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Are you hiding something from me, Grover? What have you got concealed under that tarpaulin?
The body, Sarge.
Well, as we're here, we might as well take a look. Well, there you are, Hodges. You couldn't wait to get here. Was it worth it? Open window up there, George.
We had noticed it, Sarge.
I'll go through his pockets, Hodges. See if we can find his door key.
Okay, Sarge. It's not there, I've looked.
But Hodges is newer and keener than you are. Go on, son, he won't bite you. Did you shift the dustbin, George?
No, there when we arrived.
Someone shifted it. It's been dragged from over there. Look, you can see the marks. Well, I've solved this case, I think. Any luck, son?
No. Oh, here's the stuff we found on the body, Sarge. The key ring. None of them fit the front door.
Take charge of it, Hodges, would you?
Right, Sarge.
By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but it's not murder.
No?
No. Here's the doc. Over here, Doctor.
What a shocking night.
They reckon we'll have rain before morning. Oh, here's your patient.
Can I have some light?
Your torch, Hodges.
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, Doc?
Well, he's dead.
I should hope so. The time you took getting here. How long's he been dead?
Well, it's difficult to be precise.
Well, within 5 or 6 seconds, say.
Oh, about 2 hours. Perhaps a little more.
That means he died about 9:30, 10 o'clock.
If you say so, son, your maths are probably better than mine. Cause of death, Doc?
Oh, look at his head. Fractured skull.
See that open window up there?
Yeah.
Supposing he was trying to get in and fell. Would that do it?
A burglar?
No. He lives here. My guess is he forgot his front door key and tried to get in through the window. He drags the dustbin over and climbs onto it to reach the wall. And he shins up the drain pipe, misses his footing, and comes down a damn sight quicker than he went up.
He cracked it on the concrete.
Yeah.
Yes, it could well have happened that way, Sergeant. Are the forensic boys come to do their stuff?
Accidental death, hardly worth coming out in the rain for. Pity it couldn't have been a murder. But just to oblige young Hodges here.
I shouldn't have sent you out with a cold like that.
It was the only one they had.
You should be in bed. Yeah, so should I. Oh, if you get in touch with the coroner first thing, I'll let you have a full report after the PM. Good night.
Good night, Doc. And thanks. Oh, cover him up, George. No point in him getting as wet as us.
What about the woman who found the body, Sarge? You going to question her?
No, I don't think so. I'm wet and cold, and I've got a feeling her tea's going to be rotten. I'm off home. Get a statement from her, would you, George?
Okay, Sarge.
And while you're about it, find out from the neighbours if he's ever forgotten his key and climbed in the window before. Oh, and someone had better break the news to his relatives. You've got a sympathetic face, George.
All right, Sarge. I'll tie up all the loose ends.
Here's the meat wagon to take him to the morgue. If I hang about any longer, I'll have an extra passenger. Come on, Hodges, take me home. We'll do the paperwork tomorrow.
Morning, Gay.
Oh, morning, sir.
Well, what happened last night?
Apart from me getting wet, you mean? It's all wrapped up, sir. Accidental death. He forgot his key, tried to climb in the back window, slipped and fell, smashing his head on the concrete.
First class. You done your report?
Just about to do it, sir.
Make certain there are no loose ends. There's a good chap. I'd like the report as soon as possible.
I'll do it right away, sir.
You start spreading your cold germs about, and I'll be none too pleased. We've enough men off sick as it is. Oh, good morning, Hodges.
Good morning, sir.
Ah, Hodges, you're just in time to type my report. I'll put the paper in the machine for you. I'm just going to see if there's any suspicious characters lurking about in the canteen.
I thought you'd like to see this, Sarge.
What's that?
The post-mortem report.
Oh, yes, he phoned me about it. Stick it in the file, will you?
Well, don't you want to read it?
Not before breakfast, thanks. What else have you got?
The inventory of what he was wearing. They're holding his clothes at the morgue.
Let's have a look. Oh, I heard from Foxtrot Tango 3. Lakin had been known to climb in that window when he forgot his key, so that ties everything up. You watched the master at work last night, my lad. Hello? That must be a mistake.
Oh, what's that, Sarge?
I've only put one shoe down. Can't the fools count?
I checked with the morgue attendant, Sarge. He says there was only one shoe on the body when they brought it in.
It must have fallen off in the ambulance.
The ambulance med said there was only one shoe, the left one on the body when they picked it up.
If they were so observant, why didn't they point it out at the time?
Well, they thought we must have already noticed it.
Don't they think we've got better things to do than count how many shoes a corpse is wearing? Come to think of it, his right leg was doubled up under him.
Sarge?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know the supermarket was robbed last night?
I've got enough on my own plate to worry about, Hodges. What a damn nuisance. It must have dropped off when he fell from the window. Still, good job I spotted it in time. The super would have wiped the floor with me. Well, a quick cup of tea in the canteen, and then we'd better get back and find it.
There's no shoe here, Sarge.
Give us a hand to shut the garage door.
Right.
Right. Now, well, I looked in there and in his car. It's not there either. The super's going to go to town on this one. He does like his corpses properly shot.
I suppose he couldn't have jumped, Sarge.
What do you mean?
Suicide. I mean, instead of climbing in, he might have jumped out.
You wouldn't commit suicide from a first-floor window. It's not high enough.
Still, it's a possibility, and we ought to look into it. I reckon he jumped, and we'll find his shoe up in that room.
I am but clay in your hands, Hodges. We'll take a look.
Well, how do we get in? Shall I climb up to the window?
No. History might repeat itself. I'll try one of my special keys. No good. We'll try to get the other bunch from the station. What are you doing?
Looking under the doormat. People sometimes stick a spare key there.
Oh, use your loaf, son. If he had a spare key, he wouldn't have had to climb in through.
Shall I try it in the lock, Sarge?
If you had any respect for my feelings, you'd throw it away. Yes, try it. I wish I was in a nice, clean hospital ward having my appendix out. After you, Constable. Let's see if we can find the shoe.
No, it's not here, Sarge.
A shoe, my kingdom for a shoe. I don't like his wallpaper.
Anyway, he couldn't have jumped. The windows weren't open wide enough.
If you'd found the shoe, my son, I'd have opened it up a bit more for you. You can speed up some of these cases if you help the clues along. Care to join me in a cough?
What? Oh, no, thanks.
One key too many, one shoe too few. Oh, that is horrible wallpaper.
Well, if it's not an accident, it's not suicide. That girl. You said a girl was murdered at the research centre where Lakin worked.
That's right, about a month ago. They found her body in the grounds, stuck in some bushes. Some maniac had smashed the back of her head in.
What was her job at the centre?
Laboratory assistant.
And Lakin was a chemist.
Come off it, son. How can you possibly tie these two cases together?
Lakin had the back of his head smashed in as well.
Because he fell from a window.
Wearing only one shoe.
So what do you think we ought to do?
Well, it wouldn't hurt to pop into the research centre and ask a few questions.
Would Dr. Kendrick report to Central Lab, please? Dr. Kendrick.
How much longer have we got to wait here, miss?
Mr. Smith will see you as soon as he's ready.
And who is this Mr. Smith?
The research director. He's in charge.
We don't particularly want to see him, miss. We just want to wander around and ask a few questions.
It's not a question of what you want, Sergeant. It's a question of what Mr. Smith allows you to do.
I think she fancies me.
Security's strict here, isn't it, Sarge? Guards at the gate, high electric fences.
Well, even agriculture has its secrets. There's money in manure, as the farmer said when his horse swallowed his wallet. Do you think Mr. Smith will allow me to smoke?
Yes, sir. Right away, Director. Sergeant Day?
Yes.
The research director will see you now. This way, please. Detective Sergeant Day and Detective Constable Hodges to see you, Director.
Have them sit down.
Would you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Shall I bring in coffee, Director?
Bring it in after they've gone.
Yes, sir.
And clear my out tray, would you?
Yeah. Oh.
On top of the filing cabinet, behind the door.
Ah. Yes.
Sorry to call on you unexpectedly, Mr. Smith.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Mr. Jordan? Oh, yes, Director. I'm looking at your test results. Table 3, page 9.
Yes, Director?
Well, haven't you been a little careless with your decimal points?
I'm sorry, sir. The typist...
You're supposed to check the typist's work. Please do so.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Why only a sergeant?
I beg your pardon, sir?
I usually deal with Inspector Adams.
Oh, he's off sick, sir. Appendicitis.
I see. All right, then, Sergeant. What do you want?
It's about one of your employees, sir, Mr. James Edward Lakin. Do you know him?
Of course. He works under Dr. Kendrick in our advanced research department. Now, just a moment. I'll get his personal file. Yes, where? Ah, yes, of course. Do you mind moving your chair so I can get to my filing cabinet, Constable?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Thank you. Now, what do you want to know, and why?
He's dead, sir.
Dead?
He was found late last night, lying under the back window of his flat. His skull was fractured.
An accident?
That's one of our lines of investigation, sir.
Most obvious one, I should have thought. Times he forgot his key and had to climb in.
I was wondering, sir.
Please be quiet, I'm thinking. Miss Page, Lakin won't be coming in anymore. We'll do the paperwork later, but in the meantime, get on to H-Lab and tell Davidson to report immediately to Dr. Kendrick and take over Lakin's work. This is a tragedy. We're behind with our schedule as it is.
You don't seem concerned at the death of this man, sir.
I resent the influence, Constable. I'm very much concerned. Let my secretary know when the funeral will be, and we'll be suitably represented. We have a budget for this sort of thing.
The same budget you used when that girl was murdered, sir.
Mary Kent? What possible connection could there be between the two deaths?
Well, we were hoping you could tell us, sir.
Who's conducting this interview, Sergeant? You or your constable?
Oh, I am, sir. What work was Mary Kent doing?
It's all in your files.
It's unfortunate I haven't got them with me, sir.
She was a grade A laboratory assistant.
Yes, sir. What I actually meant was what precise work was she engaged upon?
I can't tell you.
But you must know, sir.
Of course I know, but I don't intend to tell you. Even sergeants, I'm sure, have heard of the Official Secrets Act.
Yes, sir. We often heard our superiors talk about it.
What's the Official Secrets Act got to do with an agricultural research centre, Mr. Smith?
You do have a lot to say for yourself, don't you, Constable? Now, what on earth is...
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, but it is important.
I tried to stop him,
It's all right, Miss Page. Thank you. Well, Dr. Kendrick?
She told me you were engaged, but this is most urgent. Excuse me, gentlemen. Lakin hasn't turned up this morning. How can I keep the experiments going without Lakin?
It's all been taken care of. I've transferred Davidson to you. He should be there now, waiting for you.
I don't want Davidson. I want Lakin.
I'm afraid that's not possible. There's been an accident.
Accident?
He's dead.
Dead? Lakin dead? Oh, no. I could see it happening. Ever since he bought that yellow sports car, he's been going too fast, much too fast.
It wasn't a car accident, Dr. Kendrick.
Who are you?
They're detectives. They're just going.
We think he was murdered.
Like that poor girl. Someone doesn't want me to finish my experiments, Mr. Smith.
Nonsense.
Mary Kent worked for you, Doctor.
She was my laboratory assistant. It's not nonsense, Mr. Smith. There was someone watching my flat last night.
Where is your flat, sir?
The doctor lives over the laboratory. The man watching your flat, Doctor, was Henderson, one of our security guards.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
What time did Mr. Lakin leave yesterday, Doctor?
Just after 9 o'clock in the evening.
9 o'clock? That was late, wasn't it?
We all work late. There's so much to do. Even Mr. Smith works late. You left with Lakin, didn't you?
Me?
Yes, I saw you getting into his car.
Oh, that's right, sir. He gave me a lift.
Where to, sir?
Well, as far as the town. He dropped me off at the traffic lights.
About what time?
9:15 or thereabouts. Don't you think you ought to be getting back, Doctor? Davidson will be waiting.
Yes, of course. Goodbye, gentlemen.
I wish, Sergeant, you hadn't let your subordinate air his wild theories about murder to Dr. Kendrick. He's a brilliant man, but highly strung. His work demands the utmost concentration, and nothing must spoil it.
It isn't a wild theory, sir.
Oh? Why do you think he was murdered?
His right shoe was missing, sir. He wouldn't have walked from his car to the back in the pouring rain and then climbed a wall wearing only one shoe.
Well, not such a brilliant policeman as you are, Sergeant, but why couldn't the shoe have fallen off when he hit the ground?
Because if it did, sir, it'd still be there. We hunted high and low, and it isn't.
Do any of the neighbours keep dogs?
Dogs? Well, I imagine so, sir.
Why? I had a dog once. It was always bringing back treasures it found when it went out prowling at night. Bones, old toys, old shoes. Why couldn't a dog have taken the shoe?
To be quite honest, sir, I never thought of that.
And to be quite honest with you, Sergeant, I'm not at all surprised. If you could go now, I'd like to have my coffee.
So, it's accidental death again, is it, Sarge?
It's always been accidental death, Hodges, my son. You're the one who's been coming up with these wild murder and suicide theories. I've let you have your head because you're young and brash, but I've never wavered.
A dog took the shoe?
Yeah, or a tramp. Would have been anyone. After all, the shoe would have been lying there all night. We didn't go back until the morning.
But if it had been there last night, we'd have seen it. Anyway, why should he climb in the back window when the key was under the mat?
He forgot. All brilliant men forget. I'm always doing it. An accident, pure and simple. Who wants Inspector Adams when they've got brilliant men like me?
Hey, Sarge.
Now what?
Do you remember what Dr. Kendrick said about Lakin always driving too fast in his yellow sports car?
Yes.
Oh, you searched his garage. What was in there?
A Mini, a blue Mini. That was no yellow sports car.
No. But there was one parked in the side road. Oh, a lovely little job. I thought it belonged to one of the neighbours. It must have been his.
You see, there's an explanation for everything.
Let's take a look at it, Sarge. Just in case. This is the one, Sarge.
Well, it's yellow. I grant you that.
And it's locked.
Well, try the keys from Lakin's pocket.
I was going to. Give me some credit. Right first time. He's got a 4-track stereo.
Yeah. I'm more interested in that. On the floor by the front passenger seat.
Damn.
The missing shoe.
I could have done without that. I think I'll go on sick leave.
If he'd walked from here across the road and round to the back with one shoe on, in all that rain, his sock would have been soaked and muddy. And it wasn't.
So he was carried over?
Yes, Sarge, he was carried over. He was carried over because he was dead when he was brought here.
We'll have to alter a hell of a lot of forms, you know. Ah, well, we'll have something to eat and then we'll go and break the news to the superintendent. He won't be too pleased. He was happy with it as an accident.
What did you say, Daddy?
I think it's murder, sir.
Oh, for goodness sake. I knew it was a mistake to put you on this case. You're trying to impress young Hodges, I suppose, trying to build it up into something big.
No, sir. I think there's a tie-up between Lakin's death and the murder of that girl at the research centre.
Yes, that reminds me. You went to the Agricultural Research Centre today, didn't you?
No harm in that, is there, sir?
That chap Smith, the research director, it seems he's got friends in very high places. The chief constable's just phoned.
Oh?
He's had someone big from Whitehall on the phone to him. One of Smith's friends. A little bit of pressure has been applied.
So the chief constable wants us to drop the case,
Good heavens, no, of course not. He said that if we had a cast-iron case, a really solid, waterproof cast-iron case, then naturally we must proceed and we'd have his full backing. But, as you've probably guessed, the place is not an agricultural research centre. They're actually engaged in top-secret experimental work for the Ministry of Defence. Work of the utmost importance.
I see. That explains why they kept firing the Official Secrets Act at me.
Precisely. The Ministry are most anxious that nothing happens to interfere with this research programme. And the Chief Constable has pledged his full support. So, let's look at this objectively. What exactly have we got?
2 murders, a man and a woman, both with their heads bashed in.
Hold hard. You're jumping to conclusions. Now, the girl was murdered, there's no doubt about that. In all probability, a motiveless sexual attack. Now, apart from the coincidence that they both happen to work in the same place, hardly surprising since they're both chemists, what is suspicious about the death of this man? Your original theory was brilliant, and fully supported by the police surgeon. So why didn't he die from a fall?
The missing shoe, sir.
Which turned up in his car. Good work in finding it, by the way. One of the neighbours must have found the shoe on the ground, realised it belonged to Lakin, and stuck it in his car for safety.
The car was locked, sir.
There are ways of opening car doors. Excuse me. Lawrence? Oh, hello, sir. Yes? I'm talking to him now. I think so. Yes, I'll phone you, sir. Goodbye.
The Chief Constable?
Yes, about some other matter. But it reminds me, Dave, you know I had your personal file out the other night. Well, there was a reason for it. I mentioned to the Chief Constable that I'd like to do something about your promotion. Be nice if you could retire as an inspector, after all your years in the force. But that's by the way, of course. You must decide yourself on the line the investigations to take. I don't want to influence you. There'd be a bit of difference in the pension, of course.
Sorry I'm late, Sarge.
That's all right, my son. You haven't been missed.
I know who killed Lakin.
So do I. I'm just putting it in my report. While you've been out gallivanting heaven knows where, I've solved the case.
You have? Who killed him?
The law of gravity. He didn't jump, he wasn't pushed, he fell. One of those unfortunate accidents with which this life of ours is fraught.
I don't get it. You know it wasn't an accident.
That was before the superintendent explained it to me.
Explain what?
That I had the choice of retiring as a sergeant or as an inspector. I just had to play my cards right. It seems that Mr. Smith has friends in high places, and they want the investigation stopped.
Why?
That place is a front for the Ministry of Defence. They're doing top-secret research work. An investigation could mess it up. Well, I couldn't let that happen now, could I?
So a double murderer's going to get away with it?
But it's not murder. It's an accident. My report says so. It's here in black and white, and I'm not typing that lot out again, even if the murderer comes in here and confesses.
Sarge, he could kill again.
If you feel so strongly about it, go and tell the superintendent.
No, he wouldn't listen to me.
Then that's the end of it. Well, all done. James Edward Lakin, deceased. Case closed. Another triumph for Sergeant Day, grizzled veteran of 100 investigations and 1,000 cops. Now stop looking all sullen and hard done by, my son. You have to show me a bit of respect when I'm an inspector.
Well, I might respect the rank, but not the way you got it.
At my age, son, just getting it's enough.
Whatever promotion I get, I'll earn. I'm sorry, Sarge.
Forget it.
I know who killed Lakin.
Forget that as well. The case is closed. Who?
Smith.
You're mad.
Look, the reason I'm late is because I've been chatting to one of the security guards at the research centre. It turns out he's an ex-cop, only been there a week. The old loyalties are still strong. He saw Lakin leave in his sports car last night.
So?
Only Lakin wasn't driving. Smith was. Lakin was propped up in the passenger seat with a safety belt holding him up. And the guard said he looked as if he was asleep or drunk. I say he was dead.
And Smith killed him?
Yeah.
Why?
To sabotage this research project. The girl was working on it, so he killed her. Lakin was working on it, so he killed him.
Wouldn't it have been easier to have killed Dr. Kendrick? After all, he's the key man.
Dr. Kendrick has security men guarding him night and day.
So he has.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what are you going to do?
Yes, you might be right about Smith. Any man who begrudges a couple of hard-working coppers a cup of coffee is evil. But what evidence have you got? The courts aren't on our side, you know. You've got to convince them. So Smith was driving Lakin's car. Is that a crime? And you think Lakin was dead at his side? You try and prove it.
So he's going to get away with it?
He won't be the first if he does. You haven't got enough evidence to convince me, and my standards are lower than anybody's. Now, forget all about it and get down to some real police work, starting with sticking those back in the filing cabinet.
Okay. Sarge, we've got it.
Hey?
The filing cabinet. Look, you want evidence. I can give you cast iron evidence. Did anything strike you as odd in Smith's office this morning?
No.
The position of his filing cabinet. When he wanted Lakin's personal file, his hand stretched to the side of the desk where the filing cabinet should have been. Then he remembered and he walked across the office to it.
Yes.
You could see the square of carpet by his desk where the filing cabinet had been. He'd only just moved it. He had to point it out to his secretary when she was looking for his out tray. Well, why did he move it? And why to that particular spot?
Please, tell me.
Because there was something on the carpet he'd have to cover up. A blood stain. Blood from Lakin's head when he killed him in his office last night.
It's a good theory, son, but where's the proof?
We move the cabinet and look underneath. If there's a blood stain, we've got it.
No, he'd never let us in.
Get a search warrant.
What, on a Ministry of Defence department? And what happens if I defy the super and the chief constable and then his lousy carpet fails to oblige us with a blood stain? No, forget it.
They needn't know. Look, suppose we don't make it official. Suppose we sneak in and look round there tonight when everyone's gone home.
You're mad.
We'd be in and out in 5 minutes.
Breaking into someone's office at night? They'd bust me if they found out. I've already agreed with the super. The case is closed. So that's the end of it.
All right, Sarge. Forget it. I just thought you might like to start acting like a proper copper for a change. I won't jeopardise your precious promotion. I'll go on my own.
Not if you're ordered not to, you won't.
Oh, I see. Putting rank on me, are you, Sarge?
Yes, I am. Now, sit down. I said sit down. How would we get in there, anyway? It's guarded like the Bank of England.
Sarge?
Yes, I know. It just proves I'm as stupid as everyone makes out.
That ex-copper's on tonight. He'd let us through. I'll pick you up about 9:30.
Come on in. In we go. It's locked, Sarge. Well, he didn't know we were coming, did he? Out of the way. It's bound to be the last one. Perhaps I should have been a burglar. What's that? I can't. I heard something. Now, imagination. Perhaps. All right. Come on. You found the cabinet? My knee has. Over here. Keep your torch down. Yeah. It's like a flaming searchlight. Okay. Right, now give us a hand to shift it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's it. Okay, Hodges, it's your big moment. Shine your torch and see what we've got. Nothing. Never mind, son. I'll be wrong myself sometimes. And you can see why there's nothing, can't you? Look, keep your torch down. Look, he's had it recarpeted. So, yes. He doesn't waste much time, does he? I prefer the old one, I think. Not so much blue in it. Come on, let's get the cabinet back. In a minute. What are you doing? Having a look through his desk. No, he said the filing cabinet, and that's all. We won't get another chance. Not if anyone catches us, we won't. Now, come on. When I've finished. Hey, Sarge, look at this. What is it? A key. It was in his top drawer. He's taking his front door key. Put it back. But Sarge. Was accused of planting evidence and got no right to be here. Someone's coming. Shut the drawer. Down behind the desk. Oh, what's the use? It's a chance. Down. No. It's Kendrick.
Operator? I want the police. Operator.
Why do you want the police, Dr. Kendrick?
Who are you?
We're police officers. We were here earlier today.
Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, thank goodness you're here. The phone seems to be dead.
Well, let me try, sir. Yeah, it's probably off at the switchboard.
It's my turn. Someone's trying to kill me.
Why do you say that, sir?
Someone's been following me.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Listen. It's him. Switch off the torch, Hodges. Right.
Dr. Kendrick, are you there?
It's Mr. Smith. Thank goodness.
Hodges, open the window. Get the doctor out that way. Make for the car and wait here for help. I'll hold him off. He's dangerous, Sarge. He's a killer. I'm frightened enough, thanks. Now get Kendrick out of here. Just a minute, Doctor. Hurry up. I can't hold it much longer. We're through. Right. Let me go. Oh, no, you don't. Drop that. Drop it. Oh, my arm. Still, it won't hurt. Detective Sergeant Day? Yes, sir. I'd like you to come down to the station with me, if you wouldn't mind.
Where's Dr. Kendrick?
He's quite safe, sir.
Safe, you fool. He's nearly killed his guard tonight. Now, where is he?
Nearly killed his guard?
He's killed twice before. He can kill again. Where is he?
He's gone with Hodges to the car.
Oh, I hope for your sake Hodges is all right. Come on, let's find them. Where's some of my guards? You men, over there. Where did you leave your car, Sergeant?
Just round the corner. There.
Oh, my God. Sergeant, Mr. Smith, someone smashed this man's head in.
He never remembers afterwards. Oh, now, put that down, Doctor. Just put it down. Oh, that's right. All right, Peters. Take him and look after him a bit better this time.
Who would want to do a thing like that?
Come along, Doctor. You come
Hodges, you all right?
Let's have a look at. Aye. He's lucky. Must have been a glancing blow. Nothing's broken.
Oh. What happened?
How'd you feel?
Oh, something hit me.
Yes, it was Kendrick. Are you all right?
Yes. Kendrick?
The most outstanding research chemist this country's ever known. He's a genius.
He's insane.
It is possible to be both. When he's lucid, he's brilliant.
And when he's insane, he kills.
Yes. We've watched him carefully since the go. Laking knew the risk. He must have been careless. Tried to make his death look like an accident. I didn't notice the shoe.
I'm going to have to arrest him, Mr. Smith.
Out of the question, I'm afraid. His work's far too important. He's so near to success.
He could kill again.
Possibly. But that's a risk I'm prepared to take.
You may be, Mr. Smith, but I most certainly am not.
You're doing what, Day? Shut the door, would you, Hodges?
Sir?
I'm charging him with murder, sir.
There's big issues involved here, Day. Surely Mr. Smith explained them to you.
Oh, he explained them, sir, but no one's above the law, no matter how important they are. At least that's what they taught me when I joined. Kendrick has killed twice, he could kill again.
But the work he's doing could save thousands of lives.
Yes, they use a similar argument when they dropped the atom bomb. I'm charging him with murder.
You haven't a shred of evidence.
No, sir. Firstly, there's the missing shoe.
What missing shoe? I've got the mortuary attendant's report here. There were 2 shoes on the body when it was brought in.
Show me. This isn't the same report. It's been altered.
That's the only report now in existence.
I see. So we've actually come down to this, have we? Destroying vital evidence.
I'm sorry, Day. I like it no more than you do. But my instructions came from the top, the very top.
All right. You needn't have bothered. I don't need the report. My case is strong enough without it. Smith has admitted that he faked the accident.
And he'll deny it. It'll be your word against his.
Oh, no, sir. Not just my word. Detective Constable Hodges was there.
Hodges? Hodges?
I don't recall Mr. Smith making any such admission, sir.
What do you mean you don't recall? It was less than an hour ago. You were there. You were standing by my side. I see. What promotion did he promise you, son?
All right, Hodges, you can go. Don't think too badly of him, Day. He took a lot of persuading. And, speaking of promotion, I've got a bit of bad news for you, I'm afraid. Will you have a cigarette?
Murder Locked Out was written for radio by R.D. Wingfield. Sergeant Day was played by Hector Ross, Constable Hodges by John Rye, Superintendent Lawrence by Dennis McCarthy, and Smith by Godfrey Kenton. Dr. Kendrick and P.C. Turner, Kerry Francis, Jordan and P.C. Grover, Peter Pacey, the desk sergeant and the doctor, Nigel Lambert, and Mrs. Stacey and the secretary, Emily Richard. The play was produced by Harry Catlin.
Whitehall, 1212, hurry.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files, and only the names of the participants have been changed. The research has been prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in Scotland Yard case number 397 MR381. Stanley Russell, shop clerk.
Mr. Russell is not to be found.
Mrs. Hope Russell, his wife.
Mrs. Russell was reported missing on the day before Good Friday.
Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe. Chief Inspector Bryce Purcell of Scotland Yard.
I should like to introduce Deputy Commander William Bird of Scotland Yard, my superior officer.
Before we proceed, I believe it would be a good idea to visit the Black Museum. Come along with me, if you please.
After you, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? You came about case number 397 MR381, I believe you said, sir.
Right. Will you tell us about it, John?
Well, this is the exhibit. No, don't touch it, please. It's quite fragile. And as you can see, it has already been broken. We have a great many other exhibits of crimes in these rooms. Murder weapons, blood-stained garments, bullets that have snuffed out many lives, death masks of many notorious criminals. Almost every instrument of violence that can be conceived. I should explain that these gruesome objects about us are not merely souvenirs. Many of them have aided our men in solving other crimes and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Now, this one.
Tell us what this thing is, John.
This is Mrs. Hope Russell.
"16 months after the Easter Blitz of 1941, the work of clearing out bombed-out areas of London was still progressing. On the 12th July 1942, the Scotland Yard Information Room received an urgent call from P.C. John Dunn of the Kennington District. A patrol car in which Chief Inspector Purcell was riding was dispatched to the scene, a partially destroyed Baptist chapel.
I was directed to the spot by P.C. Dunn, who was on point duty at the road intersection.
Right over there, sir, where you see the men standing. They found something, sir. The navvies that's working here.
Right, thank you. Morning, boys.
Morning.
What have you found?
Who are you, mate?
I'm Chief Inspector Purcell, Scotland Yard. What's up?
Down, sir? Down there.
In that hole, sir?
Yeah. It's an old burying vault, sir.
What is it?
A skeleton, sir. He's dead.
Up down, Georgie and Sean, with your torch.
All right. There you see, sir. Here he is.
Stand to one side, will you?
He's off under this stone slab, sir. See?
I see him. Well, what's so strange about a skeleton in a burial vault?
There ain't been anybody in there since 1934, sir.
1935.
I was in that gang that moved the old corpses out of here, Herbert. It was 1934. We didn't leave 'em one. God bless you.
It's the quicklime down here, sir.
Quicklime? How'd quicklime get down there?
You're the detective, mister. We just work here.
The badly burned skeleton was removed to the pathological laboratories at Scotland Yard, together with the other articles found in the vault. A considerable amount of quicklime and a half-burned straw pelleas which had partially covered the remains. There was nothing else. I stood beside Keith Briggs, the Home Office pathologist, while he completed his examination. "What do you think, Keith?" I asked.
Well, she's dead.
She?
Well, it's a woman, all right. No question about that. The hip bones are characteristically a woman's. So is the sacrum here, and...
How old a woman?
Oh, middle-aged, I'd say. See, the bones are fully developed, so we know she was full-grown. Then there were one or two strands of long gray hair adhering to the skull. Here they are. And then the teeth here.
What about them?
Well, you see, they're pretty well worn. Now, you see here, in the upper jaw, 7 of the uppers are missing. Now, see these ridges?
Yes.
Well, they were caused by a dental plate, which probably consisted of 7 teeth, and then...
What are you looking for?
The measuring tape.
Oh, here. The lady was lying on it. What are you going to do now?
See how tall she was.
She's rather jumbled about. And the feet, where are they?
Oh, the thigh bone's all I need. Oh, hold it, please, sir. This one. Now, let's see. 43 centimeters. Well, that's all right, sir. Now, 43 centimeters multiplied by 3.6.
What are you doing?
On Sediment scale, you multiply the length of the thigh bone by 3.6. Man's, that's 3.7. And you get the exact height. Now, see, that's 154.8 centimeters. We'll call it 1 meter 55. Meters 39.37 and 55 hundredths of 39.37 is 21.65. Now, 39.37 plus 21.65, that's 7, 5, 12, 6, 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 3, 5, 6, 61.02 inches. There. She was 5 feet 1 200 inches tall. In a word, 5'1".
What was her name?
Whatever her name, sir, she was murdered.
Consider that I've asked the question.
Eh? Oh, how do I know? Well, this bone here.
Where does it fit?
This is what she talked with. It's the voice box, the trachea, the throat. Look. See these little wing things up here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you see this one? See, it's broken.
Well,
this is one of the most significant fractures in all forensic medicine, sir.
Why?
There's only one way to do it.
Oh, come on, man. Don't come Sherlock Holmes on me. How do you do it?
Well, I was about to say by manual pressure on the throat, sir.
Strangulation, you mean?
Intentional strangulation, sir. There's no other way.
And then there's the quicklime.
Surely you know that quicklime will not destroy a body, sir.
Yes, I know it, Keith. But murderers seldom do. Reference to the ARP records showed that every other casualty and missing persons in Kennington had been accounted for. It was apparent that the victim had not been a resident of that district. I caused bulletins and charts of the teeth to be sent to all the dentists in London for identification. No results were forthcoming, and we were forced to conclude that the dentist in question had become an air raid casualty, or that the work had been done in some other city. I gave Purcell a very difficult assignment.
Difficult, sir? Well, it's not so difficult, but it's tedious. It'll take a long time.
I know, but it's got to be done. I'm strongly of the opinion that it was murder.
We checked carefully, sir, and the only quicklime on the entire premises was that in the vault with the skeleton. I thought they might have dusted the entire place with quicklime for sanitary purposes, but they hadn't. Certainly looks as if someone had wanted to dispose of a body.
Until we know who she was, we'll never discover who he is.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll get cracking. I'll need men to go over the missing persons registers, sir, to find the names and addresses.
Every woman 5 feet tall, of middle age with gray hair, who is still missing now.
And then I'll need more men to make inquiries of all the next of kin to see which of them wore false teeth.
And to find out which one wore an upper plate that matches the one in Briggs's chart here.
It'll take a good many men and a good bit of time, sir.
You can get the men, Purcell, and we've got the time. Good luck.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Nothing whatever happened for 2 weeks, except for the unrewarded activities of Purcell's men. I had a minor inspiration about the 7th day. Put me through to Sergeant Bowles, please. Commander Baird here, Sergeant. I should like you to send me all the file copies of the Metro operations for the period 2 weeks before to 2 weeks after the Easter Blitz of last year, please. Yes, at once, if you please. The Metropolitan Informations is a daily newspaper containing digests of all the crime news. It is usually invaluable. I pored over every issue, looking assiduously for an item that might prove of some help. I had reached the end of the first week after the date the Kennington Chapel was destroyed with no results whatever when Purcell reported.
Found, sir.
Oh, good.
Here is the missing plate.
That's much better than I'd hoped for, Purcell.
Apparently the plate hurt her mouth. She often left it at home. As a matter of fact, I found it at her sister's.
Oh?
I stopped upstairs to see Keith Briggs in the laboratory, and they fit exactly, allowing for the fact that there's no flesh on the jawbones. Here's Keith.
Is that right, Keith?
That's right, sir. And the marks on the skeleton's teeth coincide exactly with these little clamps here. I've brought the skull down. Yeah. You see, sir?
Oh, she looks very fine. Congratulations, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. The only thing is, she was reported missing 3 days before the raid that destroyed the chapel.
She was?
It's in all the records, sir.
Where were you, madame?
She might have been hidden in the vault. Immediately she was murdered, sir. And then the fire, when the place was bombed...
It must have been quite a hot fire. Let's see. The Kennington Fire Brigade, please. Yes. Oh, what's her name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
Russell. Hope Russell, did you say... Oh, hello. Is that the Kennington Fire Brigade? The senior company officer, if you please. I'll wait. Hope Russell. I've run across that name somewhere. Yes? Thank you. Hello, this is Commander Bird at Scotland Yard. Do you remember during the Easter Blitz last year when the Baptist chapel was destroyed there in Kennington? What I wanted to know was that a very severe fire... What? There was no fire?
What?
No fire whatever when the chapel was destroyed? Oh, 2 days later. How very curious. It was reported by whom? The Kennington police. Or wasn't there a... Oh, look here, old chap. I'm sending at once for their divisional superintendent. Could you possibly come along with him to my office at the yard? Yes. I'm afraid it is rather important. I'll have him pick you up in his car. Thank you so much. At once, yes.
No fire.
Keith, will you mind? Get him and the fire chap over here at once. Use my name. Ask them both to bring their records for that night. Please.
All right, sir. No fire, eh?
What's that woman's name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
I knew I remembered it. Look at this.
Metro Informations, eh?
Look under articles lost and found. I was just reading it.
Lost and found.
Here, the third item. Read that.
Found by Postmistress Guilford, Surrey, in the post office yesterday, a woman's purse. Black leather, plain, strap. Contents, lipstick, comb, mirror, 2 London tram tickets, 11pence in coin, ration book, identity card, issued to Mrs. Hope Russell. Well, what was she doing in Guildford?
Look at the date of the paper, Purcell.
April...
What was she doing in Guildford 3 days after the air raid in Kennington? The divisional superintendent and the fire brigade officer from Kennington sat in my office with Purcell and me. I looked at the fire brigade records first.
Now, here, sir. This is the day of the big raid when the chapel was destroyed. Good Friday evening, 11th of April, 1941.
Yes.
Every call is set down in the occurrence book here, sir.
Yes, I know.
Together with all the calls to the auxiliary fire service, the civilians, sir.
Yes, I know.
And you can see there's no report whatever of a fire at the Kennington Baptist Chapel from either source.
Quite.
But over here, sir, on this page, Tuesday the 15th, 4 days later, 11 o'clock p.m. You see, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Chapel and so forth. Report telephoned in by Kennington Police Station.
Do your records correspond, Superintendent?
I'll read it to you, sir. 10:57 p.m., Tuesday, 15th of April. P.C. Allison telephoned to report a fire at the ruins of the Baptist Chapel. Alarm telephone to Kennington Fire Brigade at 11 p.m.
You rang us up yourself, Robert.
I did that indeed. Here's my initials.
What do you think, Purcell?
Why did the police constable report it?
Yes, I was just going to ask that.
I don't understand, sir.
Wasn't there a fire watcher?
Wasn't there?
Well, sir, there was a fire watcher.
There was supposed to be.
Well, where was he?
Asleep, sir, probably.
Or out catching a drink somewhere.
Not an ARP man.
No, sir. A private man employed for the wholesale chemist across the road from the chapel. A thoroughly useless man.
Completely undependable.
Yeah, his employers caught up with him at last, sir. He was sacked 6 or 7 weeks ago. I've not seen him since.
Neither have I.
Well, sounds like a spiv to me.
He is, sir. I knew him quite well. Had a great deal of trouble with his wife, and I used to see him quite regularly.
Oh?
He agreed to pay in 18 shillings and 9pence, I think it was, weekly, at the police station for her, which he didn't ever do.
Not ever.
Never once till Easter Monday last year, right after the big raid. He kept it up, too, till he was discharged and left.
I suppose this chemical firm he worked for could put us on to him. I'd like to have a chat with the fellow. Wouldn't you, Purcell?
I certainly would. I'll telephone them now and ask them if you'll give me the name of the firm and his name.
Oh, his name is Stanley Russell.
Russell?
I wonder if you'd know his wife's name, Superintendent.
I've seen it often enough. Yes, sir. Her name is Mrs. Hope Russell.
In The Pirates of Penzance, Gilbert and Sullivan complain bitterly that a policeman's lot is not a happy one. I subscribe most heartily to that sentiment. I would like you to hear Chief Inspector Purcell's report to me, just as he gave it, in my office. Well, Purcell, I said, Did you find our Mr. Stanley Russell all right?
Not there.
Well, you left men to wait for him, haven't you?
Sir, I got the address of the place. Sergeant Hatton and I drove there in a yard car driven by Constable Small.
Get on with it, man.
The whole bloody place was gone, sir.
Gone?
The whole bloody block was destroyed. Destroyed by an enemy bomb in an air raid 6 months ago. One day after Russell moved in. Not one person in the whole building's been heard of since. Sir, I respectfully request permission to go somewhere and get howling drunk.
You know, Purcell, I think I'll go with you.
But we didn't. We sat quietly in Commander Bird's office and thought long, dark thoughts. After a while, Keith Briggs, the pathologist, observing the light inside, stopped by, and almost at the same time, John Davidson from the back museum came in to see what was up. Nothing's up, John, I said. On the contrary.
What happened? Purcell was just telling Keith here. The chap is a Blitz casualty.
Dead? And may God have mercy on his soul.
I'd rather hope to hear a bloke in a black cap say that, Keith. I thought we had him, dead to rights.
Oh, don't be so bloody American.
I think we could have proved it. He strangled her, then hid her body in the vault. Took a handbag to Guildford and lost it in the post office there.
Cleverly putting Scotland Yard off the scent.
Timing was a little bad.
And then when the Blitz came...
Tried quicklime first, didn't work.
Blitz came, and he set her afire.
If he'd been a better fire watcher and not hiding in a hole somewhere, he'd have known there was no fire that night.
Yeah, but he wasn't a good fire watcher.
Wasn't good at anything.
I wonder...
What, John? What do you mean, John?
Well, if I'd strangled my wife and burned her up, which God forbid, because I haven't one, I'd be very happy to have people think I was dead. If I'd hear that my home was destroyed and everybody in it dead, I should be delighted, most delighted. I'd change my name.
Not in wartime, you wouldn't.
That's right. Identity cards and ration books.
Absolutely.
I'd forgotten. Getting new ones in the name of Harry Hawkins or Sam Small would be difficult. But even Scotland Yard would stop looking for me if they thought I was dead. Wouldn't they, Commander Bird?
And you'd go around buying new clothing and whatnot, if you could, and presenting your own ration book in your own name and... Where are you going, Purcell?
I'm going to stagger home through the blackout, sir, with your permission. I've a large number of men's clothing stores to interview beginning tomorrow, and I'd like to get a good night's sleep. Good night, all.
The Stanley Russell crop was enormous. Chief Inspector Purcell discovered that 234 of them had purchased clothing since the date our Stanley Russell had been reported dead by enemy action. But not one of them was the Stanley Russell we wanted. We made thorough inquiries of all his known acquaintances, all to no avail. The War Office had no record of our man. We were reluctantly forced to the conclusion that he was dead, or that he had heard of our search for him and gone to ground most effectively, as I said to a rather haggard Purcell. Purcell shook his head.
I'd like to keep on looking, sir, if I may. I have a hunch that he'll turn up unexpectedly.
It will certainly be unexpected so far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to keep on trying, sir.
Well, for a few weeks more, but I'm afraid... Commander Bird speaking. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Purcell.
Well, I'll take it outside, sir.
No, don't. Take it here.
Thank you, sir. Chief Inspector Purcell here. Who is he? Oh? Well, I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yes. Will you ask him to wait a moment? I'll ring you back. Sir.
Yeah?
I've never been so shocked in all my life.
Oh, really? What's happened? Somebody dead?
Somebody's alive.
What?
If I'd heard this on the radio, I wouldn't have believed it.
All right, what's happened?
Mr. Stanley Russell is calling on us.
Well, Brother Purcell, let him enter and be received in due form.
Will you show Mr. Stanley Russell in, please? Thank you.
You sound like a spider, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. I feel I am.
And a chair for our guest.
You think I sound like a spider? Come in.
Mr. Stanley Russell, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was looking for Inspector Purcell.
Come in, sir. I'm Chief Inspector Purcell.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Commander Bird.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. May I sit down? Thank you. Does one smoke in here?
Yes, by all means.
Will you try an Abdullah?
I'm afraid I always smoke woodbines. Now, I hear Scotland Yard is looking for me.
That's true.
Why, may I ask?
You've been extremely hard to find.
Oh, I've been in the country. Derbyshire.
We should have come there eventually.
Oh, I've saved you the trouble. What do you want to see me about?
You were a fire watcher, Mr. Russell, in Kennington.
Yes.
There was an unreported fire at the Baptist chapel there whilst you were on duty.
When?
2 nights after the raid that destroyed the chapel.
I didn't see any fire. Is that all you wanted?
No, Mr. Russell.
Well, I don't recall any fire, sir.
You didn't see or hear the fire brigade?
No, sir.
Near 11 o'clock?
Oh. Well, I must admit I wasn't there.
Where were you?
I did see the fire brigade moving away when I came back, but...
Where were you?
Oh, I was out of cigarettes, and I strolled around the corner to see if I could borrow 1 or 2 from the fire watcher at post 4.
He says he never saw you, Mr. Russell.
Oh, he's probably forgotten. It's a long time ago.
He will swear he didn't see you that night.
Well, the fire obviously didn't do any damage.
A woman was burned to death in it.
Murdered?
Do you know anything about it?
Of course not. I'm very sorry to hear that anything like that...
The woman was your wife.
May I have 1 of your cigarettes, please? Thanks. So that's what became of her.
Do you know anything about it?
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, gentlemen. I wasn't on very good terms with her.
We know that.
I'm afraid I've no tears for her. She was... Oh, well, she's dead now. I shan't say anything. Actually, I'm shocked.
Naturally.
I'm afraid I'm not sorry.
Do you know anyone who would have had a motive for murdering him? You had a motive, didn't you, Mr. Russell?
I can see how you might think so, but I didn't murder her, I assure you.
When did you last see her?
I don't really remember. Several months before she was murdered, I think.
How do you know she was murdered?
Well, you said so.
Did I?
Oh, I would have had good cause to, Inspector, but I'd have been a fool to do it now, wouldn't I?
Yes. Well, Mr. Russell, thank you for coming to see us. If there is anything else you remember, please come back and see us again. I think that's all for now. How can we find you if we need you? We may want your corroboration of certain facts.
Well, I'll write down my address, sir.
It's a sad affair, and you have our sympathy.
Thank you, sir. I admit I'm terribly shocked.
Of course.
Well, here's the address and telephone number, sir.
Thank you. Feel free to call on us at any time. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, gentlemen. I was merely trying to do my duty.
Oh, you've done it admirably, sir. Goodbye.
Well, thank you.
Well.
He's a liar.
I know it.
May I ask why you...
Why I let him go? He thinks he's got us completely fooled. He'll be back with more helpful information. Come in, Mr. Russell.
I just remembered something that might be of importance.
Come in.
I remembered that an old straw palliasse, a mattress I used to catch 40 winks on, it was stolen about that time.
Oh.
Could that have been used to stop the fire? Did you find it?
Yes, we found it.
Oh, that's good. Well, I must go now. Oh, by the way, was the body destroyed?
By the quicklime?
Yes. What's the matter?
You are a very clever man, Mr. Russell. Much too clever for your own good.
Why? Why, may I ask?
No one had mentioned quicklime, except you.
Well, I thought... I mean... I didn't... I wasn't even there. I tell you, I didn't touch her.
I said you were much too clever for your own good.
You think I didn't strangle her?
Go ahead, Chief Inspector.
Stanley Russell, I arrest you on the charge of willful murder.
I didn't do it.
And I warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and may be given in evidence.
The crime.
The painstaking evidence Scotland Yard had collected, together with Stanley Russell's own statements, were sufficient to convince a jury that he had murdered his wife, Hope Russell, and burned her body. All his allegations of misconduct on her part were proved completely false. It was demonstrated at the trial that he had planned the murder for a long time, and having found a convenient time and place, had committed it.
The verdict.
My Lord, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of willful murder.
The sentence.
Prisoner at the bar, stand up. It is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You have heard the true story of case number 397MR381 from the files of Scotland Yard. The names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. Starting next week, Whitehall 1212 will be heard at a new time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Research by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Stories for radio written and directed by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
CBC presents a new series of chills and thrills, of mystery and adventure, old and new. Tales of the supernatural and the unforeseen, of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. To the master among storytellers, we bow as we bring you The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, in radio version by Len Peterson.
Nervous? Very dreadfully nervous I have been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease that sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all, my sense of hearing. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. Now then, am I mad? Listen how calmly I can tell you the whole story. I was wandering on my way to nowhere, away from... that's my secret. We all have secrets. And I came to the old man's place on the edge of this town and asked for a dipper of water.
There you are, fella. Best spring water around here.
It's good and cold. I needed that.
Shall I fill the dipper again?
Yeah, thanks. I could drink another.
Have you come far?
Yes, far.
Much farther to go?
Don't know.
You're thin, fella. The sun's burnt your skin to bark. Here. No, don't drown yourself drinking it.
That's good.
I should give you something solid. A meal. I eat late after the chores, if you don't mind waiting.
Oh, I'm used to long waits for meals. I'll give you a hand.
No need.
Well, I'm not afraid to work for a meal.
All right, if you wish.
Yeah, it'll feel good to have a hay fork in my hands again.
I've been needing a man around here.
You do? Need a man?
Oh, now, I can do a full day's work, but toward night it gets heavy. Still, with a wife dead and buried last winter, and 3 daughters married and gone to their husband's farm, and 2 sons off to seek more than this small farm can promise, a man needs work to keep his thoughts from growing heavy.
Yes, I know.
What's your name?
Alfred Bain.
Ah, Weatherby's mine. The pigs and chickens haven't been fed. Another team. I got 6 cows to milk, and the 7th freshening shortly. Well, come along to the barn.
I stayed on and worked for the old man. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. For his money, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, that's it. It was. He had the eye of a vulture. His left eye, a pale blue eye with a film over it.
Now, shall we cut hay tomorrow, Alfred?
Hay? Yes, we can cut hay. But doesn't the sky say rain?
No, that's not a rain sky for around here.
Oh, it is where I come from.
It'll clear by morning. I can feel rain when it's on the way. I have a way of feeling what's ahead.
Do you?
Yeah.
What's ahead? What is? No, I don't want to know. You can't know everything.
Far from it.
The weather's enough.
Go sharpen the size.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye. But Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the week before I killed him.
Here, let me carry those collars and harnesses, Mr. Weatherby. I'll hook up the team for you.
No, why should you?
Yes, let me. Here, let go the traces.
You've more than earned your keep today, and your wages.
But not your kindness.
How else should one treat a hired man? My son thought I was a tyrant.
You a tyrant?
Perhaps I do treat you better than I treated the boys. Now, that's strange. Why do you? I don't know. Because you're not afraid of work. My sons thought they were too clever to work. But I didn't treat them so badly.
Some people should be treated badly.
Scoundrels? I've never met a real scoundrel.
Some innocent people should be treated badly, too.
Oh, what an idea.
They should be treated the worst of all.
Now, why do you say that, Alfred?
Isn't that the way life is?
Toss that line over. I'll snap the buckle on here. I'm not an invalid, Alfred. I'm not that old yet.
Well, I'd hate to see you an invalid. I wouldn't want that for you.
Nor I.
I'd like to do something for you that you would like, Mr. Weatherby.
Oh, what for?
You've admired this knife. Could I give you this knife?
No. Keep it. No reason you should give it to me.
Well, I've been insulted by people I respected. You haven't insulted me yet.
Why should I? I must get on to the elders' meeting.
Horses all hooked up. Up you go.
How did I manage without you, Alfred?
Get up.
I hope I persuaded you to stay on.
Every night about midnight, I turned the latch of Weatherby's chamber door and opened it, ever so gently. When I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in the lantern all closed, so that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. When I was well in the room, I opened the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Just enough to let a single thin ray fall upon the vulture eye. This I did for 7 nights. Every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him.
Good morning, sir. Do you want the shutters open?
What manner of day is it?
Oh, it's a fine day. Warm sun, a little breeze from the east.
Yes, open the shutter.
You slept well?
Yes, I slept well.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Do we start repairing the stone wall to the west field this morning?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. Well, the porridge is ready and the coffee.
Hand me my boots.
Oh, sure. Here you are, sir.
Alfred, I don't understand you.
Understand me?
A hard-working, reliable man like you drifting about. My back. I am an old man, I fear. I haven't long, I feel.
You're not feeling up to yourself today?
Oh, I don't know. More than likely it was only a bad dream that left me liverish.
What did you dream?
Oh, it's gone now. You know, it's good to have you around, Alfred. When Amelia went to her rest last winter, I was willing to go to mine, but lately her face has grown vague to me. We had a long life together, she and I, and it was good. Till these last few years when some mold crept in. What am I waiting for? I wish I knew.
Breakfast! Get up and everything will look different.
Oh, it's easy to make the days look different, but the nights are always the same. Always the same.
On the 8th day, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. And now you may think that I drew back. But no. His room was as black as pitch. I knew he could not see the opening of the door. I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern.
Who's there? Who's there?
I kept still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. I did not hear him lie down. No, he sat up in bed, listening. Just as I had done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. It was not groan, nor pain, nor grief the old man made. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul, a groan of mortal terror. I knew the sound well. Many a night when all the world slept, it had welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart.
Is it the wind? No. There's no one. What is it? Who's there? There's nothing to see or to hear. But I feel a presence. I've known you were coming for me. Death. The dark shadow. It's the wrong time. Before the crops are in. While I've still some business to arrange with people in the town. My house is not in order. Do not surround me this way.
I opened a very, very little crevice in the lantern. You cannot imagine how stealthily until a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. All dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. Have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beat of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage.
Why do you wait, Death? Why do you wait? You didn't hesitate with Amelia. She had a shawl half knitted. I have much half done, and less than half.
I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. The beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! What? Go away! Go! No!
I threw open the lantern and dragged him to the floor. And pulled the heavy bed over him. For many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. At length it stopped. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. Oh, if you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught Hall. Old man under the planks, you were a good man. If I could have plucked out the evil eye without killing you, that is what I would have done. Don't think badly of me, Mr. Weatherby. I did you a good turn, too, ridding you of that evil eye. If I've done any wrong, it's because of that evil eye looking at me, giving me thoughts no man should have. But I haven't done wrong. I've done good, a great deal of good, and everything is just... Who? At the door? At 4 a.m? But what have I now to fear? Nothing. The eye is closed and the heart is still.
Sorry to bother you at this hour.
Yes?
We're officers of the town's night watch.
Oh, is something the matter?
We would like to speak to Mr. Weatherby.
Mr. Weatherby, you would like to speak to him? But he's not here.
Where is he?
The old gentleman has gone visiting in the country.
Oh? Where?
Well, that he didn't say when he left. Perhaps to one of his daughters. But he didn't say.
His buggy is in the yard. And his horse is in the barn.
Oh, yes. Well, he took a ride with some friends of his who were traveling the same way.
What friends?
Well, that I don't know. I don't know all his friends. Mr. Weatherby has so many.
Uh-huh. You're his hired man?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen him around the town. What brought you here?
A rainbow.
What's that?
Well, isn't everybody looking for a rainbow?
One of the neighbors heard a shriek that sounded like trouble and came to the police office to tell us about it. We've been ordered to investigate.
And search the house.
The shriek. Oh, yes. Oh, the shriek was from a dream, a nightmare I was having. I dreamt a light from a lantern was shining in my eyes. Oh, but do come in. Mr. Weatherby will be pleased to learn the police give him such good protection. He has some valuable plate and coins in his cupboards. Come in.
All right. How come you're dressed already?
Dressed? Oh, I start my chore soon.
Your name is Alfred?
Alfred what?
Bain, Alfred Bain. Go ahead, search anywhere. Go ahead. Well, I don't know what you're looking for or what you expect. Robbers? Oh, then you must make a careful search. Let me show you Mr. Weatherby's treasures. Perhaps you would like to see his chamber, too? Come with me, I'll show you. I'd hate to have trouble here while Mr. Weatherby's away.
There's nothing wrong here.
Oh, everything seems in order.
Well, I am very glad you came and looked around. Is there anywhere else you wish to look?
No, I think not.
Well, sit down. Oh, don't go yet. Rest yourselves. Hey, look, sit here. And here. I'll fetch a chair for myself. How well you've done your duty. I must commend you. Oh, no, the light of that lamp will be in my eyes there. I'll put my chair here. Well, how fine it must be working as police officers, protecting the townspeople from theft and robbery and violence.
Oh, it's a living.
I've often wanted to be a police officer.
Have you?
Well, my senses are very acute. I hear the most minute sounds around me. I am very sensitive to everything. Perhaps I shall still end up a police officer. That will suit me admirably.
When will Mr. Weatherby be returning?
Oh, well, I don't know. Shortly, I hope. There's the oats to cut if this hot sun stays with us.
Yes, the crops are good this year hereabouts.
Yeah, excellent. Mr. Weatherby is very pleased with his. He says I brought him luck.
A hired man does that sometimes.
Oh, but I cannot take credit for that.
Mr. Weatherby speaks well of you, I hear.
Does he? Does he?
And Weatherby in the past has been hard to please. Here, have a pipeful of tobacco from my pouch.
Oh, no.
Please do.
Well, thank you.
We're not supposed to smoke on duty.
But the full watch without a pipe is a long time.
We'll have to trust you not to inform the captain, huh?
The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was at ease, with my chair upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers sat and chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distant.
Yes, the new street lamps in the town have made our job a little easier, more pleasant, especially on the very dark nights.
But I'm sure, but out here at the edge of town there are not many lamps, and there should be more, several more at least.
Oh, someday.
People are always stumbling into holes and hurting themselves. One day someone will break a leg.
But these things take time.
Town has come a long way.
Indeed.
Yes, I like this town. I hope I can settle here.
Well, why not?
Yes, well, why not?
Mr. Weatherby certainly needs a good man. He's growing too old to do much of the work around here himself.
That's exactly what I feel, exactly. Mr. Weatherby needs someone, and why not me?
Yeah. He and his sons couldn't get along, you know. Oh, the fighting that went on.
A difficult man.
I don't understand that. He and I never had an argument. We've gotten along very well, scarcely a cross word.
Well, you must be a rare fellow.
No, it is Mr. Weatherby who is the exceptional man.
Well, he's had his troubles. His whole family leaving him, his wife dying, and the aches and pains of old age, and losing the sight of his left eye.
His left eye? He is blind in that left eye?
You didn't know?
No. No, I did not.
That's why it stares that way, and sometimes wanders on its own.
He can't see out of it? His left eye?
Not a speck.
No doubt I grew very pale. I realized the noise was not within my ears. It increased. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gestures. Why would they not be gone, those officers? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased.
Sit down, Mr. Bain, sit down. I'm not going to argue with you over which line of thoroughbred has produced the better horse.
No, don't give in. Argue with me.
Argue? What?
Whatever you made a statement, and now you won't stand by it. You won't back it up.
For my life, I can't remember what the statement was I made that started this whole thing.
Nor can I.
The two of you. Then I'm being made a fool of.
No. We're simply talking. Can't we talk?
Talk, yes, talk. Say anything you like. And I won't disagree with you. I can be as sociable as anyone and agree, no matter what is said. You do not need to convince me either. What do you wish to say?
Oh, come now. One doesn't go at talk as baldly as that. One slips into it. I like to talk and slide into it of its own accord, don't you?
Do I?
I don't like talk that's too careful either, or touchy. Easy talk is what I like.
Yeah, easy talk. And a fire and smoke.
Oh, stop it, this chatter. And the smiles, those smiles, yours and yours. Is it possible you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Listen to it. Louder, louder, louder.
What?
You hear, both of you. You suspect. You know. You are making a mockery of my horror. I cannot bear your hypocritical smiles any longer. I must scream or die.
What has taken hold of you, man? What is wrong with you?
Villains! No more pretense! I admit the deed. Tear off the planks! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart! It has stopped.
Here, let's see what's under those planks.
It has
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, adapted for radio by Len Peterson, was our introduction to a new series of tales of mystery, suspense, and adventure, chills and thrills from the world of the supernatural. In the cast, Claude Ray as Alfred Bain, Douglas Master as Mr. Weatherby, with Murray Westgate and Cease Montgomery as the two police officers. Sound effects were by John Sliz. Technical operation, John Skillen. The Telltale Heart was a CBC Toronto production. Don Sims speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolf to what?
Mr. Wolf will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolf is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolf, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
The man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer's no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, it seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolfe would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
Augusta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. Augusto?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Chuck?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
Augusto?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, a rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us. A hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we're here.
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. Lacasto, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them, too. After Mr. Lacasto.
Nobody minds? Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well, unless Jean would care to...
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
Lucasto?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
Lucasto?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The light!
Piper. Well, what?
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Hey. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Oh, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
That would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolf I was going for a walk. He disapproved.
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this case...
Let's not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolf to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolf. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
And this is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolf is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Locasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Locasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Pa, he's always taking walks. Come in. The door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Ah, Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
A wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolf.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. Blast you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolf, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to 2 witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wolf, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of this city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the 3 of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them, unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolf.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolf?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you would observe 2 oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I haven't.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolf, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Jean,
Yes, Archie?
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got a scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Yeah, well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lecasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. But that's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolf, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but,
I want another drink.
you've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Jean, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops. I guess the war's over. All right, Jean, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Jean, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolf will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
Well, she's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
It didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolf, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean, the people in their cups often tell the truth, a proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
True.
I beg your pardon.
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Lucasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have.
Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No. No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettiest shorthand, Mr. Wolf.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Lucasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But you said I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise him, Goodwin, and keep him that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
You won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not, but it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you please.
So you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolf phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolf phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck. Trying to start something.
That's so, Wolf?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean... It could be misunderstood.
Shut up. Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me and...
That's all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolf what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
Police wouldn't approve. But let me have your gun. Huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Jean could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Fool.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the Chuck.
Lucasto.
Lucasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Lucasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well, place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Oh, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolf, you're a genius, and you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolf.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Jay Novello, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Calculated Risk. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your guide through the macabre maze of the occult. Love, hatred, and revenge are accepted by us as part of our daily lives. But those who claim to know the spirit world assure us that these emotions don't necessarily die with the death of a mortal, but are sometimes carried over into the hereafter. Our tale deals with love, hatred, and a revenge that reached from beyond the grave and made a mockery of the marriage vow till death do us part.
Honestly, Jack, do you think Vinny will come along with us on our honeymoon, too?
Now, Anne, don't talk like a fool. Vinny is dead. Forget him.
He won't let us. Your dear dead twin brother just won't let us alone, and it doesn't seem to bother you any more than it did when he was alive and tagged along on all our dates. Jack, I can't live with a ghost.
All right, Anne. What do you want me to do? Kill him? You know as well as I that Vinny's already dead.
Just make him stay that way, Jack. Just make Vinny stay dead.
Our mystery drama, An Identical Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars William Redfield and Elliot Reed. I'll be back shortly with Act One. That thin line between love and hate has been walked by tellers of tales ever since tales have been told. For other storytellers, the line between life and death became a thoroughfare on which they balanced fascinating tales of terror. Today, we cross both lines, love and hate, life and death, as our path leads us to the ultimate unknown terror. Our guide along this path is a man named Harry Carlson, who's more experienced climbing mountains than dealing with the unknown.
Let's set the record straight from the start. I'm not a man who sees things. I'm a guy with both feet on the ground, my head on straight. Darn well better be, because my hobby is mountain climbing. And the icy face of a mountain is no place for a guy with jumpy nerves. The funny thing about what I have to tell you is that this whole bizarre adventure started with a climb. A climb I made with the Benton twins. I remember the three of us sitting in the warm tap room of the Regenhof talking about the climb.
Harry, the map shows we shouldn't have too much trouble after we reach this point, about halfway up the north face.
Right, Vinny. The tough part should come when we leave the trail.
I'm Jack. He's Vinny. You keep mixing us up.
Wouldn't you think I'd be able to tell you apart after the last 4 years?
Well, Harry, why should you be different than everyone else? People have been calling Jack Vinny and me Jack ever since I can remember.
Well, I'd love to talk more with you guys about people mistaking you for one another, but I think we're prepared for tomorrow's climb, and I'd better hit the sack.
I'm just a lonely young lady looking for a date. Anyone interested?
And what are you doing in Switzerland?
Annie, darling, listen, pay no attention to my rude twin brother. I am delighted you're here, Anne.
Vinny. And I know you're Vinny because Jack always says my brother, and you say my twin brother.
And since you're such an observant minx, come here and put your arms around me, and I'll show you just how glad I am to see you.
You've made yourself a deal. Hey, my ribs, Jack. Leave me my ribs. I'll need them for the slopes tomorrow.
Oh, what's this about slopes? I don't know how you got here, but now that you're here, there'll be no skiing. You're climbing with us tomorrow.
Please don't take this personally, but I have no head for heights. I'm all right on skis, but climbing is out.
If everyone knew their own limitations, there'd be a lot fewer accidents. Well, good night. We'll meet here tomorrow bright and early.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea for all of us. Now, what do you say, Jack?
If you don't mind, Vinny, there's something I want to discuss with Jack.
Oh? Private?
Sort of.
Well, now, Anne, you ought to know by now that Jack and I have no secrets from each other. He'll only tell me anyway.
Perhaps, Vinny, that's exactly what I want. Oh, it's beautiful up here, Jack. Just beautiful.
And so are you.
Jack, please stop kissing me or I'll want to elope tonight.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Vinny.
Oh.
From the conversation back in the tap room, I gather you hadn't told him about us yet.
That's right.
Are you going to tell him?
You know I am. It's just, well, you know how Vinny feels about you, and he is my twin brother.
And don't I know it?
What's that supposed to mean?
That I love you, not Vinny. That I want to live with you, not Vinny.
And?
That it may be hard for even me to tell you apart physically, but there's a world of difference between you. I'm in love with you, Jack. And Vinny had better be told, and soon.
So that's why you've come. You traveled 4,000 miles to pick a fight.
Oh, not really. My boss sent me to Paris to check on some designs, and I was so close I wanted to see you. And I was right. You still hadn't told Vinny about us.
And it isn't easy. Vinny loves you, too.
But it's you I'm marrying.
You really don't understand how close Vinny and I are. It's something, well, being twins, I can't explain it.
That's been the story of our entire courtship. Wherever we went, there went Vinny also. Sometimes I felt as if I was getting engaged to two men.
You never told me you felt this way.
I've been thinking this way for a long time, and I'm desperate.
An ultimatum?
No. I'm too much in love with you, Jack, to give you ultimatums. All I want to know is, am I engaged to two men? If I am, tell me, and I'll see whether I want to be. But tell me, or tell him.
Vinny, I have something to tell you.
Oh. It's about Anne, isn't it?
I should have guessed you'd know.
Mm-hmm.
We've always been able to read each other's thoughts. So, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Well, you've just lost me. I knew it was about Anne, but where did the, congratulations come in?
Anne and I are going to be married.
You dirty double-crossed!
Vinny, what do you do? Behind my back! Vinny, stop it! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! I will kill you!
Okay.
I'll kill you!
Okay, I'm not going to stand here and let you beat me up. You dirty! Now are you going to listen to me? Or do I have to pound your head against the floor?
Okay, Jack. Okay, Jack, let me up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I blew my top.
Vinny, what happened to you?
I honestly don't know, Jack. For a minute, I really wanted to kill you.
You almost did. Now calm down and let's talk about my marriage.
No, the only talking I'm going to do is to tell you how sorry I am. I'll make it up to you, Jack. And I'll prove it with my wedding gift.
There you go again, Harry. I am Jack.
And I'm Vinny. And I'm doing okay, too. How far are we from the summit?
I'll keep you straight somehow. Jack's the low man on the line, and Vinny, you're next, right?
Right. How far from the summit?
Not too far. A couple 100 feet or so. Uh-oh.
Trouble?
Yeah, a little.
Oh, what is it?
There's a pretty easy path to the summit, but to get there, it looks like a tough traverse right in front of me.
How tough?
I don't know. I don't want to get you guys started on it until I do a little more exploring.
Well, how long do you think it'll take?
Oh, not too long. I don't want to untie my rope. You guys be all right?
We'll be fine. Hey, the wind seems to be getting stronger.
Yeah, it is. And a storm can be real trouble. Maybe we have to forget the summit and start back down, huh?
No, let's give it a try, Harry. Go and take a look at the traverse.
Oh, okay. But watch yourself. Vinny, you hang on to my rope.
All right.
I'll tie on again when I return.
Hey, that wind's really rising. You okay, Jack?
Fine, Ben. How about you?
Well, I'd like it better if we were a little closer together. Can you come up a few steps?
Why not? Hang on to the rope.
Right.
Hey, Ben, don't let the rope go slack. I'm having trouble. I'm slipping.
What? What's that? I can't hear you.
Ben, I can't get a foothold. I'm slipping. The rope, Vinny.
I was almost across the traverse, and I heard the scream, then the slide. My stomach told me what had happened. I looked, and I saw the one man clinging desperately to the face of the mountain, the empty rope dangling from his waist.
Hang on! I'm coming to get you! Hang on!
I couldn't help it. I tried, but he was gone before I could get the rope around me to hold him.
Don't think about it, Vinny. Just hang on till I reach you.
I'm not Vinny. I'm Jack.
What? Wasn't Jack below you? I could have sworn that Vinny was where you...
Vinny's gone. Dead. And I'll be following him unless you get to me. You can call me anything you want, but whatever you call me, the fact remains that I'm Jack. And Vinny's at the bottom of the mountain.
I dreaded going back to the Reingehof. I didn't know which I feared most. Losing a man from my team, or having to tell Ann Slater that Vinny had plunged to his death. Fortunately, Jack spared me the latter ordeal. But I was put in the middle of a strange and painful scene.
The fault was mine, Ann. All mine. Vinny called to me and I pulled on the rope, but it slipped, and then he was gone. I'll never forgive myself. Never.
That's the wrong way to think.
I haven't heard Ann say it's wrong. In fact, I haven't heard Ann say anything since we came back.
I don't know what to say. I'm too shocked.
Well, that's understandable. Maybe we ought to get a doctor.
Oh, no, thanks, Vinny. What am I saying? I called you Vinny.
Oh, of course. Vinny is on your mind, and...
no, Jack, don't. Don't hold me. I just want to be alone.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'll see you in the morning.
It looks as though it's going to be a difficult situation for you, Jack.
She'll get over it. She has to. Because she's a girl I love. And I'm going to marry.
A few months passed. I expected to read the announcement of the wedding between Jack Benton and Ann Slater, but all I heard was that they were seen around town together and no date had been set. until one day at my office, I looked up and Ann Slater stood there. Only she wasn't the vivacious, laughing girl I remembered, but a frightened, confused woman on the razor edge of a breakdown.
I'm sorry, Harry. Really sorry. I shouldn't have come, but Oh, you don't think I'm crazy, do you?
No, Ann, sit down. Let me get you a drink.
You were there. You're the only one I could think of who might be able to help.
Brandy, coffee.
He's dead, isn't he? You were there.
Now, Ann, try to get hold of yourself. What is it?
That's what Jack keeps telling me. He says it's all in my mind, but I know it isn't. It isn't.
Ann, why don't you start somewhere and explain so that I can understand?
It's Jack and Vinny.
Vinny?
You know how close Jack and Vinny were, but what you couldn't know was that all the time Jack and I were dating, Vinny was along.
What does that have to do with Vinny?
Heaven help me, but I think we still are. I think we still are a threesome.
According to medical science, identical twins have the same heartbeat, the same skin, hair tones, and if you took a voice print, you would find that although the voice might vary in pitch and timbre, they would follow a somewhat similar pattern. The question is, would a woman be able to tell the difference between identical twins if she loved one of them? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Two's company and three's a crowd. But I'm puzzled about which kind of a third party on a date is more disturbing. A dull and insensitive bore who refuses to take any hints about leaving, or an unseen but definitely felt presence. In other words, a ghost. Ann Slater is trying to explain how she feels about this ghostly third party as we continue with our strange tale.
I feel so disloyal. You must remember I'm the one who's supposed to help Jack forget about his brother's unfortunate accident. And it seems I just keep reminding him of it instead.
Man, you still haven't made it clear to me just why.
Wherever we go, Vinny's with us.
Well, that's not possible. Vinny's dead.
I know that, but just listen. Last night, we went to the pump room for dinner.
Good evening, monsieur, madame. I have your table over here. As you see, monsieur, it's set for 4, but I'll have the busboy remove 2 place settings, and you will have more room.
Oh, thank you, Captain. I appreciate that.
And, monsieur, may I recommend our special salad? They're all on the table up front. You may serve yourself.
Thank you. Merci.
And then the strangest thing happened. Jack and I sat at the table, and you must believe me, we saw the busboy clear away the other 2 place settings. We went to the salad table. And when we came back, there was a 3rd setting.
Well, that's easily accounted for. Maybe another busboy started to set up the table for 4.
Yes? Then tell me how you account for the fact that the 3rd place had a salad plate heaped with Caesar salad.
Caesar salad? I remember, that's Vinny's favorite. Well, maybe Jack...
We were together at the salad table every minute, and we came back together.
What did Jack say?
What he always says when this happens. Forget it.
Then he isn't as concerned about this as you are.
That's another thing that's bothering me. He's concerned. I know he's concerned, but he won't admit it. Do you think he's trying to act as if everything were normal so as not to upset me?
Well, now, don't you think that's a strong possibility?
But there are other possibilities.
I don't know what you mean.
I hope you will when I tell you what happened a week ago at an amusement park. Oh, look, Jack. Cotton candy. I haven't had cotton candy in years.
Well, then you'll have a big, giant portion.
Uh-oh, no. It's too fattening. Just a small one will be fine.
No, you'll see. Here you are, darling.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, I wish I could make your eyes sparkle and your lips smile that way when I'm not bringing you cotton candy.
Delicious. But sticky.
And? Did you hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
And?
I'm sorry.
Oh, what's wrong? Why can't I make you happy the way I used to?
It's my fault. I'm all mixed up.
About us?
About us and Vinny. And
Look, Vinny's dead. We just have to forget him.
he won't let us. He just won't, and you don't seem to understand. Sometimes I think your voice sounds just like Vinny's. That maybe I've mistaken you for... Oh, forgive me, Jack. I just don't know what I'm saying.
It's all right. Now, look, I've known a lot of girls. You know that. But you're the one I want to marry, not just for your looks, but for your wonderful sweetness and sensitivity. I know how you must have felt about Vinny always tagging along. It was only natural that when you heard he died, at first you... Well, I suppose you were glad.
No.
Be honest with yourself. Only at first. You were glad that he was out of the way. And because you're feeling guilty about it, you're letting that feeling lead you into imagining all sorts of ridiculous things.
You think that could be the explanation?
Oh, darling, I'm sure of it. Now, look, let's just forget all about Vinny and enjoy ourselves. Which do you want to try? The slide or the shoot the chute?
Your choice, Jack.
You wait right here. I'll get the ticket.
But, Jack, I want to... Jack, come back a minute. No, I won't listen. I heard Sweet Sue, just as if Jack were right beside me. But how could that be if he was off buying tickets? I heard it.
All right, Anne. All right. Now, you thought you heard it.
Oh, no one believes me.
I'm not sure what it is you want me to believe, Anne.
You were also there when it happened, on the mountain. You would know definitely which one of them fell.
Well, I heard the shouts, but I didn't actually see.
There's one way we could be sure. One way there'd be no doubt at all.
How?
Fingerprints. If the body could be recovered.
No chance. Not at least until the spring thaws. But, Anne, that still wouldn't explain the strange happenings.
Maybe not. But can't you see that I'm terrified I'm marrying the wrong man? If I knew which one had died on the mountain, at least I'd be sure about the man I'm supposed to marry. I'm coming. Jack!
Hi.
Didn't you get my note?
Oh, you bet I did. That's why I'm here. All right, now, what's this about your taking a trip?
I said it in the note. I just have to get away for a while and think.
Where are you going?
I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to know.
Anne, what's happened to us?
That's what I'm going to go and try and figure out.
Look, you're not going.
What?
I mean it, not without me. I love you. I love you more than life itself.
Jack, that's very sweet. But if you do love me, you're going to have to let me get away for a short while to get my head straight.
Well, what have I done to you?
I'm afraid I've done it to myself, Jack. It's not you.
All right, look, may I have a cup of coffee?
It will have to be instant because I don't want to miss my plane.
Okay, instant.
Lucky I left the kettle out. I've put most of my other pots and pans away.
Look, if it's too much trouble, don't bother.
It will only take a minute. No. Oh, no. Please, God, no.
Anne, what is it? What is it? What's the matter?
You've been sitting in that chair all the time, haven't you?
Yes, of course.
I mean, you didn't come into the kitchen, did you?
Well, darling, I told you I've been here. Now, Anne, what is it? What happened?
Nothing. I just got frightened.
Oh, darling, come on, tell me.
I thought I heard you whistling Sweet Sue.
You thought Sweet... Well, why should that get you so upset? As a matter of fact, I was.
No, but I heard it close up in the kitchen with me.
Oh, you see, I'm worried about your being alone.
The kettle. I'll get your coffee.
All right. Look, at least let me drive you to the airport, will you?
Please forgive me, but I have to finish packing. Here's your coffee.
All right. What about the airport?
Let me think about it while I pack.
3 valises? How long are you thinking of staying?
Until I feel I can handle the situation. You can close the one on the love seat.
All right. Is it all right if I put my coffee on the night table?
Be my guest.
Your guest. I'd rather be your husband. Oh, love. When are we going to get married?
I always forget my toothbrush. No, there it is.
Look, Anne, did you hear my question?
I heard.
Well?
Let's go back into the living room.
All right. What about the other valise?
I'll leave it. I may have some last-minute things.
Now what?
Look on the table. Right there on the table.
What? You mean the coffee cup sitting there?
And the lighted cigarette. I don't smoke. And you haven't lit a cigarette since you came in. Now, I know I brought only one cup in from the kitchen, and you left it on the night table in the bedroom, so how can you...
Now, Anne, calm down, please.
Now you know why I'm going away. And you also know why I may never come back. I just can't go on like this, Jack. I can't.
Harry, you know where she went, and you're going to tell me.
I have no idea where Ann is.
I tell you, I've got to find her.
Now, Jack, I'm not much on giving advice, but Ann's a big girl. I imagine if she wanted you to know where she was, she'd let you know.
Harry, tell me this. Did you and Ann talk about that day on the mountain?
I've already told you. I think you should ask Ann about our conversation.
Oh.
Now, look, Jack, I got a lot of work to do, so if you don't mind...
Yeah, I get it. You're kicking me out, aren't you, Harry?
Now, please, Jack, What's that? Who's... I was looking at you, and suddenly I heard...
Your phone, Harry.
Huh? Oh, yeah, excuse me. Hello? What? Well, how did it happen? Where is she?
It's Ann. What's happened?
Hold it, Jack. Skiing accident. Yeah, I see. Yes, I'll take care of it.
Oh, no, it was about Ann, wasn't it?
Yes. She's in a skiing accident, but she's all right. She asked the hospital to call me.
All right. What hospital? Where?
Jack, she called me.
Harry, it was sweet of you to come. They tell me I should be out in a few days.
Well, what happened? Jack has told me so many times you're an expert skier.
What happened really had nothing to do with skiing. It was eerie. I was all alone at the top of the run. It was a beautiful day. And I was just about ready to push off when I heard... I looked around, but I was alone, and then I heard someone whistling. I panicked. I dug my poles in and took off. But the sounds followed me. I knew I was going too fast, but I just wanted to get away from the sound. I wanted to go faster than all those awful sounds. But I couldn't. And then, well, I never even saw the tree I hit.
And I have something to tell you. When that call came from the hospital, Jack was with me in my office. He knows about your accident.
Oh, well, I don't suppose I could have kept it a secret.
Ann, are you all right? I got here as fast as I could. I should never have let you go alone. Hello, Harry. Ann, please. Are you all right?
Jack, I will be in a few days.
Oh.
The doctor says it isn't serious, just a mild concussion. But, Jack, you shouldn't have come.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. Not only am I here, but I'm going to stay until you get well, and then we're going to get married immediately.
Jack, don't you understand that the reason I went away was because I wasn't sure about...
Well, I'm sure. Darling, I'm sure you need me, and from now on you'll be with me, and I'll be here to solve all your problems.
Having the man you love by your side in times of trouble can be a great comfort. But it also can be greatly disturbing if you're not sure whether the man by your side isn't the wrong man, the wrong twin, and perhaps even a murderer. We'll be back shortly with a resolution of our Ann's dilemma. The phrase ménage à trois means a household made up of 3 people. Usually 2 men and a woman. But the 3 can be any combination that medical science and the new sexual freedom can devise. In our story, Ann Slater, 1 week before her marriage to Jack Benton, was deeply worried about a possible ménage à trois. But her concern was that the 3rd person in her ménage was a ghost. Harry Carlson, the best man, was also worried.
I certainly didn't relish the idea of Jack Benton asking me to be his best man, but my guilt over the death of his twin brother left me no choice. And so, 3 days before the wedding, I found myself Jack's guest at a charming cottage by the sea that he and his brother had inherited. It was here that he had decided to spend their honeymoon. Now, we were alone that first night, just Jack and me.
Well, I'm sure glad you could make it, Harry. There's no one in the world I'd rather have as my best man, except, of course, Vinny.
Thank you for the compliment. Who's upstairs?
Well, you're the only guest.
Yeah, but there's somebody up there. Surely you can hear the footsteps.
There's no one there.
Oh, you must be putting me on, Jack.
I tell you, there's no one.
Now, don't tell me you don't hear those steps. Must be someone making them.
Well, okay, if you want, you can look for yourself.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Hello? Who's there? Let's not play games. I'm Harry Carlson. Is there someone in the bedroom? Hello? Hello? Jack? Are you up here? Jack, what the devil's going on? The next day, when Ann called and asked to see me privately, I knew what it was about. And I dreaded the meeting. But there was no way out. I met her as she asked at a little restaurant overlooking the sea.
We can't look at the ocean, but this table's far enough away from everyone so that we'll have some privacy.
How are you, Ann? You look completely recovered.
Physically, I'm just fine, but mentally, Harry, I just have to find out if I'm going crazy or... You spend a night with Jack in the beach house, and I want to know if...
If I heard anything strange.
Yes. Whenever I'm with Jack, I don't know how exactly to describe it. There's always a feeling of another person. A presence. Someone else there. Did you feel that, too?
You're not crazy, Ann.
Oh, thank heaven. You felt it, too. Harry, I think you saved me.
From what, Ann?
Sometimes I'm absolutely sure that the man I'm going to marry isn't Jack, but Vinny. Now I know what I have to do. I'm going to call the wedding off.
I thought it was supposed to be bad luck if the bridegroom saw the bride before the wedding.
I think it's only on the same day or something like that.
And alone here in your room at the motel, what will people say?
What will people say when they hear that there's not going to be a wedding?
You know, I've always loved your sense of humor, until now.
I'm not joking.
No, you're not.
I don't mean I won't marry you. I will just as soon as you level with me. Don't you see I can't go into a marriage with a man who just laughs off something that's terribly important to me?
Anne, please, I'm not doing that. I simply don't know what you're talking about.
When you do, maybe we can go ahead.
Okay, all right. I have been lying to you.
Oh, Jack. But why? Why did you lie?
Because, darling, I didn't want to worry you. I thought Vinny would go away.
Then it is. Vinny, or his ghost.
You wanted the truth, didn't you?
Yes.
Then you're going to have to be able to face it. You knew, of course, that Vinny was in love with you.
I knew.
I mean, I won't pretend that I can explain it, but we were identical twins. You must remember how sometimes we didn't even have to talk because we knew what each of us was thinking.
I remember. Sometimes it drove me crazy.
Well, somehow, now, I don't know how. Vinny is still with us. I feel him at times so strongly that I've even started talking to him.
Then you're saying that Vinny is a
ghost. But look, there are ways of getting rid of ghosts.
You mean something like exorcism?
Whatever you call it, there are people, mediums, who get through to the other world.
What makes you think Vinny can be made to leave us alone?
Anne, I'm telling you, I'm sure he'll do it. Out of his love for you. I know that was genuine.
But how would I go about it? I don't know anything about the spirit world.
I made some inquiries. I have the name of a reputable medium, no phony. And I've spoken to him, and he's agreed to help.
You spoke to him about me?
Yes. And he feels exactly as I do, that Vinny's ghost will be more apt to listen to a plea from you.
This is your first visit to a medium?
That's right.
Let me explain briefly what may happen. I will go into a deep trance, and I will call to him and ask him to talk with you. If you hear him, you may answer him, but otherwise you must keep quiet. All right?
All right.
Vincent Benton. Vincent Benton. The one you loved on Earth is here. You know her, Vincent Benton, the girl named Anne Slater. She wants to talk with you. Are you there?
He's here.
Vincent Benton, listen. I speak for Anne Slater and your brother Jack. Stop that! You have no reason for anger. Listen to us. Your actions are making Anne Slater and your twin brother Jack very unhappy. You must realize that you will only have peace when you give them peace. You must understand that your peace and their happiness lies in their marriage. Stop! Let go of me! You're hurting me! Let go! I must get back to the sphere where I belong. Let me go! I'm not one of you!
Are you all right? What happened?
I'm sorry. I cannot help you. I don't believe anyone can. We contacted a very evil spirit. And it's best that you leave immediately.
And the wedding took place just as planned. As I followed Jack and Anne up the aisle, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I looked around. Everything seemed perfectly normal until Jack took Anne's hand.
Oh, your hand's like ice, Jack.
Harry, do you have the ring?
I handed Jack the ring. And suddenly my blood ran cold. Because very faintly, I heard it. I knew that Anne had heard it too, because I saw her lips tighten. But her hand was steady as the ring went on her finger. And then it was over. And they were man and wife. At the reception after the ceremony, I was only counting the minutes until the last guest left, and I could also decently leave. Nothing more had happened, but I still desperately wanted to get away. After what seemed an interminable length of time, only Anne, Jack, and I were left. I took Anne aside to offer my good wishes.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. I owe you a lot.
Oh, you don't owe me a thing. It's just... you sure everything's going to be all right?
You heard the whistling at the ceremony, too. Don't worry. Jack and I have made up our minds. We'll be fine.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure you will be. I'll just go back to the cottage, pack my bag, and clear out.
This is going to sound silly, but Jack and I decided we wanted to be in the cottage alone for the next few hours.
Of course, I understand. What time should I drop by?
Well, half an hour or so. Jack and I are walking back along the beach.
don't ask you to believe what happened next. I only tell you what I saw with my own eyes as I stood on the steps of the church and watched them walk on the wooden planks that had been laid along the beach to form a crude boardwalk. Their backs were to me, and Jack's arm was around Anne's waist, when suddenly, I'll swear, there were two arms around her waist, and one of them was encased in ice.
Why is it suddenly so cold?
I think the wind has come up.
I don't feel any wind, but Jack, I'm freezing. Let's walk faster.
Darling, I can't. Look, you run on ahead and light a fire, will you? I'll be along in a minute.
Don't be long.
I won't. Jack, please let me go. I really tried. I tried to throw you the rope. Look, believe me. You know Anne would never have married me. I had to take your place. It was better for Anne. Oh, please, Jack. Let me live. Please. Go back to being dead.
And as I watched, the arm encased in ice grew to a whole man, who with his icy arm walked around the bridegroom's shoulders, led him inexorably off the planks and across the sand and into the sea, where they both disappeared from view.
As Harry Carlson told us, you don't have to believe it. But I have to report that the bridegroom's body was washed ashore on the following day. Coroner's finding? Death by drowning. There was, however, no explanation offered as to why the new bridegroom had suddenly decided to go swimming by himself with his clothes on. I'll be back shortly. Castor and Pollux, the heavenly twins fixed and immutable in the sky, made a bargain with Zeus. When one died before the other, they were to be together always. Only they were to spend 6 months in heaven and 6 months in hell. I like to think that the Benton twins made the same deal to be together. But what troubles me is which twin belonged in heaven and which in hell. Our cast included Elliot Reed, William Redfield, Roberta Maxwell, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It was a long wait. The pendulum swings in its gentle arc. I can feel her presence coming closer, closer. Feel myself floating back into that special world of peace and beauty. Her back is turned to me as I call, and she turns. But it is no longer Wanda's face I see. It's the face of the slovenly, mocking little witch I have taken into my house. Bad enough she invades my waking life. I will not let her spoil what few dreams I have left. Old instincts explode, and I reach towards her, ready to strangle her for daring to try to take Wanda's place.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
We present Richard Handel as Richard Quayle, with Mary Wimbush, Beverly Dunn, Philip Lever, and Michael Turner in Murder in Melbourne, an adaptation for radio by Dulcie Gray of her own novel. Murder in Melbourne.
My name is Richard Quayle. I'm English, though I've lived in Australia most of my life. I'm telling you this story because I want to get it off my chest. Tomorrow I leave Australia to take a job in South Africa. And I want to put the past behind me, once and for all. I'm going to tell it to you in as much detail as I can remember. It all started, as far as I'm concerned, on that day 2 years ago, when I tried to telephone my girlfriend, Anna Matheson, to say that I was coming to see her in Melbourne.
Hello? Hello, is that the Buona Hotel? Yes. Richard Quayle here, speaking from Sydney. Would you put me through to Miss Anna Matheson, please?
One moment.
Hello? I asked you to put me through to Miss Matheson's room.
She's not answering.
Oh, well, go on trying, will you?
She's not answering, sir.
Okay, I'll wait.
I never got through. An hour later, I was at Sydney Airport. Just before 5:30 p.m., I'd settled myself in the plane due to arrive in Melbourne at 7:35. I was really excited at the thought of seeing Anna again. I'd kept my side of the bargain. I hadn't written or tried to see her for 4 months. I wonder what she'll say when I ask her to marry me, I thought. Probably laugh at me. After all, we've been living together for years. She seemed pretty keen on the idea when I last saw her. Then the air hostess came towards me.
Dinner, sir?
Yes, please, and a large brandy and ginger ale.
Certainly, sir.
Yeah, look out.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right, sister. Dinner for me, too, and I'll have a double whiskey and water.
A very fat man squeezed past the air hostess and sat next to me. I'd noticed him earlier, talking to a little wizened guy a few seats ahead of me. He was about 40, broad shoulders, tall, fat as a pig, but very powerfully built. He wore glasses, had a tough red face, and his hair was dark and crew-cut. I rather liked him.
Well, my name's Guy Brooks. What's yours?
Richard Quayle.
Not Australian, are you?
I was born in England, but I emigrated to Australia in my teens. I live in Sydney.
Yeah, me too. Going to Melbourne on business?
Pleasure.
Well, it's business for me. My father runs a real estate business in Melbourne and another in Sydney. He's in Europe just now, and I'm acting as his stand-in.
Well, that's an odd expression for a businessman to use. My girlfriend is an actress, and she talks like that.
Oh, I've had several actress girlfriends. Businessmen get around, you know. What do you do?
Pilot on Ossia.
Pilot in the war, I suppose.
Yes, that's right. I joined it when I was 17. Did my stint and then found out that I wasn't exactly cut out for anything else when the war was over. I'm looking round now for something to do when my retirement comes up. We all of us plan for that. We have a pretty tough medical every 6 months, and there's always a day when we may fail it.
Do you know many people in Melbourne?
Not many. Haven't been there too often.
That's the girlfriend, eh? Sorry, but you did say you were going over for pleasure.
That's right, I did.
Well, where are you staying?
At the Meteor.
Oh, it's a nice pub. Clean as a whistle and excellent service. Well, if you feel like it, give me a ring anytime. I'll be glad to see you. Here's me card.
Yeah, thanks. G.M. Brooks, the Shutters, Toorak Road. I may take you up on that.
Oh, do that. Do that, please.
I checked in at the Meteor and asked the porter if there were any messages. He said there were none, and a snotty little page took me to my room on the first floor. It was a decent room, clean and homely, as Brooks had said, with a bathroom off to the left. I went straight to the telephone.
Get me the Buona Hotel and hurry. Hello? Hello, is that the Buona Hotel?
Yes, sir.
Oh, put me through to Miss Anna Matheson, will you?
Very good, sir. There's no reply, sir. She's not answering.
Well, go on trying, will you?
But it was no use. She she didn't answer. I took a taxi to the Buona and told the driver to step on it. I was definitely worried now. It was dark by this time with a hot, gusty wind. I couldn't see where we were going, but noticed that at one point we crossed the Yarra River. The hotel was in a small back street, and frankly, it was a dump. The foyer was badly lit and depressing in the extreme. What was Anna doing living in a place like this? She wasn't pressed for money. The seedy-looking porter was cleaning his nails as I went in, and he went right ahead cleaning them. The faded blonde at the reception desk smiled grimly.
Do something for you?
Oh, my name is Richard Quayle. I want to see Miss Matheson, please. She's expecting me.
Well, you better go on up then. Room 32, third floor. Lift to the left.
The number, 32, was fixed in white plastic on the black door, and a Do Not Disturb sign was hanging on the door handle. I knocked. No answer. The door was slightly ajar, so I pushed it. The room was in darkness, except for the glow from an electric fire. I groped for the light switch and turned on the light. Anna was lying face downward on the bed, fully clothed. Anna, I said. Anna, wake up. It's Richard. I shook her gently. She rolled onto her back as I shook her. She was dead. I looked at her unbelievingly and took her in my arms. There was a sudden violent crash behind me, and I leapt to my feet, scared out of my wits. The window curtains, which were not drawn, billowed away from the open window, and I realized that a gust of wind had slammed the bedroom door. I laid Anna gently back on the pillow, kissed her hair. Then I looked round the room. It was the hell of a room, sordid in the extreme, but nothing seemed out of place. Anna's makeup, brush and comb, and a bottle of scent I'd given her stood tidily on the cheap dressing table. Her dressing gown was draped neatly over a chair. The wardrobe door was open, and the clothes were hanging undisturbed. I felt I wanted to howl like a child. I went to the window and looked out. I couldn't see much.
On the other side of the street, a neon sign shone out. Sunshine Cafe, it said. And above the sign, in a room evidently on the first floor, the lights were suddenly switched off. It was then that I noticed the smell in the room. I suppose I'd been too strung up to notice it before. It was a faint but persistent smell of mold, but there was something odd about it. I picked up the telephone. When the girl answered, I said, "Get me a doctor. Miss Matheson is dead." The girl gasped and said she'd get the manager. "No, get a doctor," I shouted, but she cut me off. The manager arrived almost at once, a nervous little Italian with a drawn, swarthy face and large ears.
I am the manager. Who are you? What you do here?
I'm Miss Matheson's fiancé. I've just flown in from Sydney to see her and found her dead.
Yes, morta. What for she want to die here? We have the difficult times, my wife and I, and just when things are beginning to look good, this woman comes to die here. You albergo, no good for the hotel.
You'd better ring for a doctor, hadn't you?
Why she not die somewhere else?
Ring for a doctor, damn you. What's the matter with this place, for God's sake?
See a doctor, I get one. Pronto. Get me Dr. Manton, please. Tell him to come to room 32. Grazie tanto.
Have you got telephones in all the rooms?
No, only in two. This one and the one next door. They're all part of the one suite. This room connects with the bathroom next door. You see that room by the wardrobe?
Yes.
Through there is another bedroom. This room here used to be the sitting room.
Anyone there now?
Yes.
Who?
He live here, but he away now.
What's his name?
Leonard, Mr. Leonard.
What sort of a chap is he?
Oh, he's a traveler, a big man. My wife like him molto bene, very much. All the women like him.
When did he go away?
This morning, I think.
Well, has he been here long?
This time? 4 months.
4 months? Are you sure?
Ma certamente. Of course, I'm sure.
It was exactly 4 months since Anna had left me in Sydney to come to Melbourne. Had she come to see this man Leonard? Was that why I was not to write or phone her? It certainly began to look like it, though I couldn't believe it, really. The doctor soon arrived and examined Anna. I stood looking out of the window.
Now, what do you think, Dr. Manton?
Oh, I don't like the look of it. She's a big, healthy-looking girl. But this young man says she's 27. If she has taken her own life, the police must be in on it. The sooner the better.
But she couldn't have taken her own life. She wasn't the type.
Well, not everyone who commits suicide has suicidal tendencies, you know. It's a very popular misconception. Yeah, she may have been the situation which caused her to despair, a dilemma from which she saw no escape and therefore no hope.
Yes, but she knew I was coming to see her today. So why today of all days?
Have you ever known her to threaten to kill herself before?
Never.
Give me police headquarters, FJ999.
Oh, no police here, Dr. Manton. I no wish my hotel reputation ruined.
I don't want mine ruined either. Hello? Dr. Manton here. Give me D24. Now, put me through to homicide, please.
It was a lie, of course. I mean about her never threatening to kill herself. Our affair hadn't been an easy one all the way through. Anna had wanted marriage, and I was against it. I'd had marriage in a big way with my first wife, and I wasn't looking for more. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived, 2 tall and powerful men. The senior detective was called Transom, and the other man, Brown, I think. They took a story from the manager first and wrote it down. Anna had come to live here 4 months ago, he said. She seemed to have plenty of money. She was well-liked, very kind, but she wasn't happy. She was good friends with Mr. Leonard from next door. The manager looked at me out of the corner of his eyes as he said this, and I could have kicked him. Then they took a statement from Dr. Manton. Pupils of the eyes dilated, time of death extremely uncertain. Oh, the fire was on and the window open when Quayle arrived. Strange. Time of death anything from 12 to 20 hours ago. No, he couldn't put it more exactly. The doctor went. And Transom told Brown to take possession of Anna's tooth glass or any container she could have drunk from and to search the place for sleeping pills, patent medicine, and so on. Then he turned to me. I told him all I knew and also gave him Anna's mother's address in Adelaide.
Her father is dead.
Father, dead. Oh, by the way, Mr. Quayle, you'd better stick around Melbourne for a bit. You'll be wanted at the inquest.
When will that be?
Oh, it all depends on a post-mortem. Maybe a matter of days, maybe a few weeks.
A few weeks? I thought they were always held at once.
Did you? Yeah, then you thought wrong. You'd better get on to Ozzy and explain.
Yes, I will.
Now, why don't you cut along? We've got to get your girlfriend out of here.
Where will you be taking her?
I'm afraid she'll have to go to the mortuary, son.
I took a last look at Anna. She looked very beautiful, very peaceful, very young. I got the hell out of it. I had a bad night, got up early and tried to shave with shaking hands. It was pouring with rain. I couldn't eat breakfast. I was thinking about Anna all the time. I couldn't help wondering if I were responsible for her death, and the thought that she might have committed suicide because of me was nearly driving me out of my mind. Brooks, the fat man on the aircraft, rang soon after breakfast and asked me to lunch. I accepted because, I didn't know what I was going to do with myself all day. Then there was a knock at the door. And when I went to it, there were 2 strange men outside.
We're from Homicide. My name's Peter. This is Sergeant Codner.
Oh, come in, please.
Thanks. We'd like to go over your story again, if you don't mind.
Why? Transom wrote down everything I said. I have nothing to add.
Last night, there was a chance Miss Matheson died a natural death, or at the worst, committed suicide. Today, we have every reason to believe it was murder.
Murder? But how could it be murder?
She was poisoned with strychnine.
But that just doesn't make sense. I mean, who would want to murder a sweet girl like Anna?
That's what we're here to find out, sir.
Well, will you have a drink?
No, thanks.
No, thanks. Do you mind if I do?
Yeah, go ahead. How long have you known Miss Matheson? Tell us everything you know about her. When you met, who her friends were, what she was like. Everything.
I first met Anna 5 years ago. We met here in Melbourne. I'd just been divorced by my wife, and I was feeling rather fed up with life in general. It isn't much fun getting a divorce. Anyway, I found I couldn't stick Sydney anymore for a bit, so I came here. I tried to plunge into the mad gay whirl in Melbourne. But there isn't a mad gay whirl in Melbourne, is there? And then I met Anna. She was vaguely connected with a little theater. She acted there sometimes. Quite a good actress, too, I'm told. Well, we fell for each other. We began meeting all over the place. Melbourne, Sydney, Johannesburg, all over. Anna she had quite a bit of money of her own. This following me around lark went on for about 4 years, and then 4 months ago it stopped. Anna came back here, and I went on as usual with my job in Osia.
You say Miss Matheson stopped following you around 4 months ago?
Yes.
You didn't have any kind of quarrel, I suppose, sir?
Well, yes, we did.
Care to tell me what about?
Miss Matheson felt the time had come for us to get married.
Uh-huh. And you, sir?
Well, by yesterday, I got around to thinking she was right.
I see, sir.
By the way, do you know anything about Leonard, the chap who was living next door to her at the Buona?
We're checking on him. Why?
Oh, no reason.
Ever heard of Felix Milton, sir?
No. Why?
Miss Matheson was at his house at a party the night before she died.
There and then, I decided to meet Felix Milton. When I joined Brooks at the restaurant 1 o'clock, he'd already heard of Anna's death from the police, who checked on my statement that we'd traveled from Sydney together.
Well, one way or another, you've had a tough time, mate. Lucky for you, we talked on that journey.
Yes, I suppose so.
Quail, I suppose the police will check that you've been in Sydney for some time.
What do you mean?
Well, Sydney and Melbourne aren't that far apart, especially for you flying types. An alibI'd come in handy, wouldn't it?
I'd rather not talk about it, if you don't mind.
Okay. Sorry.
By the way, you ever heard of a man called Felix Milton?
Yeah, I certainly have. Very odd customer. He lives near me, throws parties. Plenty of money.
I'd like to meet him. Could you arrange it for me?
Oh, I expect so. Any special reason?
No. I'd just like to meet him, that's all.
Okay, mate, I'll see what I can do. Oh, here's the waiter with our food.
After lunch, I wandered about Melbourne. Few Sydney men liked Melbourne much, and vice versa. The cities are too different. Besides, I wasn't exactly in the mood for sightseeing. I finally found myself outside a gramophone shop when I heard a newsboy shouting, "Murder in Melbourne, paper." I bought one. And there, on the front page, was a photo of Anna. And the headline, "Murder in Melbourne, girl dead in South Yarra Hotel." The photo they'd used was the one she'd had taken especially for me. I went into the gramophone shop. I didn't want a record, but I thought I could be quiet for a moment in one of those cubicles. Anna was a great one for records. A willowy young queer came towards me. I asked him for a selection of light music, and he minced off disapprovingly to fetch them. 20 minutes later, feeling more in control of myself, I bought a record for appearance sake and told him to send it to the Meteor.
Certainly, sir. What name?
Richard Quayle.
Did you say Quayle?
Yes. Want to make anything of it?
Of course not. No, I thought you said Cale. And we have a long-lost cousin called Cale. Richard Cale. The black sheep of the family, you see.
Why on earth had he sounded scared at my name? It didn't make sense. And I didn't believe him about his cousin. But there was nothing much I could do about it, so I went back to the hotel. There was a note waiting for me from Brooks. It read, "You are in luck. Felix Milton has asked you along with me to a party on Sunday night. I'll pick you up at 6. On a sudden impulse, I looked up Milton's address in the telephone book. Merrian's, 19 Wallaby Road. I got a taxi and told it to go there. We crossed the Yarra River in much the same direction that I'd taken last night. Before reaching the street where the Buona stood, we turned left towards Toorak. The houses here were large and pompous. We came to Wallaby Road, and suddenly I got a shock. The young man from the gramophone shop was paying off a taxi halfway up the road. He then opened a small white gate, ran up the garden path, rang a front door bell, and was admitted into the house at once. The name of the house was painted clearly on the small white gate. Merrian's. On the Sunday, Brooks picked me up punctually at 6 and told me we were going to collect an English girlfriend of his, Valerie Harding. He didn't tell me how beautiful she was. Whew. She was the full treatment. Red hair, green eyes, white skin, big bust, small waist. A real dish. She was wearing something red. And she was laughing.
Well, really? Deaf as well as dumb?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Nothing sensational. I only asked you what you wanted to drink.
Oh, whiskey, please.
With, water or, soda.
Yes, steady on, old girl. Quayle was Anna Matheson's fiancé.
Oh, now it's my turn to apologize. How stupid of me and how dreadful for you. Forgive me, please.
She was so beautiful that I'd have forgiven her anything. We had drinks, and then we piled into the car and made for Marion's. We reached it around 7:45. It was dark by this time. Felix Milton came to the door himself.
Valerie, you gorgeous creature. Marion's welcomes you. And you, Guy Brooks, you lovely, lovely boy. And who is this? A friend? Oh, goody. Felix adores friend is.
Good grief.
Don't let it worry you. The food and drink makes up for everything.
Valerie! Beautiful Valerie and the lovely, lovely Guy have brought a delicious friendy. The name is...
Richard Quayle.
Oh, we'll call him Dickie, shall we? Dickie Ducky Richard Quayle. Isn't that amusing?
How do you do, Felix dear? Richard wants to meet everyone.
Of course he does. Everyone, Dickie. Now, this is Betty Ward.
Hello.
And her very handsome husband, Frank.
Hello there.
This is dear little Janie Thomas, the sweetest girl in town.
Hello.
And this is her current boyfriend, Larry French.
How are you? Stacey.
This is Gordon Frodsham, who works in our best gramophone shop.
We've met. Yes, we have.
This is Louise Talcott, whom I've known for well over a century.
Oh, Felix, what a thing to say.
This dear creature is Walter something or the other, such a clever little composer. And this is Walter's angel brother, Jeremy. Well, that will do to be going on with, won't it?
Yes, well, indeed.
Now, I'll fetch you an enormous drinky and sit you down by Betty Ward. She'll tell you all about everyone. She's a perfect mine of information. Well, here's your drink, and here's Betty.
Hello again.
See you anon.
Oh, quite a racket.
There always is at Felix's parties. Felix is a kind of cult in Melbourne. Everyone comes here. It's a lovely room, isn't it?
Seems beautiful. Mrs. Ward, what's that place through there?
Oh, that's the Chinese bar.
He seems to have got a yen for the Orient. Look at all those knives and spears and things on the wall.
Yes, Felix is mad about collecting things. And people, if it comes to that.
So it seems. Did you by any chance know the girl Anna Matheson, who was a friend of his and who's just been found dead?
Yes, I did. Why?
She was my fiancée.
Oh, Mr. Quayle, how awful. Oh, I'm so sorry. You must be feeling dreadful.
Yes, pretty grim. I hear that she was here the night before she died.
Yes, she was.
Were you here?
Yes.
Well, who else was here that night?
Oh, dear, I'm not sure that I can remember. Oh, well, why? You're not connecting this house with the murder, are you?
Oh, no, of course not. But I want to know who her friends in Melbourne were. I'm from Sydney.
Oh, well, let's see. There was Frank and me. Mrs. Barking, but she's not here tonight. Gordon, Felix himself, of course.
Yes.
Janie Thomas, Sue and Bill Saunders, who aren't here either. Larry French, Valerie Harding, and Guy Brooks.
Guy Brooks? But he never told me he knew Anna. Wait a minute, I met him on the Melbourne plane from Sydney the day after that party.
Well, he must have gone up to Sydney for the day. He's got business there, too.
Why hadn't Guy told me that he knew Anna? He'd been very keen to make my acquaintance on the aircraft. Why? I looked at Anna's friends. Janie was sweet 17 and all that goes with it. Her boyfriend, Larry French, was small, dark, good-looking, about 24, and slightly too pleased with himself. Betty Ward was pretty and 30-ish, and her husband silent and sunburned. Gordon and Valerie I'd already met. Felix bothered me. There was something phony about him. He made himself out to be a big fool, and I could have sworn he wasn't one. Not by a long chalk. It was at that moment that it happened. I was just saying to Betty...
Oh, by the way, I suppose you've never come across a chap who lives at the Buona Hotel called Lennon, have you?
My dear, how too stupid. Whoever switched off the lights, please switch them on again immediately. Now, thank you. Now, who played that silly trick? I nearly spilled my drink over my suit.
Well, I don't know who switched the lights off, but I switched them on.
Oh, thank you, Guy. Oh, dear me. Betty's fainted.
Hi, quick.
Frank, dear boy, help me bring her over to the window. Richard Doll, there's some brandy on the table behind you.
I was kneeling by Betty, and as Frank and Felix carried her to the window, I got to my feet, slipping a little dagger that I'd found on the floor into my pocket. As I did this, I saw that Gordon Frodsham of the gramophone shop had seen what I'd done. He said nothing, however, and the party broke up soon afterwards. Valerie offered to drive me home. As we approached her house, she asked me in for a drink. Nothing I should like more, I replied. As we went through her door, she suddenly kissed me, full on the lips.
I shouldn't have done that, darling, but the business of the lights going out and Betty fainting rather frightened me.
Do you only kiss men when you're frightened? I thought it was my beautiful brown eyes.
Why? They're rather my type, I'm afraid. Did you mind me kissing you?
Why should I?
I thought you might when...
When?
Well, I mean, I thought you might so soon after... Well, I mean, Anna was engaged to you, wasn't she? And I...
Yes. Yes, Anna was engaged to me. So perhaps I'd better be going.
What about your drink?
Oh, another time.
When shall I see you again?
When would you like to?
I'll ring you tomorrow. Good night, darling.
Good night, Valerie.
When I got back to my room at the Meteor, I felt in my pocket for the little dagger. It was gone. Monday was a cloudy, blustery day. I was at Russell Street Police Headquarters by 10 o'clock, having decided to tell Inspector Peters about the dagger. In broad daylight, I could hardly believe it myself, and I didn't relish having to describe it to such a stolid individual as Peters. Police Headquarters is a 10-story brick building. Inside, it looks rather like a large newspaper office. I asked for Peters at the inquiry desk, and he came to me almost at once and took me to his small square office in the basement. The going was as rough as I'd feared.
Very interesting, Mr. Quayle. But when you saw the dagger on the floor after the lights had been turned on, why did you tell no one? And why didn't you inform the police as soon as you left the party?
I don't know. Instinct, I suppose.
Instinct? I don't quite follow.
Well, after all, there were plenty of curious weapons stuck on the wall, and it could have fallen off, couldn't it? Anyway, I was with a lot of strange people, none of whom I particularly liked, so I thought I might as well take it home while I considered what I should do about it. I must admit it is an unlikely story. You're not believing it yourself. And it was only when I found it had been taken from my pocket that I realized its importance. Besides, I'd drunk a fair amount. Miss Matheson's death had given me quite a shock.
I see.
I'm extremely sorry. I was a damned fool.
Now, forgive me if I appear a little dense, but when you say you took Miss Harding home, do you mean to her home or to the media?
You're being damned rude.
To her home, I take it. How long did you spend with her?
Oh, about 5 minutes. Look, have you found Leonard yet?
All in good time. And by the way, Miss Matheson's mother is now in Melbourne. She's staying at the Meteor and get in touch with you. Good day, Mr. Quayle.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ward.
Hello? Visiting the police?
How did you guess? How are you feeling today?
Fine, thank you.
Do you often faint?
No.
What particular thing sent you off last night?
Well, I've no idea. Fright, I suppose.
Fright?
Well, the light went out, remember? And I hate the dark.
I see. You didn't see the dagger by any chance?
Dagger? What dagger?
Oh, well, perhaps I imagined it. Would you care to come in here and have a cup of coffee with me?
Well,
come on, Mrs. Ward. Your husband need never know. Come and have a cup of coffee with me. Now, let's go on from where we left off last night.
What do you mean?
Well, I just asked you if you knew Mr. Leonard.
Oh, yes, so you had.
Well, do you?
Well, actually, I know very little about him, except
Except what?
that Anna seemed to like him very much.
Oh. Did she? What's he do?
Oh, he's rather a mystery man. Seems quite well off, and yet he lives in that extraordinary little hotel. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'd forgotten that Anna lived there, too.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's extremely good looking. About 45, I should think. Fair hair, blue eyes, sort of square, rather somber face. He's very tall.
Sounds all right.
He's quite a man from a woman's point of view. Of course, he drinks, but all the women fall. Has a kind of arrogance which is irresistible. But masses of charm, too, and he's a good talker, very amusing.
All the graces.
Yes. Except...
Except?
except that he doesn't seem awfully happy. There's an extraordinary sort of emptiness in him. Do I sound very whimsy?
Not at all. You sound like a very observant and intelligent woman.
My dears, how absolutely delicious. A heavenly tete-a-tete in the middle of the day in a squalid little cafe. How to utterly riotous.
Felix, if you find it so squalid, why are you here?
Because, darlings, your hideout wasn't good enough to deceive your Uncle Felix. I saw you through the window as I passed, and I thought, what would dear Frankie say? So I came straight in to warn you that your grisly little secret is a secret no longer.
Felix, you're not being in the least funny. Richard and I met quite by chance.
Lovely, lovely chance. I adore it, don't you? Oh, by the way, Richard, I've just been to Gordon's shop, and he's just the teensiest bit annoyed with you. I was there when the police called on him, you see.
Police? What for?
To ask him about a dagger that's missing from my collection.
Oh? It was a lovely party last night, Felix. I'm so sorry I fainted. It was very silly of me.
No, forget it. I do so hope you enjoyed it, Richard.
Oh, I enjoyed it immensely, thank you.
I'm so glad. I was so frightfully worried that you might have been bored.
I went along to Gordon's record shop, worrying all the time about the dagger. Had it been aimed at me or Betty? Why such a small dagger if any real harm were intended? And was it a coincidence that it happened when Leonard's name was mentioned? The whole incident bewildered me. The shop was very full, and I thought I'd never seen a more fantastic sight. Rows of young men, all with their backs to me, had headphones on, and they were crouching in silence, wriggling and swinging their bottoms to the different rhythms of the records they were hearing. Gordon hurried over to me at once.
The police have just gone, Richard. They asked ridiculous questions about a dagger that you and I are supposed to have seen. Of course, I denied it, but... Well, I'm very angry with you. I don't know what the joke is, but, well, it's one I can't share, I'm afraid.
You saw that dagger as clearly as I did, Gordon. You saw me put it in my pocket.
I deny it completely. And I'll tell you something else, Richard. If you ever play a trick like that on me again, I shall tell the police what Anna told me about you.
What Anna told you about me?
That's what I said. And now I must attend to my customers.
What do you mean? What Anna told you about me?
So sorry, Mr. Quayle. There's nothing I can do for you, I'm afraid. Good morning.
I went back to the Meteor in a flaming temper. At the reception desk, I found a message from Anna's mother. I rang her and invited her along to my room for a drink.
Richard, dear.
Hello, Mrs. Matheson. Good to see you.
Isn't it dreadful, Richard? I don't understand it. She was such a sweet girl. Who could possibly have wanted to do such a terrible thing?
Well, I suppose the police will find out in the end. But it won't bring her back to us, will it?
Richard, dear, I want you to know that though I didn't approve of your affair with Anna, I know you did what you thought was right. Anna wrote to me often about you both. Perhaps you'd like to see her last letter.
Thanks. Mummy, darling, Richard will be coming over from Sydney to see me soon, and one way and another our future will be settled then. It's all been such a muddle, but whatever happens, it will have been worth it. I love Richard with all my heart. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he wanted to marry me? But of course he won't. I've told you a little about Jack Leonard, haven't I? I think I'm helping a bit, though I can't get him to meet a friend of mine who is an AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, if he didn't know before. I wish he would, because they do a wonderful job. Perhaps he will later, but at the moment something pretty serious is on his mind, I think, and I may be the cause of it. I found out something rather awful the other day, and Jack has been working on it ever since. He says he won't go to the police just yet, which I think he ought to, and he refuses to say much about it because he says I've tumbled onto something dangerous. He has been away for the last 2 weeks, and I'm frightened. He's so nice, Mummy, I really don't know what I'd have done without him these last few months. Unfortunately, he's beginning to fall for me, and that may complicate things. Richard and I will be over to see you soon. Until then, take care of yourself, and lots of love. Bless you. Anna. You showed this letter to the police, of course.
Of course, dear.
How long will you be staying in Melbourne, Mrs. Matheson?
Till the police find out.
What on earth was Anna doing at a place like the Buona? It's a dump. I mean, she wasn't hard up, was she?
Well, I suppose, dear, it must have been because of Mr. Leonard.
Because of Leonard? But why?
Well, from what Anna told me, they met on the plane coming from Sydney 4 months ago. Well, they got talking, found out they were both unhappy, and sort of teamed up.
I don't get it. I suppose you've no idea what Anna meant about finding out about something awful.
No.
Well, I'm wondering if, as Leonard warned her, it did turn out to be something dangerous.
Yes, I see what you mean, dear.
I must say, I wish to God the police could find Leonard. It's 4 days already.
Richard, if Anna was so keen to introduce him to friends of hers in Alcoholics Anonymous, must have meant that he drank, mustn't it?
No idea. The whole setup worries me. I think I'll go to the Buona this afternoon and have another word with the manager about Leonard.
So at 2 o'clock, I took a bus to South Yarra. The Buona Hotel looked even more depressing by day. It was painted dark brown and green, and on the fanlight over the door, the gold lettering had lost 3 letters and read, Buna Hot. A different porter was in the foyer.
Good afternoon.
Can I do something for you, sir?
My name is Quayle. Is Mr. Leonard in?
Oh, I'm afraid he's away.
Oh, any idea when he'll be coming back?
No, sir.
Well, I'll leave a message for him if you'll give me some paper.
Oh, yeah, here you
Oh,
are.
and thank you. Tell the manager I'd like to speak to him, would you?
Yes, sir. A gentleman to see you, sir.
Questa? Who is it?
Mr. Quayle, sir.
Quayle? Un momento, I'll come. Oh, it's you. What do you want?
I want to get in touch with Mr. Leonard.
I told you, he's gone away.
I gather you don't know when he'll be back.
See, that's right.
What time did he leave the Buona on the morning of Miss Matheson's death?
What time did he leave?
That's what I said.
I don't know. Do you know, Roger?
No, he had gone before I came on duty.
Oh, what time do you come on duty?
7 o'clock.
So the night porter would know.
Well, he might.
When did Leonard come back the last time?
The last time?
The last time.
The day before, sometime during the afternoon or evening.
Madam would know.
Oh, then may I ask your wife if she's here?
My wife, she's out.
I see. Had you ever met Leonard before he came to stay here?
Mr. Leonard? No. No, I never met Mr. Leonard before he came to stay here.
I see. Well, I'll be back. Tell your wife I'm looking forward to seeing her. Oh, and the night porter, too.
I left the hotel and turned to the right up the road. After a few paces, I stopped to tie a shoelace. When I looked back, I saw that the hotel door was slightly open and that someone was watching me through the crack. I walked on until I was out of sight of the Buona, and then I crossed the street and doubled back in my tracks. I had decided to pay a visit to the Sunshine Cafe, where the light in the first-floor room had been so suddenly turned off on the night of Anna's death. It was an even more depressing place than the Buona and entirely deserted. The walls of the cafe were painted with hideous murals, scarlet-faced sailors walking arm in arm with moronic women under monstrous suns. None of the tables had cloths. A mangy cat played with some newspaper on the floor. I went through the cafe into the kitchen. No one was there. I called out. No one answered. Between the cafe and the kitchen was an uncarpeted staircase, and I went up it. On the landing, there were 2 doors. The one on the right was locked. The one on the left opened into a small and very shabby flat. I went in. It was clean and neat and obviously lived in. On a table in the living room, I saw a pile of letters. The top envelope was clearly addressed, Jack Leonard, Esquire, Buona Hotel. I suddenly had the feeling that I was not alone. But before I had time to see who was near me, something hit me, a tremendous crack on the back of my head, and I passed out cold. When I came to, I found myself lying on the grass verge by the side of a dirt road, looking up at the branches of a gum tree. I was evidently some way out of Melbourne. I sat up. My mouth was dry, my head ached abominably, and my hair was matted where I'd been hit. I tried to stand, which made me very giddy at first, but the feeling wore off after 1 or 2 attempts, and I staggered off down the road. Presently, I came to a newly painted, newly built little wooden house, and I had just decided to ask the occupants for help when I noticed that cars were passing at the end of the dirt road, about 50 yards from where I stood. I realized that this must be a main road, and I hobbled towards it. I stepped into the middle of the road and held out my arm. Almost immediately, a car came to a halt.
Are you in trouble?
Yes. Yes, I've had an accident. I fell off my motorbike up the road there. Can you give me a lift?
Do be careful, Bill. He doesn't look the sort of person we ought to give a lift to.
Where do you want to get to?
Melbourne.
Okay, hop in.
Bill,
Ah, shut up. Come on.
just you wait till we get home.
I'll wait.
Thanks, awfully.
I sat back, thankfully, in the back seat and closed my eyes. I kept them closed. But pretty soon I was listening to every word of their conversation.
Seems to have gone to sleep.
Good.
Well, who shall we have to make up a four tonight, then?
I don't give a damn.
Betty and Frank?
Suits me.
Betty's nice that way. Never minds being asked at the last moment. Valerie always wants to be invited days before.
Valerie's a very beautiful woman.
Oh, I think Betty is far prettier.
Okay.
What do you think's happened to him? He's in a terrible mess.
He told us.
Then where's his bike?
I better ask him when he wakes up.
He might be a murderer.
Might be the King of Spain.
Well, Anna got murdered.
Poor little Anna.
I believe you had a soft spot for Anna.
You think I'm woman mad.
No, I don't. I just think you get attracted rather often. Bill, I once heard a theory that people are murdered because of the kind of people they are. Do you think that Anna was that sort of a girl?
No, I don't.
I never could make out what she and Jack Leonard were up to. Do you think they were having an affair? Oh, he's woken up. Nearly in Melbourne now. Where can we take you?
Well, I'm staying at the Meteor, but please drop me anywhere in town.
Oh, we're taking to the Meteor. We're nearly there.
Well, this has been awfully good of you. I'm most grateful.
What are you going to do about your bike?
What bike?
The bike you crashed.
Oh, that. Yes, of course. Well, I'll telephone the police and get them to fetch it for me. Sorry, my head's making me feel a bit stupid. Oh, my name is Richard Quayle, by the way. If ever I can return your Good Samaritan act, let me know.
Here's your pub.
Richard Quayle? Wasn't Anna Matheson engaged to a Richard Quayle?
Anna was my fiancée.
Well, that's a damn strange coincidence. Anna was a friend of ours.
So I gathered.
You mean you heard what we were saying? Oh, how simply awful.
Ah, serves you right. Our apologies, Quayle. Where's Sue and Bill Saunders, by the way? The senior.
Okay.
I went upstairs, telephoned Peters at Homicide. He'd gone home, so I left a message for him to ring me back and rang down for a doctor and some dinner. Both the doctor and the dinner arrived simultaneously. The doctor fixed my head with sticking plaster and prescribed bed and rest in case of delayed shock. He seemed to think I was none the worse for the accident. I ate a good dinner, read for a while, and was just going to turn off my light at 10 o'clock when...
Just a minute. Valerie, what a surprise.
Richard, oh, darling, how ghastly. Have I woken you or something?
Oh, no, not at all. I was reading. Come in.
You look cute in that dressing gown, but why the plaster, doll?
Well, I met with an accident this afternoon. I was on a motorbike and met a car head-on. Got thrown into a ditch.
Oh, poor Richard, how awful. Well, I said I'd telephone you today, honey, but I couldn't. Some friends from Perth descended on me. I've only just got rid of them, so I came along at once. Does the head hurt fearfully?
Oh, I'll live. Do you mind if I get back into bed?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Mix us a drink, will you, Valerie? I wasn't expecting social calls in this state.
You must think me the most forward of women. I'm always hurling myself at you, aren't I?
I think you're very lovely.
And I've given myself a whiskey and soda. How about you?
The same.
You know, you don't look like a motorcyclist to me, Richard.
Oh, don't I? Well, you're wrong. I'm the outdoor type entirely.
Not entirely, sweetie. Thank God. Well, your lovely brown eyes, Richard.
Cheers.
Oh, darling. The police visited me today. Something about a dagger at Felix's party. They said you'd found it on the floor, pocketed it, lost it, and then reported your loss to them.
That's right.
But how madly dramatic of you. I mean, Felix has dozens of daggers and things on those walls of his. Must have fallen off one of those hooks.
Maybe.
Well, don't you think it did?
I don't know.
Well, I mean to say it's far more likely to have appeared from somewhere simple like that than to have been a matter for the police. Isn't it?
In normal circumstances, yes.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, as you reminded me last night, Anna was my fiancée, and someone murdered her. So I'm probably a little suspicious of anything unusual at the moment.
And of everybody?
I suppose so. Yes.
I see.
Besides, the dagger has disappeared.
But Anna wasn't killed at Felix's house.
Perhaps not. Who knows? She was poisoned. And it depends how long the strychnine took to work.
Oh. Well, I think I better beat it, Richard. You're certainly not in the mood for social calls.
Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yeah. No, I'm afraid I can't just at the moment. I've got someone with me. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'll be along at 9. All right. Thanks. Goodbye. That was Detective Inspector Peters. I'm going to see him tomorrow at 9.
How thrilling. Don't bother. I'll let myself out.
Good night, Valerie. And thanks for calling.
Good night, Richard.
9 o'clock next morning found me at the police headquarters again. Peter seemed mildly interested in my story about the Buona and the Sunshine Cafe, but his manner was very offhand, and he kept a silly half-smile on his face all the time I was speaking. After I left him, I went to the coffee shop where I'd taken Betty the day before to sort out a few things in my mind. The police seemed to be getting nowhere and not bothering over much. Just one more routine case to them. Peter's attitude drove me round the bend. I ordered a second cup of coffee and thought back over the past few days. I'd now met several of Anna's Melbourne friends, and I must say I didn't find most of them particularly congenial. Felix and Gordon were queers. Valerie, though beautiful and obviously extremely attractive, had taken that dagger from me. Well, she must have. Brooks I quite liked. Frank and Betty Ward seemed smart and social in the wrong way. And I couldn't quite make out what sort of a woman Betty Ward was. That faint seemed out of character somehow. The Saunders, who had given me a lift yesterday, were simply uninteresting. He was quite a decent chap, but she was a bore and obviously nagged him. Larry French was too young for me and too slick. And only little Janie Thomas seemed to me the kind of friend I should have expected Anna to have. I decided to ask her to lunch. She wasn't at the library where she told me she worked, but she was at home, and she said if she could bring Larry French along, she'd love to join me. Well, of course, I said bring him. I then rang Anna's mother, but she said she'd be spending the day in bed. I had more than an hour on my hands before lunch, and I suddenly decided to see Gordon at his gramophone shop once again, and to insist on him telling me what Anna was supposed to have said to him about me. Gordon wasn't in the shop, but Felix Milton was.
Richard Dahl, how do you find? How are you? Where's Gordon? My dear, isn't it too extraordinary? He has the measles. So childish, don't you agree? He couldn't work, though, so I'm here instead. A relieving angel, Dickie dear. Too amusing.
Oh, damn, I wanted to contact him. Will you be seeing him?
Not if he's infectious, Dickie. I'm too old for spots. Always was, I'm thankful to say. I've never been handsome, but I've always avoided spots.
Do you know his home telephone number?
But of course. And he'd love you to ring him. He was saying only yesterday how much he admired you. He said he reveled in your shoulders. Isn't that delicious?
Delicious. What's his number? Is it in the book?
No. Oh, one moment, Richard. Customer. And what can I do for you, sir?
Have you got Tito Gobbi in Rigoletto?
My dear, I do hope so. But I'm a stranger in these parts. Let's have a little hunting, shall we? Are you mad about him? I am.
I saw him at Covent Garden 4 years ago.
Oh, I wish I had. Here we are, right first go. Now, you know how those headphone things work, do you?
Oh, yes.
And the turntables?
Well, I'm not certain.
Oh, I'm sure you're both madly mechanical. I'm not at all. Darling Gordon, who shot this ears, has got the measles, poor sweet. He quite forgot to tell me what one does to start them. I suggest you press every knob in sight, and if nothing happens, we'll telephone the fire brigade or something.
All right. You do the pressing, darling.
Okay, we'll have a go.
You know, Nicky, on second thoughts, I'm not sure that you ought to telephone Gordon. He isn't well, you know. Can't I help you instead?
Are you a great friend of his?
Of course. Or why else should I be in this disastrous little shop today? We tell each other everything.
Then did he, by any chance, tell you what Anna had told him about me?
Oh, yes.
Well, what was it?
She told him she was frightened of you.
Frightened of me? What rubbish.
Well, Gordon didn't think it was rubbish, and I'll tell you why she was frightened. She told Gordon that she believed you wanted to kill her.
I didn't believe him, of course, but I felt pretty bad even at hearing it. I hurried out of the shop and kept walking until it was time to meet Janie and Larry. Little Janie Thomas looked dazzling. She was obviously in love with Larry, and I began to feel like the odd man out. I also found it impossible to concentrate on anything but what Felix had just said. I knew it was a lie, but it got me down all the same. I tried to pull myself together and heard myself saying brightly in a voice which sounded unreal to me,
It's so good of you both to come. Any friend of Anna's is a friend of mine, and I'm trying to get to know you all. Oh, by the way, Felix tells me that Gordon has measles. Did you know?
No, how awful. Poor Gordon. Well, if you want to know all Anna's friends, have you met Mrs. Barking yet? She was a great friend.
No. Is she nice?
Oh, she's absolutely sweet.
The kindest woman you could imagine.
Anna told me in a letter that one of her friends was an AA. Do you know who that could be?
Bill Saunders.
It's probably why his wife nags at him so. Of course, she'd hate him to be a drunk, but it annoys her that he's a teetotal. She says it makes him conspicuous. Well, she's a very silly woman in many ways.
Yes. Look at that row she made the other night.
Oh, you mean when Anna got drunk?
Anna drunk? When was Anna drunk?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was talking out of turn.
What did you mean?
Well, it only happened that once, you know.
When?
Well, actually, it was the night she was... the night she died.
What happened?
Oh, don't listen to him, Mr. Quayle. He's exaggerating the whole thing.
What happened?
Well, you know that little Chinese bar at Felix's?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Anna was in there the night she died having a drink. I don't know now who was in there with her. Do you, Janie?
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, Mrs. Barking suddenly came running out to say that Anna was having some kind of a fit. Apparently, she was completely tight and sort of rolling about, you know. Anyway, Sue Saunders made such a fuss that Felix arranged for Anna to be taken home.
With whom?
I can't remember that. Can you, Janie?
No.
Are you sure you can't remember who besides Mrs. Barking was with her in the bar?
Well, Larry wasn't.
And Janie wasn't.
Because Anna was poisoned with strychnine, you know.
What?
And what you describe as drunken fit may well have been a strychnine convulsion.
My God.
Dr. Manton told me that strychnine takes anything from 5 minutes to a quarter of an hour to have its first effects. Do you know what time she had this fit?
It was 1:15 exactly by my watch when Mrs. Barking came out of the bar.
How clever of you to notice.
Not at all. You just asked me to take you home.
So she must have been given the poison about 1 o'clock. I don't believe she got drunk. It must have been a convulsion.
How horrible. Poor Anna.
Do either of you two know a chap called Jack Leonard?
Well, yes. I do, slightly.
He happened to be Janie's boyfriend until Anna came along, so it's rather more than slightly, I should say.
How dare you, Larry? Thank you for a lovely lunch, Richard, but I'm afraid I've got an appointment.
And looking deathly pale, she left us flat. I took a taxi to Mintona Crescent to call on Mrs. Barking. I was pretty thoughtful, I can tell you. Both Janie Thomas and Betty Ward had obviously been very upset when I mentioned Leonard's name. Why? And why couldn't the police find him? But perhaps they had by this time. He didn't seem to be in Milton's set, yet everyone seemed to know him except Bill Saunders, who was evidently the AA man Anna talked about in her letter. Suddenly, I knew what the puzzling smell in Anna's room had been. Paraldehyde. Why hadn't I thought of it before? Paraldehyde, the cure drunks took when they were real dyed-in-the-wool drunks. So that's why Leonard had been away. He'd been on a bat and had had a cure. So he must have been in Anna's room on the night of her death. I got so excited at this thought that I nearly turned back and went to Russell Street again. Then I remembered Peter's manner and decided not to bother. Besides, the taxi was already in Mintona Crescent. Mrs. Barking's house was small and gay, and the garden beautifully kept and filled with flowers. The house was red brick, and the front door was blue. As I went up the garden path, I saw the net curtain at the window to the left of the front door move, and a fat white face looked anxiously at me. I rang the bell, but no one answered. I went on ringing. Still no one came. I tried to look in at the window where I'd seen the face. I could see nothing. I tapped on the window pane. No reaction. I went round to the back of the house, knocked on the back door, and tried the handle. It was locked. I tried the kitchen windows. They, too, were locked. I went out of the backyard gate and hid behind a little hedge. Presently, the back door was opened, and an old black and tan Pekingese waddled furiously towards me, barking wildly. The back door was now opened wide.
Shin-Yu! Come here, Shin-Yu! Naughty girl, come here at once!
Good afternoon, Mrs. Barking.
Who are you? What do you want? Go away! Go away at once! Come here, Shin-Yu!
May I come in?
Look, I haven't got the money here. You didn't warn me. Go away and leave me alone. I'll send the money wherever you want.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm afraid. My name is Richard Quayle. Anna Matheson was my fiancée.
Oh, goodness gracious, I'm so sorry. Whatever must you think of me? But I'm afraid you must go. They won't let you come in.
Who won't let me come in? Who are you frightened of? Can I help you?
Oh, no, please, no. Please, go away.
No, but look, Mrs. Barking, I'm here now, so you might as well make use of me. Let me in quickly and no one will ever know.
Well...
No, quick, we mustn't waste time.
Very well. Come in, but quickly. Come into the drawing room. This way. Now, sit down, Mr. Quayle, while I look out of the window.
What's the matter, Mrs. Barking? What's worrying you?
They're watching the house.
But there's no one outside.
They said they were watching.
But who? Begin at the beginning, Mrs. Barking.
I'm being blackmailed.
What?
They sent me a letter asking for £200, and someone rang me up in the middle of the night and said that they were watching me and that my telephone line was being tapped. They said I was only to go out of the house when they told me to and to see no one.
Well, have you any idea who it could be?
None.
Was the voice male or female?
I couldn't tell. It was a whisper.
Have you been to the police?
No, I can't.
What? But...
You see, whoever it is knows something that happened a long time ago, and it's something that doesn't affect me but might hurt my daughter, you see. And that mustn't happen.
But you must go to the police.
It's him. It's the blackmailer. Oh, Mr. Quayle, what am I to do? I can't stand it. I really can't.
Mrs. Barking, your callers are Betty Ward and Janie Thomas, but if you take my advice, you'll sit tight and don't let them in. Just let them go away. Now, do as I say, Mrs. Barking. I know what I'm doing. Now, just listen to me.
Half an hour later, I let myself out of the back door and walked round into Mintona Crescent. I was struck by the fact that Mrs. Barking's blackmailing had coincided with Anna's death, and I felt there must be some connection. I tried to get some sense out of her about Anna's fit at Felix's party, but the blackmailing had driven every other thought out of her head. I found a taxi and told it to drive me to the Meteor. And suddenly I saw that a car that had been moving slowly up the crescent behind me was being driven by Betty Ward with Janie Thomas as passenger. So they'd waited half an hour for me, and now they were following me. In fact, they followed me all the way back to the hotel. When I reached the Meteor, I asked the porter to ring through to Mrs. Matheson's room to say that I wanted to send her some flowers, and what sort would she like. I was told she was out.
Are you sure? Well, certainly I'm sure, sir.
Yeah, but I understood she wasn't well.
A young gentleman called for her and they went out together about lunchtime.
What sort of young man?
Oh, thin and medium height, sir. Horn-rimmed glasses, speckled brown suit. Waved his hands about, sir.
This sounded like Gordon, but Gordon had measles. Did the young man have spots, I asked. The porter looked astonished, but he said no. I then asked him to let me know when Mrs. Matheson came in, and went into the hotel writing room and wrote a letter to Peters, telling him all I'd managed to find out. I rang for a page boy and told him to take it round to Russell Street. I then ordered some cigarettes and a whiskey and soda, and was settling down to do a little more thinking when Valerie and Guy Brooks came into the room.
Hello, Angel. How's the head?
Fine, thanks.
I tried to get you earlier in the day, but you were out.
Oh.
Guy and I were wondering if you'd like to come to a drive-in with us. There's a good film at Glen Iris with Audrey Hepburn in it, and Guy goes for Audrey in a big way. We thought we'd have dinner after in the English Roadhouse. The food's beautiful.
Well,
Thanks. Yes, I'd like that.
Oh, Valerie pretends I'm mad about Audrey, but not even Audrey can keep me awake at a film. I like to snooze and look up at her adorable face in between bouts of somnia, if that's the word.
Flattering to me, isn't he? You can see why I wanted you along, Richard.
So we drove out together, and it was a lovely evening. When we parked the car, Guy persuaded me to sit in front with Valerie. She slipped a cool little hand into mine and snuggled down beside me. She smelt wonderful and looked wonderful, and it was warm and companionable having her there beside me. The dinner at the Roadhouse was excellent. King prawns, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding washed down with extremely good Australian red wine, coffee with clotted cream and some brandy. We drove back into Melbourne feeling sleek and happy. Guy did the driving, and Valerie and I sat in the back holding hands. Suddenly she spoke.
Oh, don't let's go home yet. Let's come down.
Oh, not on your life, Val. It's time for Uncle to get his beauty sleep.
Oh, Richard, please. You don't want to go to bed yet, surely.
Well,
Please, darling. You needn't stay long. Let's go to Heroes for about an hour and dance.
We danced at Heroes for a couple of hours, and then I drove her back in a taxi to her flat. The clock in the foyer of the Meteor said 3:10 as I walked in. I took my key from the night porter and wandered up the stairs. When I reached my room, I hesitated. For some reason, I had a feeling of fear, almost of panic. I unlocked my door, switched on the light. Everything seemed normal, both in the bedroom and in the bathroom. I undressed slowly and uneasily. I put on my dressing gown and opened the wardrobe door to get a hanger for my suit. The body of a dead man crashed at my feet.
What the hell? My God, who the... Hello?
Mr. Quayle, they've killed Shin Yu. They've poisoned her. She's dead. She's dead.
Good evening, Mr. Quayle.
What the devil are you doing here?
I think you have a little explaining to do.
Me? What about you? Who is this man?
You don't know?
Well, of course I don't.
You and I are going to have a little talk, Mr. Quayle, and if it's satisfactory, I'm inviting you to a party at Mr. Milton's flat tomorrow night.
The next evening, Felix entertained a few friendies to din-dins. The friendies were Janie Thomas, Larry French, Valerie Harding, Guy Brooks, Gordon Frodsham, Sue and Bill Saunders, Frank and Betty Ward, myself, and Kenneth Hodges, a friend of mine who had unexpectedly turned up at the last moment. Although there was plenty to eat and drink, the party took a long time to warm up. Only Felix seemed to be enjoying himself.
It's not like Felix to give such a dull party, is it? Oh, we all know each other far too well, I suppose, and no one seems in the party mood, do they, Richard?
I'm quite happy.
Oh, I like your friend, Kenneth Hodges. What does he do?
He works in a bank in Sydney. We were at school together.
Hello, Valerie. Richard.
What? How are the measles?
Oh, my dear, it wasn't measles at all. Isn't it divine? Simply fish.
Fish?
Or rather, the effects of eating a particular breed of fish to which I'm allergic.
Oh, too bad. I do hope you didn't eat any fish when you lunched with Mrs. Matheson yesterday.
Mrs. Matheson? Do I know a Mrs. Matheson?
Well, don't be silly, Gordon. You were seen with her.
Who saw me?
I did.
Angels! Felix wants to talk to you. Everybody got a drink, eh? Yeah. Got an orange juice, Bill? Oh, good. Now, I want to tell you all how delighted I am to see you here. First of all, of course, because you're friends of mine. And secondly, because exactly a week ago tonight, Anna Matheson was killed. And I'm reliably informed by those divine little navy blue charmers, the police, that the suspect is sitting in this room at this moment. Isn't that exciting? So to prevent further trouble, all the doors have been locked. And we're going to have a delicious talk here to find out who killed her.
Wait a minute.
Somebody here now gave Anna strychnine.
What? Oh, that's going.
And the theory is that it was given to her in this house. Perhaps whoever did it would like to confess at once and save all unpleasantness. No? Very well, then. The discussion is thrown open.
Come along, Betty, darling. Home. Felix, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this isn't my idea of a joke.
Nor mine. And to show you how serious I feel, I'm going to put all my cards on the table. Ah, that will be Lynette, I expect. Rennie, let her in.
Mrs. Barking?
Yes, Janie. Any objection?
No, of course not.
Good. Come in, Lynette, dear. Now, there's nothing to fear. We'll look after you. I'm holding a discussion group, and as I've just told Frank, it's a very serious one. Betty, my love, I especially asked you and Frank to bring Jack Leonard along tonight. He isn't here. Why not?
Well, we rang the owner, and the manager said he was away.
Indeed. You knew the manager in Italy, Frank, I understand.
I? Certainly not.
Strange. He claims to know you. I suppose you don't deny that you've been to Italy.
Oh, yes, I've been there.
Yes, you were there for 3 years, according to my information, in Milan, chiefly. Anyway, let's leave it for the moment, because I want to tell you all a little story. Now, some of you know that Bill Saunders' father bought a large tract of territory in the north several years ago and left it to Bill when he died. He'd bought it dirt cheap, but as you know, well, it was in all the papers, it turned out to be extremely rich in minerals, including uranium. Well, a short while ago, in spite of security precautions, it was discovered that samples of these minerals, photographs of the land, also several important documents are missing. As you can imagine, the authorities took it pretty seriously. Investigations were made, and the suspicion for these thefts has fallen on our dear friend, Gordon Fortune.
How dare you? It's lies, all lies.
Sit down, Gordon. I wouldn't be making such an accusation without proof. Proof, in fact, furnished by Anna, which may account for her death.
I'll sue you for this.
Splendid. Now we turn to Frank and the manager of the Buona. Jack Leonard and Frank both knew him in Italy. They'd been taken prisoner in Tobruk and had managed to escape from their prison camps in Italy. They hadn't as yet met, but both were making for the Italian Alps in the hopes of reaching the Swiss border. And both came across the manager, who hid them and cared for them in Milan, where he was a waiter. Leonard was grateful to him and bought the Buona for him here after the war. Leonard's a drunk, as we all know. And that and his friendship for the proprietor is why he's prepared to live in such a squalid hotel, although he can well afford something better. And that is why, of course, the manager turned a blind eye on some of his behavior. Dear Frank, on the other hand, refused point blank to help him in any way.
It isn't true.
How perfectly horrible, Frank.
And, of course, Jack Leonard's connection with the Buona explained Anna's presence there, too.
I don't get it.
Well, they were first cousins. Her father and his mother were brother and sister. Anna and Jack met on the plane coming from Sydney to Melbourne 3 or 4 months ago and discovered their relationship. Both, if you forgive me, Richard, were unhappy people in their way, so they teamed up. Anyway, one day Anna told Jack what she'd found out about Gordon, and he, like a fool, decided to do some snooping on his own instead of going to the police.
How had Anna found out about Gordon?
Well, they'd become friends through their common love of music. It was Gordon, if you remember, who first brought Anna among us. They dropped into the habit of meeting for tea every day in Gordon's little room at the back of his shop. But one day, Anna got there earlier than usual. And not finding Gordon in the shop itself, she went straight through to the back room without being invited. Gordon was not only surprised, but angry at seeing her, and he hastily bundled some papers into a drawer of his desk. At that moment, a customer arrived. Gordon tried to get Anna out of the little room, but she insisted on staying where she was. He was forced to go and serve the customer, and, of course, Anna opened the drawer and found the maps and photographs, which are which are now with the police. Now we come to another and a very dreadful part of this story. Ever since Anna's murder, Lynette Barking has been blackmailed. Yesterday, someone poisoned her little dog, she knew, by putting strychnine in its drinking water outside the back door.
The wicked devil.
There, Lynette, it's all right.
Unfortunately, although her blackmailers talked to her on the telephone several times, Lynette couldn't recognize the voice, though she does have the feeling that it's familiar. Don't you, darling?
Poor little she knew.
Oh, never mind, dear.
And that's not all. Jack Leonard was found dead last night in Richard's room at the Meteor.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it. It can't be true.
Johnny, don't cry, darling.
So it's not very surprising, is it, Betty, that you couldn't contact him at the Buona?
But if you knew he was dead, why ask us to bring him today?
Well, I didn't know when I asked you, of course.
But why pretend that you didn't know a few minutes ago?
All right, Inspector?
Thank you, Mr. Milton.
Inspector?
Yes, Lynette, Inspector. Richard's enchanting friend, Kenneth Hodges, here, is really our gallant detective, Inspector Peters, masquerading, so to speak, as one of us. My dear friends, we must now lend an ear to the charming police inspector.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for intruding on you in this way. But although you've not met me before, I'm in charge of this inquiry, and it seemed to me important to be able to study you at my leisure when you were unaware that you were under professional scrutiny. I would now like the answers to some questions. Mr. Milton, please ask your man to send in Sergeant Smith and Sergeant Codner, will you?
Certainly. Rennie, dear boy, march in the sergeants.
Very good, sir.
Now, come in, Smith. Sergeant Codner not back yet?
No, sir.
Right. Now for the questions. On the occasion of Mr. Quayle's first visit here, a small silver dagger was thrown at him or at Mrs. Ward. Mr. Quayle pocketed the dagger, but it has since disappeared. Can anyone here throw any light on this?
A dagger? How extraordinary.
A dagger.
So that's what it was.
What was, Mrs. Ward?
That's why I fainted, Inspector. Mr. Quayle and I were having a conversation about something. I don't remember now what.
About Mr. Leonard, I understand.
Oh, was it? Yes, well, we were talking to each other when I suddenly thought I saw something flashing towards me. I thought it was a knife, and I screamed. The lights went out, and I fainted.
Why didn't you say anything about the dagger when you came to?
Well, I was frightened, and one doesn't always behave coherently when one's frightened. Besides, I couldn't see the dagger anywhere, and I thought I must have just imagined it.
I suppose you told your husband later.
Well, no.
No? Oh, very well. Thank you, Mrs. Ward. Now, Mr. Frodsham, Mr. Quayle tells me that when he first met you in your shop, you were so frightened when he mentioned his name that you were almost unable to speak. Now, why was this?
You'd better ask Richard.
Me? Why the hell should I know?
Very well, Richard, if you want to play it that way. Inspector, if you must know, Anna Matheson had told me that she was afraid of Richard Quayle's return because she thought he wanted to kill her.
You filthy little...
Easy. We'll deal with everything in its turn. Now, Mr. Brooks, you flew to Sydney and back on the day of Miss Matheson's death. Did you have any special reason for this trip on that day?
Well, it was a routine trip, though recently I've been sending the cables to my father regarding Bill Saunders' land from our Sydney office, not our Melbourne office. In the circumstances, I felt it was safer.
Quite. Now, Miss Thomas, why have you recently left your job at the library where you've been working for over a year?
My mother wanted me to.
Why?
Well, she doesn't want me to work, really.
Yet she allowed you to work for a year. Why the sudden decision?
The reasons are personal, Inspector.
It may have escaped your notice, Miss Thomas, but this is a police murder inquiry. Now, why did your mother ask you to leave your job?
Well, she caught me coming into the house at about 4 o'clock one morning after she'd seen me going to bed. She was very angry.
What connection had that with your job?
None.
Where'd you been then?
I'd rather not say.
Come along, Miss Thomas.
Well, I'd gone to meet Jack Leonard.
Janie!
But he wasn't where I'd been told he would be.
Where you'd been told he would be. Didn't he arrange the meeting himself?
No.
Well, who did? Who arranged the meeting, Miss Thomas?
It was I, Inspector.
Betty! Really, Mrs. Ward, or why was that?
Well, Jack asked me to. He said he couldn't do it himself as he was hiding from the police and he was afraid they'd trace a telephone call.
How did he get in touch with you?
Well, I just happened to run into him near the Buona. He was disguised, but not very well, and I recognized him. He told me he was in trouble and that only Janie could help him.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. But he didn't turn up at your rendezvous, Miss Thomas?
No, he didn't. But when Mother found out that I'd gone to meet him, she was furious. She said she couldn't trust me anymore and that except with her permission, she wouldn't let me out of the house. You see, she'd always disapproved of Jack. She had, in fact, made me break off my engagement with him.
Which night was this rendezvous, Miss Thomas?
Last Monday.
Last Monday?
That was the night I first heard the voice of my blackmailer.
Precisely. Were you jealous of Miss Matheson, Miss Thomas?
Jealous of Anna? Why should I be?
Perhaps because Leonard found her attractive and was living in the next room to her at the Buana?
This is monstrous. Don't answer that, Janie. You don't have to.
Quite right, Mr. French. She doesn't have to. That'd make it easier if she did.
Inspector, what's all this got to do with Anna's death? You're not seriously suggesting that
I'm
Janie...
not suggesting anything, Mr. Quayle. Yet. But I'm investigating 2 murders. And unless they're the work of a homicidal maniac, it is probable that the killer or killers had a motive. In this case, there were 2 main lines for us to pursue. The political and the emotional.
Emotional?
Why not? The 2 victims were emotionally involved with each other and also with some of the present company. Miss Matheson with you, for instance, and Mr. Leonard with Miss Thomas.
And with me.
Mrs. Barking, there's no need to say anything about that.
But my affair with him was years ago. And even if he was the blackmailer, he's dead now.
We don't know that he was the blackmailer, Mrs. Barking.
Oh dear.
But in any case, the blackmailer won't worry anyone again, I assure you.
Well, how do you know?
Because when I arrest Miss Matheson's killer, I shall be arresting the blackmailer, too.
My God.
But we're not quite ready to arrest anybody yet. I've still got too many suspects. All of you, in fact, who were here at Mr. Milton's party when Miss Matheson was poisoned.
But why must it be someone who was here? It could have been Jack Leonard or anyone at the Buona.
Quite right, Mr. Ward. It could even have been Mr. X.
Mr. X?
I always call the rank outsider Mr. X. But the favorite must be someone who was at the party.
Inspector, are you satisfied that the killer's motive was emotional?
No. Now, if it's any comfort to you, Mr. Quayle, I think Miss Matheson died because of the information she picked up in the gramophone shop.
Inspector, I've had enough of your insinuations. I want my lawyer.
There'll be plenty of time for lawyers if and when I decide to charge you, Mr. Frodsham. Meanwhile, why did you pretend to have measles yesterday?
I don't have to answer that.
No, sir, but if the explanation is an innocent one, you'd be well advised to do so.
I wanted an excuse to be away from my shop.
Why?
Well, if you must know, I wanted to warn Anna's mother against Richard Quayle. Anna had been scared of him. I took Mrs. Matheson out to lunch to warn her.
And persuaded her to get hold of the key to Mr. Quayle's room at the Meteor on the pretext of having left some gloves behind there and to join you in a search of the room. What were you hoping to find?
The poison, of course.
Ah, another amateur detective. Was this your own idea, or did someone put you up to it? Well, Mr. Frodsham?
I won't answer that.
Mrs. Matheson says she didn't return the room key to the desk after your search, did you?
I can't remember.
You killed Leonard, didn't you?
No.
You poisoned him in the hotel bedroom in order to frame Mr. Quayle.
I didn't, I tell you. I don't know anything about it.
Well, that at least is patently untrue. Mr. Smith, ring the station, will you, and find out what's keeping Codner.
Yes, sir. There's a phone in the hall.
Oh, thank you. Miss Thomas, was Frodsham in the bar here with Miss Matheson when she was taken ill?
I don't know. He had been earlier, but I'd already left the bar when she had her attack.
Oh, I see. And you wouldn't know if Mrs. Ward was there either?
I don't know about the time of the attack, but she was still in there when I left the bar.
Well, what do you say, Mrs. Ward? Were you there at the time?
No. But you were, Betty. You were standing beside her when I left the bar to get help.
Lynette, I told you before I was not there. You're imagining it.
Betty.
When did you tell her before, Mrs. Ward?
Well, we discussed it after we were first questioned by Sergeant Codner.
Did you? Oh, well, the memory can play odd tricks at times. Talking of which, Mrs. Barking, have you remembered where you put the weed killer that you told Sergeant Codner was missing?
No, Inspector. I can't find it anywhere.
Sergeant Codner's just arrived, sir.
Ah, good.
Sorry to have been so long, sir, but you know what these experts are like. That's his report, sir.
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Ward, I must ask you to accompany me to the police station.
But why? What's she done?
While you've been here this evening, Mr. Ward, we've carried out tests on your wife's typewriter. Our expert reports that it was the machine used to type the letter blackmailing Mrs. Barking.
Betty, how could you?
I don't believe it. Anyway, it doesn't prove she killed anybody.
Whether it does or not, blackmail is still a felony. I'm sorry, Mr. Ward. Come along, Mrs. Ward. You too, Mr. Frodsham.
I'll come along with you, Betty, darling. It's all nonsense. Yeah, we'll soon get you out.
I didn't do it! I didn't do it! I didn't do it!
Come on, Betty. I know you did.
But she had. She confessed to both murders and the blackmailing the next day.
When did you first suspect her?
Well, then I noticed the discrepancy between Mrs. Barking's and Mrs. Ward's accounts of who was in the Chinese bar at the crucial time.
But that could have been just vagueness.
Agreed. Well, I had a feeling they might have discussed the original police questioning between them, and if Mrs. Ward was guilty of the murders, she would want at all costs to keep Mrs. Barking from further contact with the police. And how better than by blackmailing her? That was why I tried to provoke a quarrel between them about it, if you remember.
Yes.
That worked. Mrs. Ward let slip that they had discussed the questioning. And the typewriter evidence was, of course, the last piece in that corner of the jigsaw.
That was very smart of you. Yes, but why was the little dog killed?
To terrorize Mrs. Barking still further. It was a miscalculation on Mrs. Ward's part, as it happened. It brought Mrs. Barking straight to us. In fact, it was the killing of the dog that pinned the murders on Mrs. Ward. Ironical, isn't it? She got the poison from Mrs. Barking, incidentally.
From Mrs. Barking?
Yes, the missing weed killer, remember?
But why did Betty Ward do it?
Oh, that's where Felix Milton comes into it, really.
What?
Oh, don't misunderstand me. Milton's insecurity.
No.
Yes, he's quite a bright boy. As I told you, the murder of your fiancée was political.
What, do you mean that Betty Ward was mixed up in this secret agent racket?
That's right. She was Frodsham's boss. Though we only found that out after her arrest. My bet is that she allowed herself to get involved for the money. And excitement, maybe, and then couldn't get out if she wanted to.
Yes, and what about Frodsham?
Same story. Money, too. He's an inveterate gambler. And an unlucky one. Mrs. Ward set him up in the gramophone shop, paid his debts, and he found himself involved in the spiring as a quid pro quo. Hey, incidentally, they used the sleeves of LP records for passing on their information. Yes, ingenious, wasn't it? Milton had his eye on Frodsham for some time, hence the spectacular way in which he cultivated his acquaintance. In fact, we already knew everything that Miss Matheson found out by chance at the shop.
But then why wasn't Frodsham arrested?
Oh, he thought that in time he might lead us to a high up in the organization. But before he did, he had, of course, told Mrs. Ward about the incident in the shop, and she got orders to put Miss Matheson out of the way. And later, of course, Leonard, too, when she found out that he knew as well.
My God. And that dagger at the party, was that meant for me?
Now, not to kill you, I don't suppose, but if possible, to scare you off being too inquisitive about Leonard.
Yes, but Betty couldn't have thrown that. She was standing next to me.
No, it was Frodsham. The only prints on it, when it reappeared on Milton's wall, were yours and his. We're holding him as an accessory to both murders, by the way.
And which of them knocked me out at the Sunshine Cafe?
Neither. It was Leonard.
Leonard?
Yes. You see, he'd been to Miss Matheson's room on the night of her murder, and so foolishly, but understandably, he was hiding from the police. He wasn't likely to welcome your discovery of his hideout, was he?
But how do you know? Well, I mean, I guessed that Leonard had been in her room, but what makes you so sure?
Well, Leonard was a drunk, and there was a strong smell of formaldehyde in the room.
Yes, I noticed that.
And then the manager of the Buona came clean after Leonard's death and handed us a letter left with him by Leonard before he went to your room at the Meteor. It was only to be given us in the event of anything happening to Leonard.
What did it say?
It said he had a telephone call purporting to come from you and urging him to meet you at the Meteor. He was suspicious, but he was in love with Anna Matheson, and he wanted to meet you to see if you were serious about her.
I see.
It seems that on the night of Miss Matheson's death, he had arrived back from Sydney, where he'd been having a cure. Well, he hadn't seen her for a couple of weeks, so he went straight along to her room.
Mm-hmm.
And this was about 10 p.m. He knocked on her door, but she was out, so he went to bed. But although very tired, he couldn't sleep, and so he took some strong sleeping pills. Now, between 2:15 and 2:30, he awoke with the conviction that something terrible had happened to Miss Matheson. He was still very drugged, but he went along to her room. He knocked, and again got no answer. He tried the door, and it was open. Miss Matheson was lying on the floor.
The floor?
Yeah.
But
he realized she was dead. He picked her up, carried her to her bed.
Oh.
He was horrified by her expression, remembered shutting her eyes and mouth. He decided to call a doctor, but as his hand went out to the phone, it rang. A voice he didn't recognize asked if he was Leonard, and when he said he was, the voice went on, "What are you doing in Miss Matheson's room? She's dead, isn't she?" He was so surprised that he said yes. The voice then said, "You've killed her, haven't you?" And then the telephone went dead. Leonard completely lost his head. He rushed out of the room, hung the Do Not Disturb card on the door in the hopes of delaying the discovery of Anna's body, packed some things, and left the Buona immediately. Well, naturally, when Miss Matheson's death was reported, the manager phoned him at his office. Leonard arranged to meet him and told him the whole story. The manager, who, as you know, had reason to be very grateful to him, believed him and fixed him up at the Sunshine Cafe.
Was that
telephone call in Anna's room from Betty?
Yes, of course. She wanted to know if the poison had worked.
Poor Anna. Poor darling Anna.
Yes, indeed.
And Leonard's death?
Well, Mrs. Ward and Frodsham waited for him in your room of the hotel. Frodsham hasn't come clean yet, but he must have been there to get the body into the cupboard.
Yes, but supposing I'd come in.
He'd probably have done the same for you.
Then it was a bit of luck for me that I went to the cinema with Brooks and Valerie.
It was indeed.
And do you know, I thought for a while that they would be part of the frame-up. I think I owe them an apology.
I think you do. Well, come and have a drink, Mr. Quayle.
Oh.
I'm sure you need one. I'm off duty, and the case is solved.
Yes, the case was solved. But the fact that Anna was killed was really my fault. If I hadn't left her 4 months alone in Melbourne 2 years ago, lonely and unhappy, she would never have got herself mixed up with such a set. That's why I'm going away tomorrow. I had to wait till Ozzie retired me. But now I want to put the past behind me. I suppose I'm just not cut out for matrimony.
That was Richard Handel as Richard Quayle, with Mary Wimbush as Valerie Harding, Michael Turner as Detective Inspector Peters, Beverly Dunn as Betty Ward, and Philip Lever as Felix Milton in Murder in Melbourne by Dulcie Gray. The rest of the cast was as follows. Bruce Stewart as Guy Brooks, Paddy Turner as Janie Thomas,
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome once again to another adventurous journey across the mysterious and terror-filled terrain of the human imagination. The moving finger, the poet said, writes, and having writ, moves on. Not all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Well, we seek no quarrel with the great Omar, but the fact is that anything written can be rewritten, even erased. It's all merely a matter of knowing the right people.
What do you need the money for?
To bet with.
It's immoral.
It's a way to make a fortune.
Besides, you can lose.
Oh, not me.
I've heard people say that before on the way to the poorhouse.
Jerry, listen. I know who's going to win the World Series. I know who's going to be elected president next year. I know what stocks are going up.
You're crazy.
Just let me have the money, Jerry. I'll double it, quadruple it. There's no limit to what we can win. I know everything that will happen in the next 21 years. We can be the richest people in the world, Jerry. We can own the world.
Our mystery drama, Yesterday's Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. Admittedly, this is not the best of all possible worlds, but it's the only world we have at this point. And so there are times when we despair of the inequity and unfairness of so many things. But we should remember there is justice. Even though it may not always look that way, there is justice. And justice moves at its own pace, manifests itself in its own way. A way that is sometimes as obvious and dramatic as a bolt of lightning. Sometimes as silent, as unobtrusive as the fall of a leaf. But either way, justice will have been done, finally, irrevocably, and for all eternity. But let us begin our story, or rather continue, for who knows when any story really begins. At Ramelletti's, which is, as you know, a very chic,
very exclusive watering place for the very wealthy.
May I get you something, madam?
Well, I'm expecting someone, so I'll just order a small... Why, it's Dottie. Dottie Malloy.
Hello, Jane.
Dottie, it can't be you.
Why not?
Well, because you look so...
So old.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
I suppose I do look old.
But you're just a year older than I am. You can't even be 40 yet.
I'm 2 years younger than you are, Jane. And I was just 43 last week. I didn't recognize you at first.
Have I changed that much in 20 years?
No, I was just so busy looking at the necklace and the earrings and the rings.
The diamonds are all genuine. But if you got them, wear them.
Well, to answer your question, you haven't changed. You look exactly the same. Same as you did when we were both working at Waterfield and Prentice. Actually, you look better.
I don't suppose. But that is, I guess you're not allowed to sit down and talk to me.
No, I'm very happy for you, Jane.
Well, that's another thing. I can't say that I'm happy for you. How's
Harold?
Oh, yes, Harold.
He's fine.
Still as handsome as ever?
Handsomer.
What's he doing now?
Oh, you know what he's doing.
Yeah, I suppose I do. Still selling men's suits at Westing's.
No, not at Westing's, but at a place just like it. That's all he ever wanted to do. Is to wear smart clothes.
I want to apologize to you, Dottie.
What for?
Oh, for the way I hated you. For taking Harold away from me.
I couldn't take what you didn't have.
I know. Actually, you did me a favor.
Yes, I can see that I did.
I would have been stuck with Harold just
as I am.
Well, this way I made 3 fantastic marriages, each one wealthier than the last.
I'm glad for you.
Oh, Dottie, I want to cry.
Why?
Because I look at you and I remember how you used to be, how you sparkled.
Well, that's life.
No, it's not life. It's money. Or I should say not having money. Dottie, let me do something for you.
What?
Well, now, just don't take what I'm about to say the wrong way, Dottie. Let me give you some money.
No, Jane. Money can't help me.
Now, don't say...
Nothing can help me. That's the only way to put it. And I'm serious, Jane. The only thing I can say is that I'm under a curse.
Dottie, that's...
It's true. And I deserve it. So, what's your order?
Dottie? Is there any point in my saying that we should get together soon?
No, Jane, you know as well as I do, there is no point in your saying it.
Hey, you're late.
Yeah, I had to work dinner.
Oh, it's okay. I made myself a sandwich. You eat?
I'm not hungry.
Well, should you be...
No, maybe later.
Did anybody interesting come into the place today?
No, nobody.
I kind of wish I worked in a place where you could meet celebrities.
You don't meet them, Harold. You just wait on them.
Well, it would sure give you something to talk about, wouldn't it? Hey, I'm glad I had a chance to see you before I left.
So where are you going?
Where am I? You haven't changed a single little bit in 20 years. You're still the greatest little kidder in the whole wide world.
I forgot. It's Tuesday night.
Yes, indeedy, Dottie. It's Tuesday night. And old handsome Harold goes bowling for 17 years, man and boy, through rain and sleet and snow and hail.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go lie down.
Well, sure, honey. Why don't you do that? You look tired. And good night, honey.
Don't be too late.
You always say that.
Good night.
I'll see you.
Huh? What key? Look at me. I must have fallen asleep on the couch. All right. I'm coming. Honestly, Harold, the least you could do is take... Oh.
Good evening. Did I waken you?
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Carpenter. And you are Mrs. Malloy.
Yes. What do you want, Mr. Carpenter?
I should say, what do you want, Mrs. Malloy?
Well, you're the one who rang my bell.
Yes, because you sent for me.
I sent for you.
I'm from Opportunity Incorporated.
Opportunity Incorporated?
Why don't I come in? Thank you. I have a copy of your letter here.
My letter?
You don't recognize it?
Oh. You're the people who had that ad in the paper.
Precisely, Mrs. Malloy.
Well, what are you selling?
Nothing.
Well, let me put it this way. What will whatever you have to give away cost me?
Nothing.
Well, how do you stay in business? Whatever your business is.
We're a non-profit organization.
Well, then I don't understand.
A copy of our ad. See? Would you like an opportunity to change the course of your life? If so, write Opportunity Unlimited. You wrote, I'm here.
You know what it's about? What's it about? A job? Or a chance to go into a new business? I mean,
what do you want it to be?
Well, it's too late to change the course of my life.
It's never too late.
Well, you don't understand.
I think I do.
You see, something happened a long time ago.
21 years ago, to be exact.
Yes, that's right, and I...
And you think you're still being punished for it?
Wait a minute. How do you know?
I know everything.
What do you mean, everything? Who are you?
I told you. Mr. Carpenter, from Opportunity Unlimited. Now, on a certain evening, 21 years ago...
What? Wait. Which evening?
You know the evening. How can you ever forget it? You dream about it every night. You relive it in every nightmare.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do.
How would I be able to remember some evening?
Let me refresh your memory. You were working for a brokerage house called Waterfield and Prentice. It was 9 o'clock at night. The entire building was empty, deserted, except for you. What were you doing there at 9 o'clock at night? What were you doing in Mr. Waterfield's private office? What were you doing taking money out of Mr. Waterfield's safe? Suddenly you turn ashy white with fear. You hear a door open, and it's old Jerry, the night watchman. And he asks you the very same question.
What are you doing at that safe, Dottie?
Oh, Jerry. Oh, you scared me. Well, you see, Mr. Waterfield called me. And he asked, could I come down here and take this money out of the safe? And,
No, Dottie. That ain't so. He didn't ask you nothing of the sort.
Oh, but I tell you, he...
Besides, you ain't supposed to know the combination. How'd you find the combination, Dottie?
Jerry, listen.
I know you were tempted, and I can understand that, Dottie.
I need this money. It's not just for me. It's to help somebody. Jerry, I'm not supposed to know the combination. Nobody could ever trace this to me.
Well, I guess not.
And it's only $20,000. What's $20,000 to old man Waterfield? He can afford to lose it. Look, Jerry, I'll give you some of it. $5,000.
No, Dottie.
I'm taking this money. You can't stop me.
I'll have to report you, Dottie.
I'll deny it. It's your word against mine. Enough people around here think you're getting senile anyhow. Now, Jerry, get out of my way.
I'll have to stop you, Dottie. It's my duty.
You're an old man, and I don't want to hurt you. Now, let go of me.
Put the money back.
Get your hands off me.
Put it back, Dottie, please. Dottie, put it.
Jerry, I didn't touch you.
It's my heart. I have pills in my shirt pocket. Give me a...
Jerry, don't. Jerry, please don't die. I'll put the money back, but please, Jerry. Oh.
But he did die. And you didn't put the money back.
What do you want? Did you come here to blackmail me?
Tell me, were you sincere? Would you really put the money back if you had another chance?
Yes. It would have saved Jerry's life if I'd done it when he asked me.
That's why I am here. To give you that opportunity to put the money back.
Put the money back? That money's been gone for years, $20,000. And I never had so much as a penny's worth of enjoyment out of it.
How would you like the chance to put the money back?
How can I put it back? I don't have it.
Would you like to have the chance to put it back while he was still asking you to do it?
What are you saying? What are you saying?
There can't be very much doubt about what he's saying. He's certainly saying it clearly enough. But can it be done? Even so, you certainly have to admit it isn't the kind of offer you get every day. Should she take him up on it? Would you? I shall return shortly with Act 2. They say you can't go back again. Once you leave a certain time and a certain place, it's gone forever. On the face of it, it sounds like an extremely sound rule. However, as everyone knows, every rule has its exceptions. And this is what a Mr. Carpenter seems to be discussing with Dottie Malloy.
What I'm saying, Mrs. Malloy, and I thought I was saying it clearly, is would you like to have the chance to put the money back when old Jerry asked you to?
But that's impossible.
I didn't ask you if it was possible. I asked you if you would like to have the chance to do it.
I know, I'm not asleep. I'm not dreaming all this.
No, you're wide awake. Well, your answer?
$20,000. That was a fortune. A fortune. I thought it would change my whole life.
And it did.
It made me an old woman long before my time.
I know.
I had to hide that money. I had to lie about every nickel of it. When Harold needed $5,000 to go into business, I made up a story of an aunt who died and left me them. But what's the difference? He went bankrupt anyhow. I bought stocks that dropped out of sight. I bet on horses. Some of them never even finished.
That's right.
It was as if there was a curse on that money. Well, you seem to know everything. Was there?
Well, let's say you should never have taken it.
Would my life have been different?
Yes.
Tell me how.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Without that murder on your conscience.
Don't call it murder. It was...
What was it? You would have looked at things differently, had a different attitude. Unless, of course...
Unless what?
Unless you happen to be a thief in your heart, in which case, one way or another, you'd wind up just about the way you are now. A failure filled with remorse.
I'm not a thief. I wasn't... I never stole anything in my life until...
Well, you probably never had the opportunity.
Don't say that.
I have to say that because there's no point in giving you a chance to make amends if in the end you do the same thing all over again.
Do you think I'd... Oh, Lord. To get one night's sleep. To lose the sight of that old man's face, I would give my soul.
You don't have to give anything.
Money. Once I thought it was everything. Oh, look what it did to me. I hate it. I don't want it. Please, give me that chance. Give me that chance. Oh, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I must be crazy. Somehow, a stranger comes into my house, and somehow he found out a secret about me. And for some reason which I can't understand, he chooses to amuse himself.
I admit this is shocking to you. But there's one way to prove that I'm serious and you're not crazy. Go back.
Go back? 21 years?
Yes.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid to be young again? Afraid to have another chance, another lifetime?
How would a thing like this work?
It's very simple. You agree to go back for the express purpose of rectifying an unfortunate action that you committed under stress. You are given an opportunity to do it.
And then, do I come back here to the present?
That's difficult to say. You're going back there. Here won't happen for another 21 years. So, where here is going to be will depend on the new life you'd make for yourself.
Well, what have I got to lose? My wonderful job, this beautiful apartment, my intelligent husband. I'm ready.
A word of caution. If you don't put that money back...
Oh, how can you even bring that up? That's what I'm going back there for, isn't it?
Well, I would just like to warn...
You don't have to warn me about anything. You just sold me. Now, how do we do it? Oh, listen to me. I must be crazy. I really believe what you're saying.
Now that you understand, come with me.
Where?
For a walk.
At this hour?
When we get downstairs, it won't be this hour.
But I'm not dressed to go walking.
You're not dressed for 21 years ago either. But don't worry. It will all adjust itself. Come.
But
Well?
Harold, he'll come back. He'll worry.
No, he won't. Once you walk out of here, this place no longer exists.
I'm scared.
That's perfectly natural. Don't be afraid. Come. Here, hold my hand. Now come with me. Come. We'll walk downstairs and into the street. Come.
It's day. It's daylight. How did it get to be daylight? It was just 9:30 at night. How did it get to be... Oh!
Now, don't be alarmed. Please.
But look at the cars. Look at them. Those cars are 20 years old. All those cars.
They're brand new.
And they're Snyder's. That's Snyder's coffee shop across the street. We used to go there for lunch. All of us from the office. But they tore it down 10 years ago. They built a new...
You've gone back, Dottie. Don't you understand? You're not Dottie Malloy. You're still Dottie Sanders.
Look at my dress. And these shoes. I threw these out long ago. No, I didn't. I remember...
You wanted to go back, Dottie. You're back.
Yeah, I feel so...
Young?
Yes, that's it. I feel young. But tell me, why do I remember everything that takes place for the next 21 years? Why do I know that?
Because you're not all the way back yet. Until that money is returned to the safe, your new life hasn't really begun.
Well, then let me go and return it. What are we waiting for?
It's only 9:30 in the morning. You have to wait till 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh. Well, what am I going to do until then?
Go through the day, just as you did last time.
No, I'd like to change some of the things I did last time.
You can only change one of them. The thing you did 9 o'clock at night. Say, we can't stand around here all day. You're late for work, and you know what a bear old Mr. Waterfield is. Well, goodbye, Dottie.
Goodbye?
Yes, goodbye.
But when will I see you again, Mr. Carpenter?
Never.
Never?
Never. Unless, of course, you don't live up to our bargain.
Then I guess this is goodbye.
Goodbye, Dottie, and good luck.
Dottie.
Hi, Jane.
You're 40 minutes late.
I know.
Old Waterfield is having a 14-carat fit. Honestly, he's given me such a headache. Oh, there he goes again.
I'll get it. Yes, Mr. Waterfield.
Well, where have you been?
I just got back, Mr. Waterfield.
From where? Oh, never mind. Come in here.
I'm so glad you're here, Dottie. He makes me ill.
Well, why don't you go lie down?
All right.
And if you don't feel any better, go on home.
Oh, but Harold's taking me to dinner tonight.
No. No, he isn't.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he isn't. If you don't feel well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I have to quit this job. That Mr. Waterfield, he makes me so nervous. I just wish Harold would ask me to marry him.
Just a minute. Now repeat that combination slowly. 12 left, 12 right, and a round to 0 twice. Yeah, I got it. Why do they always have to change the damn things? You no sooner remember one combination than Miss Sanders, Dottie.
I'm right here, sir.
Oh.
I was just coming in the door.
Now make a note. I want Kelly to pick up 5,000 shares of International Motors at the market.
International Motors?
That's what I said.
But wasn't there a big scandal?
Scandal? What scandal?
Yes, they went bankrupt. And the president, Abner Stilson, went to jail.
Miss Sanders, have you taken leave of your senses?
Excuse me, sir. What year is this?
Well, now I know there's something wrong.
Oh, that's right. It hasn't happened yet. And it won't for about it. I'm sorry, sir.
Dottie, I have enough problems with that flighty one outside, that Jane. Now, don't you go haywire on me, too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, I want Peters to buy 2,000 shares of Midwest Steel. That is, if you approve.
Midwest Steel? Sir, that's a...
That's a what?
That's a sleeper. That'll go to...
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. I'm just feeling... Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of wild this morning.
Well, maybe you better see a doctor.
No, sir, I'm all right. I'm just very happy.
About what?
Oh, about everything.
Hi, Dottie.
Oh, hi, Harold. Jane isn't here.
I know.
She just wasn't feeling well, so she went home.
I know. I didn't come to see Jane.
Oh?
I came to see you.
Me?
How about lunch?
Oh, now look, Harold.
You have to eat, don't you? And I have to eat, and I happen to be in the neighborhood.
And Jane happens to be my best friend.
I like her, too.
I don't do things that way.
Tell you what, I'll really splurge. I'll take you to Ramoletti's.
I'm sorry, Harold.
What time do you go out?
12:45.
Meet you downstairs.
Yeah, I think I'll have the...
Now, don't go looking for the cheapest thing on the menu.
Boy, even the cheapest thing is practically out of sight.
Dottie, you know what bothers me?
What?
That you're impressed by a place like this.
Well, it's very expensive.
It's only money, and it's all you need to eat here. Actually, it's all you need to go anywhere. Do anything. Money.
Yeah, well, I never had any money.
I never did either, but I'm going to. I'm not going to be a salesman all my life. I intend to own a place.
Oh, sure.
Well, there are plenty of good locations, and I know how to sell.
Yeah, you do have a wonderful personality, Harold.
No reason why I shouldn't be on my own. Well, there is a reason.
What's that?
Well, you can even sing it. Do, re, mi. Yes, indeed, Dottie. The good old cabbage leaves.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame.
Well, all it takes is a few thousand, 5, 6 maybe, to get set up. Well, let's enjoy the here and now. Why don't you try the rack of lamb?
Where is it? Oh, Harold, that costs $12.
It's delicious. I'm going to have it.
Yeah, but 12 for you and 12 for me, that's... Just for lunch, it adds up to...
It adds up to 0, Dottie. 12 and 12 are 0.
What? What did you say?
Nothing.
No, what did you say? About 12 and 12.
I said 12 and 12 add up to 0.
12 left, 12 right, and around to 0 twice.
What are you saying, Dottie?
What am I saying? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. But I think I will have the rack of lamb after all.
Great. Did you ever have it before?
Sure. Once.
Where?
Here.
Here? I thought you said you never ate here.
Well, I did. And I didn't.
You say the craziest things.
I know.
I think that's why I've fallen in love with you. Oh, how was the rack of lamb?
It's not so hot.
Well, in that case, let's not have it.
No. We must.
What are you saying?
I'm saying we can't change anything. Just yet.
So far, it's all on schedule. The day runs its course just as it did 21 years ago. Dottie was late to work. She overheard the boss muttering the combination of the office safe. She stole her best friend's boyfriend. Stole may be a harsh word, but here we deal in realities. Realities so real that they can be considered fantastic. We'll find out how she handles the rest of the day when I return shortly with Act 3. Sometimes you get a chance to do it all over again. Sometimes. And you know exactly how to handle the situation this time. There's absolutely no way to commit that fatal blunder. Because this time, you are forewarned, forearmed. You have foresight. How could you possibly do it wrong?
Oh. Hello, Harold?
No, it isn't Harold.
Mr. Carpenter. Well, Harold was supposed to call me. He did last time.
And he will again.
And will I go to dinner with him?
Yes.
And do I have to go through that situation with Jane again?
You know you do. And then you must come back here, too.
Oh, yes, I know. And I will.
The only reason I called was to wish you luck.
Oh, I don't need any luck.
Remind you of what it is you have to do.
And I have every intention of doing it.
I'd better hang up, because even now Harold is dialing your number to ask you to dinner. Goodbye, Dottie.
Why, from Ramoletti's to Snyder's, all in one day.
I have to admit the food's much cheaper here.
Yeah, well, I think it's better.
No, I have to improve your taste.
Harold, what were you saying about going into business?
Was I saying anything about...
Yeah, at lunch.
Oh, I always talk that way. It's just talk. Where could I ever get the kind of money it takes to...
Well, you could save it.
I don't make enough.
Well, still, you could put it aside.
Oh, sure, but you have to be the saving kind, and that's just not me.
Yeah, but if you did have the money, well, just suppose...
You mean, like, just suppose the moon is made out of green cheese?
No, suppose.
If I had it? Oh, that'd be a brand new ball game. I'd open my own store. I'd know what styles to buy. I know how to handle my customers. Oh, Dottie, I could make a fortune.
I believe you would.
Well, look, I don't do too badly now. I'm still the best salesman Old Man Westing has. I make enough to...
To what?
Well, listen to me. I have no trouble selling a suit of clothes, but I have all kinds of trouble selling myself.
Well, don't oversell, Harold.
Huh?
I mean, you just about closed the deal.
Dottie.
No, don't. Don't kiss me, Harold, please.
But don't you realize what you just said?
Yeah, I know. But first, I have to talk to Jane.
Jane? Why?
Well, because she...
Dottie, I just dated Jane now and then. I never gave her any reason to think that there was...
I'm sure you didn't, but she seems to think so, and that's the same thing.
But look...
No. I really feel I owe her an explanation.
I thought you were my friend.
Jane.
Yeah, I see it all now.
Jane, there isn't anything to see except the truth. We just happened to fall in love with each other.
Oh, take him. Take him in good riddance. He's just a phony. Big, good-looking, but not a brain in his head. You'll never get anywhere, you'll never be anybody, and you'll never have anything. You'll wind up supporting him.
Oh, no, Jane. It's for the best. I know it's for the best. You don't see it now, but you will later.
I never want to see you again. Now, don't stand there. Get out.
All right, Jane. All right.
Daddy, please, for your own sake, give him back to me. Daddy, look at you, so pretty and so smart. You could do so much better than Harold. Don't let him ruin your life. Me? What does it matter? I know. I'm just plain Jane. He's good enough for me, but he's not good enough for you.
I know.
You know? Well, then why?
I can't help it, Jane. I can't help it.
Did you tell her?
Yes, I told her.
Was it bad?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's nobody's fault.
Well, look, it's still early enough. How about a movie?
Harold, could you really make a go of it?
Make a go of what?
Your own business?
Well, sure, but that's just a wild dream.
Well, the wildest dreams can come true.
We're so serious tonight. Let's see a funny movie.
Harold, could you make a go of your own business? I have to know.
Well, the answer is sure. I could make $1 million. All I need is the chance. Now, how about that movie?
No. I want to go home. I have a headache.
Sure you just want to go to sleep?
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's been such a great day. I hate to see it end.
Well, I guess I'm just overexcited. After all, a girl doesn't get a proposal every day.
Why don't I come by for you in the morning? We'll have breakfast and lunch and dinner. And maybe in between we can get married.
And very soon I want my family to come in from the West Coast.
I'll be by bright and early in the a.m. Are you happy?
Yes.
You're beautiful, Dottie. See you, Angel.
Taxi! Taxi! Would you take me to the Waterfield Prentice Building, 12th and Main? Right. 12 left. And around to 0. Twice. And I'm right. It opens.
What are you doing at the safe, Dottie?
Jerry? Oh, Jerry, you scared me. Well, you see, Mr. Waterfield called and asked me if I could take this money to...
Now, that ain't so, Dottie. He didn't ask you nothing of the sort.
But I tell you, he did.
Besides, you ain't supposed to know the combination. How'd you happen to learn the combination?
Well, I...
Well, what's the difference? You were tempted. I can understand that, Dottie.
Jerry, I need this money. It's not just for me. It's to help somebody. And it's only $20,000. What does $20,000 mean to old man Waterfield? Listen to me, Jerry. I'll give you some of it. Here, take $5,000.
No, Dottie. No.
Why don't we split it?
Put the money back. Lock the safe. And we'll both forget about tonight.
No. I'm taking this money.
Put it back, Dottie.
Well, of course, I'll put it back.
Now you're talking sense.
After all, that's what I came back here for.
You'll be happier in the long run. That's the kind of money that never brings anything good. This way, you'll always have your peace of mind.
Sure.
You're being smart, Dottie.
Jerry, listen to me. I'm not really going to take this money.
No?
No. I'm just going to borrow it. And you're right, I was a stupid, immature kid that last time. But not this time, Jerry. This time. Do you know what I know?
Now listen, Dottie.
This time, I know all the stocks that are going to go up. All the horses that are going to win. Listen, this year, the Sox are going to win the pennant.
Now, I know you're crazy.
The Sox are going to come from nowhere to win it 100-1.
Dottie, you're out of your mind.
And Sweet Reward is going to win the Derby. And there's a stock, Midwest Steel. If you get in on it right now... Jerry, I know so many things.
Dottie, just put the money back.
Yeah, I will, Jerry, I will.
Right
now? No, not right now. Tomorrow. I just want to borrow it for one day.
Please, Dottie, I don't want you to get into trouble.
I need the cash just for a few hours. Jerry, you and I will be millionaires. Please trust me, believe me.
Put it back,
Get
Dottie.
out of my way.
I'll have to report you.
I'm not stealing it. I'll put it back tomorrow. Tomorrow night, you'll see.
Dottie, right now, there's no harm done yet.
Let go of me.
Please, Dottie, I'm trying to help you.
Don't get your hands
I have to stop you, Dottie.
It's not stealing this money. Don't you understand? I'm not stealing it.
Put it back. Put it back.
I don't want to hurt you, Jerry. You're an old man.
Money. Back, please.
Jerry, I have this gift. I can see into the future. You'd be able to retire.
Put it back.
I will.
My heart.
Jerry.
In my pocket. My shirt pocket.
What?
I've got pills.
Oh, please, don't die on me. Please don't die. Jerry.
I'm afraid he's dead.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, Mr. Carpenter.
Well, I didn't kill him. He died of a heart attack. You saw it.
Yes, I saw and I heard everything. Well, now we take a dim view of this sort of thing at Opportunities Unlimited. We do indeed.
Well, don't you see what I was trying to do for him? I had to give him an opportunity to better himself.
But that was not our agreement. You had agreed to put the money back.
What? What are you going to do to me?
I won't do anything to you.
I'll put the money back right now.
Where will you put it?
In a safe on the wall.
In which safe? On what wall?
It's dark. How did it get so dark? What happened to the lights?
No, you can keep the money.
I can keep the money?
Certainly. For all the good it will do you.
Oh, it'll do me plenty of good now. Now I know how to use it. I can do things that... Where are the lights?
The lights?
Yes, where are the lights? And what's that noise?
The lights, as you know, they won't be invented for at least 1,000 years.
What?
The noise, well...
Where am I? Where am I?
I would say you're on the southern coast of England. The year is 874.
How could I go back to 874?
You're hiding in a tiny hut. The noise is that of a Viking raid.
Oh.
The village is burned, looted. There's quite a bit of murder, robbery, rape.
Why, what are you saying?
That's how things were in those days. Besides, why worry? You have money. Those pretty little pieces of green paper.
Will they kill me?
I don't know.
Oh, please. Please, Mr. Carpenter.
They don't kill everybody. And you've got $20,000 in good American money.
Oh, please save me. They're right outside.
You've got $20,000, Dottie. Let's see you buy your way out of this one.
Dottie was lucky in one sense. The chief of the Viking raiders was Eric the Red. He had an eye for pretty ladies. So instead of killing her, he kept her for himself. So, basic relationships didn't really change. Instead of keeping house for Harold Malloy, she kept house for Eric the Red. And talking about houses, don't you leave the house till I come back shortly. Can you go all the way back and forth in time? Before you answer no, consider. Practically all of you have already done it. How, you ask? Well, don't you set your clocks for daylight savings time? But that's only an hour, sure. But it's the principle. Remember, the greatest oak was once a tiny acorn. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Patricia Wheel, Robert Maxwell, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
Raphael, why did you leave the stage after the showtime?
I can't go on, Lottie.
After performing a miracle, you can't go on. The entire audience is on its feet calling for you, and you can't go on.
After what just happened?
What did happen out there, Mr. Klein?
It was as if...
Well, go on, tell me. What happened to you?
Well, some force suddenly gripped my right arm, began to pull my hand, my right hand, off the keyboard. I didn't know what was happening to me. I thought I was having some sort of seizure, or I was going mad, or I don't know what.
And then?
My left hand kept playing.
You mean you kept playing with your left hand?
No, Lottie, no. My right arm. It was forced down to my side, and I was scared. I was so scared I couldn't have gone on playing with my left, and I didn't. It did.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Arch Oboler's Plays. A Story in the Night. Tonight, James Cagney in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the most talked-of book of the year, Johnny Got His Gun, by Dalton Trumbull.
We tell you of Joe Bonham. 22 years ago, he went to war. They carried him back from that war. They carried him back because he had no arms, no legs, no ears with which to hear, no eyes with which to see, no mouth with which to speak. Today, he lies alone in a room in a hospital close to your city. He's living flesh, and he waits. Your world is shut off from Joe Bonham. He has only the world within his own mind. We tell you of Joe Bonham. These are the thoughts of a boy who 22 years ago went to war.
Somebody listen to me. I'm talking to you. Somebody listen to me. Gotta talk to somebody. It's dark and lonely. Somebody... No. Going out of my head again. How can you hear what ain't got a tongue, ain't got a mouth, ain't got... No, won't think of that anymore. Gotta think of something, yeah, something else. If I don't think, my head, yeah, quick, think about when I was a kid.
Hey, Joe, come on in swimming.
Yeah, swimming. When I was a kid, I went swimming. Dive in the river, feel the water against my legs and my arms. Now I haven't got any No, won't think of that. Think about my town.
It's the nicest little old place on earth, Shale City.
I gotta remember.
Hamburger, get your hot hamburger, get your hot hamburger.
Yeah, best hamburgers in the world.
All right, boy, here's 30 cents. Go down and get 3 hamburgers.
Pa.
Oh, they're delicious. If I could only cook like this.
Ma, No, don't think of her. Think about... County Fair.
See the lady cut in half, the fourth part of $1.
On a second rider, defying death inside a straight up and down circular wall.
I can't remember anymore. I gotta remember. If I don't remember things, I'll think, and if I think... No. I gotta remember something. Something. Girls. Think about girls. Quick, think about girls.
Joe.
Karine?
Joe, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
No.
Kiss me. Hold me.
We shouldn't have turned the lights out. Your old man will be sore.
He understands.
Your lips.
Don't go.
They'll kill you.
I gotta go. When you're drafted, you gotta.
Oh, Joe. Joe, I don't want you to go. Hold me. Tight. Maybe we'll never get another chance. Now, Joe. In your arms, Joe. In your arms. In your arms.
My arms. My arms.
What?
Joe, hold me. Don't go,
Johnny,
Joe.
get your gun, get your gun, get your gun.
Joe, I'm part of you now.
There's that
Don't
great
go,
Patriot
Joe.
Theodore Roosevelt said. All aboard, soldier. All aboard, soldier.
No. Hold me, Joe. Hold me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms.
No, stop! My arms. I haven't got any arms. You hear me, Karine? I haven't got any arms. I haven't got any arms. What's the matter with me? I didn't find it out yesterday or the day before. It was
1939, 1938, 1937.
a long time ago.
Joe.
Karine, you're still in my head. I'll tell you, as if you were here. Here's how I found out everything about myself. I woke up like out of a dream. It was like I was in the water. I tried to swim, but I didn't have any arms. I started to kick my legs to float up in the air out of the bed, but I couldn't kick. I didn't have any legs. I threw my head back. I started to yell. I only started, but how can you yell when you haven't got them up? I began to reach out, Karine. The only way I could reach out, with the nerves of my skin. The hole in my face. Feel the skin creeping around the edge of it. It went. I was blind. What a lousy dream. Nobody could live like that. Just dream, and that's all. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Mother, where are you? Hurry, Mother, hurry, and wake me up. I'm having a nightmare, Mother, where are you? Mother, listen to me. I can't stand it. Mother, please, tell me it's not me. Not me, no, not me. Oh, please. That's the way I found out. A long time ago. Who was I telling that to?
Joe.
Oh, Karine. Still in my head. In my heart. Now I'll tell you about how I found out about time. About the days. Knowing about the days you're living through, that's important, see? But all I remembered was... died in the dugout, and then... and that was all. A day in September 1918, and that's all. Time stopped then. Start time over again. But how could I catch hold of time when I was caught inside myself? Vibrations. I had it. When the nurse came into the room, the vibration of her footsteps running up through the floor, through the bed, through the springs of the bed, into me. All I had to do was count the seconds, then the minutes, then the hours between each visit she made, until I had 24 hours counted up in my head. And after that, I'd be able to figure the days out just by counting up her visits. One day, the minute the nurse left me, I began to count.
1, 2, 3,
second by second,
4,
second
5,
by second.
6,
When I
7,
counted 60,
8,
that
9,
meant a minute,
10,
as nearly as I was able to figure it.
13,
But I always lost count. I'd think of something else, then I'd lose count again.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Day after
5,
day after day, but I could never keep track.
5,
I couldn't.
6,
I couldn't.
5.
And all the time, the days were running away from me. And then, one day it happened. The skin on the side of my neck, the half of a forehead above the mask. Lying there all the years gone by, I got to thinking that maybe there was some way I could use those pieces of skin. Skin free to the air. They were healthy. I got to thinking what a man did with his skin.
To feel with.
But that didn't seem enough.
To sweat with.
Yeah, sweat with. Hot and cold.
Sunrise and sunset.
Just like that. The idea came into my head just like that. All I had to do was to feel with my skin. When it changed from cool to warm on that little piece of skin, it'd be sunrise and the beginning of a day. I got to thinking about the nurse and how many visits she made me each day and when she made them. Yeah, I'd better start with the nurse. She changes the bedding. In a hospital, they must change bedding in the morning, maybe around 8 o'clock. So all I got to do is wait till she changes the bedclothes. That'll mean it's morning. Then wait, maybe 18, 20 hours, and that'll be next morning. That'll be sunrise. You can feel the heat of sunrise against your skin, yeah. So I waited until the next time she changed the bedding. She walked away. Calm down, because you haven't proved anything yet. Calm down and wait and count her visits. Number 2, I dozed off and woke. Visit number 3, time got all mixed up. Then 4, and then the 5th time. Now all of a sudden, I knew it was happening. My heart stopped, my breath stopped. I knew it was happening. Slow at first, crawling along my skin. Warmer and warmer. The rising sun. In my room. I'd won. I'd caught up with time again. The sun. It was dawn. It was dawn for the world and for me. I could smell the dawn. Yeah, me without a face lying there. And the smell of the dew on the grass. And me without eyes, shading my eyes and seeing the sun coming up over the mountains back home. And the hills going pink and lavender like the inside of a seashell. The sun warming my little piece of skin. And me seeing without eyes the town where I was born. And me without ears hearing the lowing of the cows waiting to be milked. And babies kicking in their cribs and rubbing their eyes with their fists. It's sunrise, and I've got it. And now I'll always know when it's sunrise, and they can't take it away from me. Thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I may never have anything else, but I'll always have dawn and the morning sunlight. A year went by fast. I was a busy guy. I learned a lot. Yeah, could even tell my nurses apart. The day nurse always walked to the bed with 4 steps. She was always the same, but the night nurses seemed to change. One of them must have cried when she looked at me. I felt her tears wet on me. I like to think she was young and beautiful. But every night, summer and winter, week in and week out, month in and month out, every night I was with you, Karine. With you, darling. My arms around you, yours around me. With you, Karine.
Joe, my darling.
Close to you.
My dearest.
My arms around you.
My lover.
And yours around me.
Mine.
With you, Karine.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
2 years went by after I discovered time. 3 years went by after I discovered time. The 4th year started awfully slow. One day I felt vibrations. Vibrations heavier and heavier, and then they stopped. I knew they were standing around the bed. After all these years, visitors. And all at once, crazy thoughts went through my head.
It may be your mother.
No.
Karine.
No, not Karine. Not Karine standing by my bed. You can't see me. Not this way. Not you, Karine. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Then a hand came to rest on my forehead. A man's hand.
Doctors.
Yes. Maybe doctors come to examine me. Somebody was touching at my nightshirt over my left breast. The cloth fell back against my chest again. It was heavy now, weighed down by something. Metal. They given me a medal. Me, a medal. Me, a medal. Me! The generals were here, around my bed. The generals. The big guys, the famous guys who still had arms and legs and could still see and talk and smell and taste. In my throat, I felt a tearing of something that used to be a voice. I was talking to them, and they couldn't hear me. I was saying, listen, big guys, I'm lying here like a side of beef, and for what?
War. We're going to war.
Yeah, someone said that, so I went. But why? Why? Somebody just said,
let's go out and fight for liberty.
Liberty? What kind of liberty? How much liberty and whose idea of liberty? A guy says, come on, let's fight for liberty. And he can't show you liberty. If you're going to die for liberty, you've got to know in advance what liberty is and whose idea of liberty they're talking about and just how much of that liberty we're going to have. Maybe that's a bad way to think. The big guys say it's bad, and I heard them. In the schools and the newspapers and the legislatures and the congresses, that's their business. They sound wonderful.
This ground is sanctified by blood. They shall not have died in vain. Our noble dead.
But I'm asking you, big guys, what do the dead say? Did any one of them ever come back and say...
I'm glad I'm dead, because death is always better than dishonor.
Did they say...
I'm glad I died to make the world safe for democracy.
Nobody but the dead know whether all these things people talk about are worth dying for or not. And the dead can't talk. So the words about noble death and sacred blood and honor and such are all put into dead lips by those that got no right to speak for the dead. I'm asking you, big guys, how did they feel about it just before they died? Did all those guys die thinking of democracy and freedom and liberty and honor? You know they didn't. They died crying in their minds like little kids. They died crying for the face of a friend. They died crying for the voice of a mother or father or wife or baby. They died moaning and crying for life. I know. I'm the nearest thing to a dead man on earth. There's nothing bigger than life. What's noble about having your legs and arms blown off? What's noble about being blind and deaf and dumb? I'm dead, big guys, and I died for nothing. You hear me? Nothing, nothing. You hear me, big guys? But they didn't hear me. Just as you couldn't hear me, Kareem, if you were standing next to me. All the generals heard was the blowing of the air and the tube in my throat. When I heard the vibrations of the footsteps that said they were going, I began to think. The vibrations. Up to now, I thought only of the vibrations coming to me. How about making my vibrations go to them? Yes, vibrations to them. A footstep on the floor is a kind of vibration. The tap of a telegraph key is another kind. I had it. I had it. When I was a kid, Bill Harper and me, we had a telegraph set. Used to telegraph to each other. Dot dash, dot dash, dot dash, dot. I remember the code, the Morse code. All I had to do to break through to the people outside was to lie in bed and dot dash to the nurse. I could give messages and receive messages. I raised my head from my pillow. I dropped it. Then I did it twice quickly. That was it. With my head, raise my head, let it fall on the pillow. The Morse code. SOS, help. I tapped it out of my pillow with my head. SOS. All over the world, that meant help. SOS. Help, help. Then the door of the room jarred open, and the nurse's footsteps came up to the bed. SOS. SOS. Over and over again. She was looking at me. I knew it. SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. Oh, why can't you understand? SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. SOS.
Help me. SOS. Help me.
My head full of it. Tapping it out with my head over and over. Over and over. Couldn't stop. Why won't they hear me? Why won't they understand? Why won't they hear me? Karine, why? No. There isn't any Karine. There isn't nothing. I've been talking in my head. There's nothing for me. Nothing.
SOS.
I don't know
Help
what
me.
day it is.
SOS.
I don't know
Help
what
me.
month it is.
SOS.
I don't know what
Help
year
me.
it is.
SOS.
I've been tapping
Help
for
me.
years and
SOS.
years, and nobody hears
Help
me.
me. SOS.
Nobody, nobody,
Help me.
nobody. Someone's come into the room. Footstep light. My regular day nurse. Hers are heavy. Who is this one? Start tapping now. What? What is this one doing? Opening the nightshirt. She's moving the tip of her finger against my skin. Huh? Drawing something. Huh? I know. The letter M. I know. Shake my head. Yes, I know. I understand. It's M. Wonderful M. Writing something else on my skin. E. Yes, I got that. R. Yes. Another R. Yes. Now what? Why? Nothing more. M-E-R-R-Y. Mary. Writing again. C-H-R-I-S-T-M-A-S. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, nurse, I understand. Nodding my head to tell you I understand. I can't say it so you can hear me, but in my heart I'm saying it. Merry Christmas, nurse. God bless you. Bells in my town. I'm hearing them in my head, nurse.
'Twas the night before Christmas,
Mother.
and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Mother, I hear you.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in a hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Every Christmas Eve, I remember.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like down from a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas, Mother. Nurse. New nurse. Smart nurse. She'll pay attention to me. Old nurse didn't understand. New nurse, you've got to understand. Tapping, I'll start. There, nurse. I did it. Did you understand it? 3, 2, and 3. S-O-S. Did you understand it? I'll do it again. Morse code. You understand? Morse code. Watch, nurse, watch. If I had a tongue, if I had a mouth, I'd yell it at you. I'd scream it at you. But I have nothing but the tapping of my head, so watch, nurse, watch. If you turn and walk out of the room and never come back, you'll be carrying my life with you. You're life and death to me, nurse. Look, I'll tap it again. See? S-O-S. Help me. S-O-S. Oh, I'll do it again. I'm praying now, nurse. Me, just an ordinary guy, I'm praying. Oh, please, God, make her understand what I'm trying to tell her. Please, God, make her understand. I know you're a busy guy. I know there are millions of people praying to you every minute. I know all these things, God, and I don't blame you for getting behind in your orders. Nobody's perfect, but what I want is such a little thing. All I want you to do is to take a tiny little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind 2, maybe 3 feet away. That's all I want, God. Just a little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind. It's such a little thing, God. Such a little thing. She's going away. She's gone out of the room. No, can't be true. Can't shove me down under the ground again, bury me deep again. No, I won't believe it, I won't. I won't start crying now. She'll come back. She's my life. She's my chance at life. She will come back. She will. Door. She's back. Brought someone with her. Man's finger on my head. What? Finger tapping on my head. Tapping out W. H. Tapping out the code on my head. A. T. W. H. A. T. What? D. O. Y-O-U, W-A-N-T. W-A-N-T. What do you want? What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I want to get out. Let me out, that's all I want. I've been lying here for years and years in a room in a bed with a little covering of skin. Now I want out. I've got to get out. If I had legs, I could run away. I could get away. I could get out into the open where there's air, where there's room, where I'm not in a hole and smothering. Inside me, I scream and howl and push and fight for room and air, for escape from the smothering, from the loneliness. So, let me out of here and take me back into the world. No, I didn't tap that out. What I just said, I only was thinking. Won't say it to you waiting up there, no. Before I ask you up there, before I tap it out with my head, I've got to think out just what I'm going to tell you. It may be my last chance. I've got it. I've got it. Listen, you up there. I'm tapping it out with my head. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out. I can earn my keep. I can do a job like anyone else. Take me out of here and build a glass case for me so people can see me. Take me in my glass case to the beaches, to the county fairs and the church bazaars and the circuses and the traveling carnivals. You'll do a wonderful business with me, and I could pay you for the trouble. They've never seen nothing like me. I'm something you can really holler about. I'm the dead man who's alive, the live man who's dead. I'm the man who made the world safe for democracy. Take me into the places where men work and make things. Take me there and say, boys, here's a cheap way to get by. Maybe times are bad and your salaries are low. Don't worry, boys, because you'll have your chance. There'll be another war along pretty soon, and then maybe you'll be lucky like me. Take me into the schoolhouses, all the schoolhouses in the world. They'll scream at first and have nightmares at night, but they'll get used to it because they've got to get used to it. And it's best to start them young. Take me into the colleges and universities and academies and convents. Call the girls together, all the healthy, beautiful young girls. Point to me and say, girls, here is your father. Look, girls, here is your lover. Call all the young men together and say, here is your brother, here is your best friend, and here are you, young men. Take me wherever there are parliaments and diets and congresses and chambers of statesmen. I want to be there when they talk about honor and justice and making the world safe. Put my glass case upon the speaker's desk, and every time the gavel drops, let me feel its vibration through my little glass case. Then let them draft notes and ultimatums and protests and accusations. But before they vote on them, before they give the order for all the little guys to start killing each other, let the main guy rap his gavel on my case and point down at me and say, gentlemen, here is the only issue before this house, and that is, are you for this thing here, or are you against it? And if they are against it, then let them stand up like men and vote. And if they are for it, let them be hanged and drawn and quartered and paraded through the streets and thrown out into the fields where no clean animal will touch them, and may no green thing ever grow where they rot. Take me into your churches, your great towering cathedrals, which have to be rebuilt every 50 years because they are destroyed by war. Carry me in my glass box down the aisles where kings and priests and brides and children at their confirmations have gone so many times before to kiss a splinter of wood from a true cross on which was nailed the body of a man who was lucky enough to die. Set me high on your altars and call on God to look down upon his murderous little children, his dearly beloved little children. Then bring in the fierce ones, the spawners of hate, the inventors of slogans. Bring them in and make them look at me, and then dare them to break the peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have brought you James Cagney playing the leading role in Dalton Trumbo's memorable novel of the year, Johnny Got His Gun. The book was dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The musical score was written, conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Mr. Cagney can now be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Fighting 69th, and in the forthcoming production, Torrid Zone. In preparation is City of Conquest. The book, Johnny Got His Gun, is the prize-winning novel by Dalton Trumbo. All of us want to thank Mr. Cagney and Mr. Trumbo for their great contribution to this program. Next week, it is our pleasure to present an actor known and respected by all of us, Mr. Ronald Colman, in an unusual play, The Most Dangerous Game. Next week, then, Mr. Ronald Colman. Arch Oboler's plays are a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd like to ask you something. What do you consider your most attractive feature? Your hair? Your eyes? Complexion? Your figure? Whatever, each of us is abundantly aware, though there are some who would deny it, of his or her most captivating attribute, and make the most of it, though there are some who deny that too. Be all this as it may, we're about to hear of a woman whose most beguiling characteristic was her smile, and because of it, the horrible thing that happened. Our mystery drama, Berenice, was adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar, and stars Michael Tolan and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your coat to Contact. The sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1? That's the question when you catch the common cold. Sneezing, drips, congestion. Then take 12-hour Contact. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 Contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. The tiny time pills do it. Both the others contain things for aches and fever. The liquid, something for coughs, not found in Contact. Your cold, your choice.
Give your cold to Contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact, only as directed.
This is Tommy Macomb. I'm sitting in the John Barleycorn, located at 209 East 45th Street, just off 3rd Avenue. The John Barleycorn is New York's first and most famous Irish singing pub. If you want a sample of what Irish hospitality is really like, you should come in and soak up the atmosphere. The hospitality is warm, the people are cheerful, and the service is just fantastic. They have an old saying at the Barleycorn: there are no strangers here, only friends you haven't met. And you can prove that to yourself by dropping in any time. You can have lunch, dinner, or supper 7 days a week, and a good time all the time. The food is fit for royalty, and as a matter of fact, some of the recipes have been handed down from the courts of Irish kings. The John Barleycorn, the Irish oasis in Midtown Manhattan.
For lunch, dinner, or special party information, call YU6-1088.
What we call a fixation, an idée fixe, is one of the most extraordinary and mystifying aspects of the human mind. For example, love. Young love, at least, is a fixation. For the lover cannot get the loved one out of his thoughts. He thinks of her night and day, or she of him. And there is, I need scarcely say, no more wondrous person in all the world. What cure can be found for a fixation? Well, when it comes to love, and I don't mean to sound cynical, I suppose marriage. But when it came to Ernest Montresor and his wife Berenice, well, that's our story.
Do not tell me, Anthony, what I must do or must not do.
Ernest, please.
You are my friend. You are my attorney. You have come here to Mangrove Manor to straighten out whatever legal matters attend Berenice's death, and that is all.
Ernest, I didn't mean to offend you.
I am not offended. I am irritated. You can sit there and say, Ernest, your wife is dying. Try not to hate her as you do. Let me tell you something, my good friend. Had you lived 1 month, 1 week, 1 day in this house with Berenice, that shrew, that spitfire, you too would know what hate is.
But I don't understand. I was at your wedding a little over a year ago, here at Mangrove, and you were deliriously in love with her.
Not her. Her smile.
What?
I know you'll find it hard to believe, but that is the truth. Oh, there were other qualities that attracted me. Her charm, her gentle manner, her warmth. But these vanished quickly once we were married. I soon learned that her charm was a veneer, her gentle manner a mask that concealed a vicious temper.
I am sorry.
I didn't want to hate her. For months I put all feelings of hate from me, the while asking myself how and why I still went on loving her. That's when I realized it was her smile.
I still fail to understand.
Look at Berenice closely and you will see that she's really very plain, almost ugly. But one doesn't look closely at first. I didn't, surely, because of her smile. Of what her smile was then. She had teeth so even, so white, so perfect, they are as matched pearls. As for her lips, nowhere will you find lips so beautifully modeled, so sensuously inviting, so absolutely enthralling.
I remember, yes.
But Anthony, soon after our marriage, her smile changed too. The lovely contour of her lips became an ugly sneer. She no longer smiled. She bared her teeth like a vicious animal.
But there must have been a reason, something that impelled her to...
I'll give you a reason if you must have it. Constance.
Berenice's younger sister?
Yes. You know she came to live here at Mangrove when her husband died.
I settled the estate, yes. Not, I'm afraid, that there was much to settle. He left her penniless.
Precisely why she lived here. Berenice began to think...
Go no further, Ernest. I am well acquainted with what is termed the eternal triangle.
In this case, there was no triangle. Not then.
But there is now.
Constance is what Berenice pretended to be. Gentle, innocent, loving. Yes, I have fallen in love with her, and she with me. But you may believe me, as Berenice never has, when I tell you that our love is and has ever been platonic. Neither of us has betrayed Berenice in any way. Yes, come? Oh, Constance, my dear. We were just speaking of you. You remember Anthony Lamb?
With pleasure. You were such a help and comfort to me when my husband died, Mr. Lamb.
I did what I could.
You look upset, Constance.
Berenice wants to see you. And she's in one of her blackest moods, I'm afraid.
Is she ever in any other?
Try not to be harsh on her, Ernest. She's dying, you know.
I shall try. If you'll excuse us, Anthony.
Perhaps I should come along. I have to discuss certain legal matters with Berenice, and it will be best if she knows I'm here.
Come, then. But I warn you, my friend, you'll regret every moment spent with her.
It's you.
You wanted to see me, Berenice.
You. Not this army you've brought with you. Get out of here, Constance.
Of course.
And who are you? I've seen you somewhere. I remember you.
I'm Anthony Lamb, Berenice. I don't blame you for not recognizing me. It's been over a year.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you now. Ernest's friend, the pettifogging lawyer, the shyster. Why are you here?
Well, now
Yes.
Well, Ernest asked me to come because... Well, Berenice, I'm told you're quite ill, and at such times it's best to...
To make sure that all will be legally neat and tidy when I'm cold in my coffin.
Oh, you put it much...
The only way it can be put. I'm dying, and I know I'm dying, and so do you. If you don't, you must be blind. And if you want proof of it, look. Once my smile was the most ravishing smile on earth. Look at it now. Yes. Yes, the color leaves your face, Mr. Lawyer. You all but shrink away because it's no longer the beautiful smile of the living Berenice, but the ghastly grin of the Berenice who'll soon be cold in death.
Stop it. Stop smiling.
Dear husband, what is it? You used to tell me my smile captivated you, enslaved you. Can it be that it now repels you? Oh, don't turn away.
I won't look at you, not when you smile.
Don't look then for all the good it'll do you. You'll remember. Soon I shall be dead. But my smile will never die. It will live on in your brain, Ernest. Wherever you go, whatever you do, it will be with you.
No.
This smile, this ghoulish grimace, because it was what you married, what you loved, and then came to hate. And you will hate it till the day you die, Ernest. For till that day, awake or asleep, it will haunt you.
Would you care for more of the shrimp, Mr. Lamb?
Well, thank you. No, Constance. Oh, and do call me Anthony, won't you? It'll make me feel so much younger.
If you wish. Ernest, won't you eat? You haven't touched a morsel.
Not hungry.
But you must keep up your strength. If you're not careful, you'll be having nightmares again.
Nightmares, Ernest?
The most horrible you can imagine. Berenice has all but ruined my health. Ruined it.
Hush now, we mustn't talk that way.
What other way is there?
No more wine, Ernest.
Another glass can do no harm.
No more, dear. For my sake.
For your sake, anything. Anything except to lie about my true feelings. You, Constance, you have lived in this house for nearly a year. You know the hell she has made of my life. You know that I could not mourn her passing. And what is more, you know that I love only you.
Ernest, it is not the proper time.
I know, but I...
Now, you are overwrought. It is not you speaking, but your nerves. Listen to me.
Constance.
My sister lies upstairs dying. Whatever you think of her, in these last days of her life, though we cannot in truth love her, we can, in all dignity and honor, try at least not to hate her. You must try, Ernest. You must.
Yes. And with your help, I shall.
But you will not succeed.
Berenice.
How did you get here, out of bed?
I rang my bell, but no one came. I called, but you did not answer.
We didn't hear.
And so I found the strength, what strength remains, to come down and tell you I am about to die.
No.
When death is near, you know it. Full well you know it. I have little time left now. Perhaps only minutes. A glass of wine.
Of course.
He hurries to assist me, to comfort me, when in his heart he would kill me.
No, Berenice, I would not.
Liar.
Berenice,
you hate me. Say it, you hate me. Say it.
Here, the glass of wine you asked for.
That, for your glass of wine. Sniveling, nightmare-ridden fool. I had hoped I'd at last found a man when I married you. But you were like all the others.
Berenice, let me help you back to your
And
bed.
as for you, did you think I wasn't on to you and your little tricks? Did you think me blind, that I couldn't see what went on between you and my husband?
Nothing. Before heaven, I swear that...
Liar! I saw, I know. Little Constance. Innocent, saintly little sister, sinking her claws deeper and deeper into the man who was mine.
Madam.
You address me?
Madam, you are ill. Yet there is in you a kind of strength I have recognized before. In, I say to you, the worst kind of criminal.
Huh? Go on.
I don't know that I can. I have never understood what made these people what they were, but this I know. There are angels on this earth and there are devils. And you, madam, I say it to you, even in your dying moments, you are a devil. I don't blame you for looking at me like that. I spoke on impulse. I'm ashamed.
Ashamed? You are the first man who has ever dared to...
Berenice.
Stay away. Stand back. Don't touch me. Only listen. You will be haunted by the magnet that drew you to me. The weapon with which I ruined your life and will destroy you. My smile, Ernest. My smile.
No.
Look at me. Sensuous lips bearing milk white, perfectly matched teeth. Look.
Here, let me...
She's falling across the table.
I think... Yes. She's gone. Berenice is dead.
No.
Ernest, don't.
Her mouth. She is staring at me with her teeth. Anthony, in heaven's name, close her mouth. Close her mouth!
I said at the outset, you'll recall, that because of Berenice's smile, a horrible thing happened. What has just happened in the dining room of Mangrove Manor is indeed horrible, but nowhere near as horrible as that which is about to take place. I will return shortly with Act 2.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. You hear freedom spirit like a wild bird's call. Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free.
You're driving a car you knew you were going to buy the minute you saw it. Skyhawk. Buick Skyhawk. You just knew a car this streamlined would be easy on gas. And you were right. In published EPA mileage test results, Skyhawk got 25 miles per gallon on the open road and 16 in the city. Buick Skyhawk. Dynamite.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free. Living free. Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
We're all starting the new year with a close watch on our budgets. Your ShopRite supermarket is helping with economy dishes that are high in nutrition, low in cost. First cut beef chuck steaks, just 57 cents a pound. Semi-boneless chuck steak or roast, 97 cents a pound. Beef liver, just 57 cents a pound. Pork loin, a 7-rib cut, 77 cents a pound. Dress up your beef dishes with fresh mushrooms, just 79 cents a pound. Throughout the store, you'll find a lot more for a little less at ShopRite.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
I think it was Sir Winston Churchill who said that when the human brain grabs hold of a thing, a worry, a concern of some sort, an anxiety, it grips that thing as in an iron fist and will not let it go. Clearly, then, this is what has happened to Ernest Montresor, who, even while she was alive, could not get his wife's sneering smile out of his head. And now that she has been placed in the family vault on the estate near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, well, listen.
Ernest. Ernest.
Yes, Anthony, what?
It's more than half an hour since everyone left. Constance and I are getting chilled to the bone here in the vault. Let's go back to the house.
Not till I'm sure the lid of Berenice's casket is nailed tight.
But you are sure.
It's madness, I know, Anthony. But I have the fear that somehow, in some way, she'll get out of her coffin and haunt me.
You're letting your imagination run away with you, Ernest. You're tired, overwrought. My sister is dead. She'll not get out of her coffin. Come now.
Ernest.
Yes. Let us return to the house.
Our close and lock the gate?
No, I will. There. She's well nailed down in her coffin. Well locked in, too.
Yes. Now let's...
No, wait.
Good Lord, man, what now?
I must make sure the lock is strong. Sound and strong.
Now, Ernest, dear, that's enough.
Don't tell me what is enough. Don't...
Ernest.
Dearest, what is it? Why are you looking at me with such fear?
Never, Constance. Never so long as you live, smile at me like that again. You look like Berenice.
But, Ernest,
My nerves are shaking. I need a drink. Excuse me.
He's in trouble, Constance. We'd best catch up with him.
But, Anthony...
Nothing to worry about, really. You just upset him a little when you smile.
But that's the point.
What?
I didn't smile. Will you take another brandy, Anthony?
Thank you, no, Constance. As they say, one is as good as more.
I wish Ernest thought so.
Yes, he is drinking a bit too much, though he doesn't show it.
His nerves burn up the spirits quickly. I have never seen him in such a nervous condition, never so exhausted.
Let's hope he's having a good, deep, restful sleep.
Speaking of what is good for Ernest, I hope you'll be able to stay with us a while, Anthony.
I should like to, but I have pressing business in Baton Rouge.
A few days? It would be such a comfort to Ernest.
I'm sure, but the comfort he really needs is what you can give him. Constance, may I speak frankly?
Of course.
In ordinary circumstances, by which I mean had Ernest and Berenice still loved each other, I'd not suggest anything of this sort, but... Well, all things considered, Constance, I should like to see you marry Ernest as soon as possible.
Berenice not yet cold in her grave, and you?
I do, yes. Constance, you alone can give him the love and the warmth he so desperately needs.
I know, but... Oh, Anthony, whatever she was, Berenice was my sister. How can I, in all conscience, marry her husband within so short a time? It would be an act of indecency.
Oh, no, an act of charity. And of love. My dear, no immediate decision is needed. Think about it and should...
No!
What in the name of heaven?
It's Ernest! No! Come, quick!
No! Ernest, merciful Lord, what is it?
Oh, it's you. You, good friend, and Constance. Then it was a dream.
What was, my dearest?
I dreamed that I was awake, that I'd awakened from a sound sleep. It was all so real. I heard the storm outside and saw lightning brighten the room and thought, oh, good, I did manage to sleep and get some rest, and now I've awakened and...
Yes, and?
And then I saw it, hanging in the darkness of the room, burning bright in the black pitch of night. Saw it.
Gently, my darling, gently now. Saw what?
Her smile. Berenice's smile, her disembodied smile, nothing else. It hung suspended in the dark before my eyes, the lips drawn back, the teeth shining in the blackness.
Oh, Ernest.
And then her teeth, those terrifying white, even teeth, parted as she began to laugh. The most hideous laugh I have heard in all my life. Her mouth, her bodiless mouth, as it laughed, it started coming closer to me. Closer. And I screamed. I screamed.
Anthony, what's to be done?
We must fetch the doctor, and at once.
Ernest, stop for a bit. Oh, let's rest.
Of course, my dear, of course. Here, let me help you down.
Thank you, Ernest. There's a log over there. Shall we sit?
I would rather stand and hold you.
Oh, you are feeling better. Come, let's sit down.
No, wait.
Ernest?
Please, listen, Constance. Anthony returns to Baton Rouge tomorrow. I had a talk with him this morning. He knows I'm devoted to you and you to me. He urged, not that I needed urging, that I ask you to marry me.
Ernest,
Do say yes, Constance. I beg you. Say you'll marry me.
That's exactly what I was going to say once you gave me the chance.
You will? You'll marry me?
Oh, I will. Oh, I will.
Constance. Oh, Constance.
Constance. Let's hurry back and tell Anthony.
Yes, that dear good friend of yours will be relieved to know, I'm sure.
Here, I'll give you a hand up. There.
Oh, Ernest, my horse.
Oh!
Ernest, he's running away with me.
Anthony, I must go up.
Patience, good friend. The doctor should be down any moment.
But he's been with her for more than an hour. I knew she was seriously injured. I knew it the instant I picked her up.
The way you described it, it was a bad fall.
The horse, running away, for what reason God alone knows, tried to leap a high fence, failed to make it, and came down rolling on Constance as she lay beneath him.
Oh, terrible, terrible. But no sense anticipating the worst. Constance may not be seriously hurt at all.
Constance is dying.
What?
She is dying.
Oh, come now, Ernest. You carry even your nerves too far.
There's something I didn't tell you. When I got to Constance, she was unconscious. I knelt beside her, got my arms under her, raised her, and stood up. I began to carry her to the house. A long distance. I'm not very strong. I tire easily. And so after a short time, I stopped for breath and looked at her. Looked into her face, Anthony.
Yes?
Her eyes were open, and she was smiling. The lips pulled back, the teeth showing. For an instant, she looked like Berenice. For that instant, she was Berenice. Doctor, is she...
Don't bother him now, Ernest.
But I can bear no more of this waiting, this interminable waiting. Look at her. So deathly white, scarcely breathing, if at all.
Ernest?
She called my name. Constance. Oh, my own dear Constance.
Hush now. When I am gone...
No, you must not go. You cannot leave me. You cannot.
When I am gone, I say, no longer with you. Remember that it will be only on this earth I am not with you. In spirit, I shall be beside you always.
You are not going to die. You will be at my side, alive and beautiful, and my own dear adored wife.
No. That is not to be. Berenice has seen to that.
Berenice?
She was there. Just before my horse leaped the fence. I did not fancy it. She was there. She stood on the other side of the fence, smiling.
Oh, God in heaven.
And I knew, in the second that I saw her, the second before the horse crashed, I knew that she is a tormented soul, a soul that cannot rest until she is forgiven the sins she committed on earth, the sin she committed against you.
There is no forgiveness for what she did.
There is. It is in your heart, my darling, if you will only search for it and find it.
You are asking me to forgive her?
Yes.
Never. I could never.
You must. You must. For my sake. Will you try? That is all I ask before I leave you, my dearest. Will you try?
I will try.
And I, in another world, will love you for it more than I have ever loved you in this. Kiss me.
Oh, no. No, not if by saying that you tell me the time is near. Not if you tell me that. Yes. Oh, yes. Constance? Constance?
I'm sorry, Ernest. She's gone.
Oh, no.
Leave him to me, Doctor. You have other matters to handle. Come, Ernest. Sit down. Here in this chair. Sit, and I'll pour you a brandy.
Dead.
I know how you feel, but you mustn't go to pieces. Think of what she said, that she will be with you, at your side always.
What good is that if I cannot see her, touch her? What is he doing, the doctor?
What must be done? Closing her eyes, straightening her limbs, placing her hands in repose.
When he is finished, I shall sit with her, Anthony.
Of course.
And not leave her side till we take her to the vault. What's that?
What?
Listen. Someone laughing.
No one is laughing, Ernest.
Berenice. It is Berenice.
Ernest.
She is laughing from the vault. From the vault. You doubt me? Here. I throw wide the window. You hear? You hear?
I hear nothing.
Laughing in triumph. Vicious triumph, because once again she shattered my heart. Laugh, damn you, laugh! But I shall have done with you yet! I shall!
Oh! Doctor, quickly. He's fainted dead away.
So, in fevered imagination, in the sickened mental state brought on by unbearable grief, Ernest fancies he hears the hideous laughter of Berenice, pursuing him, haunting him, driving him mad in death as she did in life. Or is it fancy? We'll know more about that when I return for Act 3.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. We'll find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer. The Budweiser kind. Beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Scarcely has the breath of life fled the body of his beloved Constance than Ernest Montresor hears, or thinks he hears, the triumphant laughter of his dead wife, Berenice. Even though Ernest's friend and attorney, Anthony Lamb, did not hear the laughter, can we say the laughter echoed only in Ernest's imagination? If it comes to that, who can say that imagination is not reality? Be that as it may, let us now join Ernest and Anthony in that family vault.
It would seem that you're right, Anthony. Berenice must still be in her coffin. The lid is tightly nailed.
Of course.
But her laughter, so horribly clear.
Ernest, there was no laughter. You imagined it.
No, I heard it. She murdered Constance. She made the horse run away, fall, and kill her. Oh, Anthony, how can I rid myself of Berenice? Can I get rid of her? She was vile, vicious, clever. Clever.
What?
Clever. That's it, clever. We look at this coffin lid. We see it tightly nailed, and so we think she's still there.
Of course she is.
No, don't you see? She was clever enough to nail it shut again after she left it. Here, give me that pry iron.
You're not going to...
I must be sure. I must make absolutely certain she is still in her coffin. Otherwise, I dare not bring Constance here.
Oh, Ernest.
Can't you understand? Constance will lie here in the same vault with Berenice. If Berenice has the power to leave her coffin, what might she not do to the sister she hated as she hated me? You see? You understand?
Yes, Ernest.
So then... There.
Well, are you satisfied?
The body seems not to have moved. She is dead. No doubt about it. Berenice is dead.
No question, my friend. You can set your mind at rest.
Anthony, would you nail the lid back on? I want to go to Constance. Be with her until we bring her body here.
Ernest.
Yes, Anthony?
Ernest, it's 2:00 in the morning.
Not for her. Not for Constance. For Constance, there is no time now.
Ernest, please go to bed.
To bed? To dream? Once again to ride a nightmare?
I asked the doctor to give me a sedative for you. Now, if you'll take it...
It will do no good. More harm than good. I've taken them before, and I cannot leave Constance alone. Not to the awful loneliness of death.
I will stay with her.
No. I will. I must.
Ernest, hear me now. You will drive yourself mad if you go on like this. As your friend, I...
What? You heard it? I am not hearing things.
That sigh. It was Constance. And look, Ernest, look.
Color. Her cheeks. Color coming into her cheeks. Pulse. How do you feel for a pulse?
Now, let me...
Yes? Yes?
There is no pulse. And yet, a faint warmth. Her wrist beneath my hand feels... Ernest, I tell you, there is warmth.
Alive. She is alive. Oh, God, in your merciful goodness, I thank you. Thank you.
And while you